Chapter 1435. The soul lock technique was a support-type battle technique. It allowed one's soul aura to enter the opponent's body and use it to determine the target's location. The soul energy used by the soul lock technique was not the source of one's soul. Even if the opponent had some secret technique to remove it, it would not cause any harm to the user. Based on the senses of his soul power, Knight Sorrow was able to determine the approximate area where Bai Taiching had fled. It was a relatively barren area that cultivators rarely went to, Fire Cloud Canyon. "Can we ambush him?" Songling Sovereign asked. "We won't be able to kill him this time. He can continue burning his essence blood. We'll have to capture him a few more times before he runs out of essence blood," Lord God Tiger said. "Then I'll continue to capture him." Knight Sorrow stood up and walked out of the city lord's residence. He then flew towards the area he sensed. Lord God Tiger and the others followed him. Although they could not help much, they had to support him mentally. After flying for 2 hours, Yi Shang turned his head and looked at Heaven Lord Shin Hu and the others behind him. "Everyone, you can go over later. I'll go over first." After Yi Shang finished speaking, he deliberately activated his leakless true body and continued flying. Yi Shang deliberately circulated his all-encompassing true body. Even though he was flying, his aura didn't leak out. Lord God Tiger and the others stopped. However, Datura did the same as Knight Sorrow and followed him. A monarch can be so powerful. "No one has ever done it before," Lord God Songling said. "Actually, we should rejoice. If he had the heart to fight for supremacy, then the divine martial great world would have truly fallen. We wouldn't have been able to resist him at all. Among the 3 great world groups, the reincarnation great world is the strongest," said the 3 Sons Lord. Lord God Tiger laughed self-deprecatingly. He suddenly felt that fate was unpredictable. He had always thought of himself as the strongest person in the Shinwu Great World. He did not even care about the cultivators from the Samsara Great World and the Xianhuang Great World. He would fight a world war whenever he wanted. However, reality slapped him in the face. He was not a match for Bai Taisong from the Shinwu Great World. Datura and Sandalwood from the Samsara Great World were on par with him. Knight Sorrow, who had appeared out of nowhere, was even stronger. Lord God Tiger felt that if he really wanted to fight, he would have to run. He could not afford to fight. Normally, it was difficult to kill the other party in a battle, defeating the opponent. But now, this rule had been broken. Even if the big shots died one after another, the death of their clones was also considered death. That was still a life. Let's develop slowly. Once the calamity is over, it will be a new beginning. However, we can no longer afford to fight among ourselves, said the 3 Sons Heavenly Monarch. At this moment, Bai Taisong was very angry. Knight Sorrow's appearance had disrupted his plan again. After the Realm War, Bai Taisong was very careful when fighting with other forces. Even if he fought, he would retreat quickly. He was afraid that Knight Sorrow was still in the Shinwu Great World. Almost 3 years had passed. Knight Sorrow had not appeared. He felt that Knight Sorrow should not care about the Shinwu Great World. Therefore, Knight Sorrow returned to the Shinwu city to reorganize his old subordinates. He did not expect that Knight Sorrow would appear and injure him as soon as he returned. Burning one's blood essence was very harmful to one's body. Bai Taisong felt that even if he used treasures to replenish his blood essence, he would need a lot of time to recover. After cursing for a while, Bai Taisong took a healing medicine and began to meditate to recover. No matter how he was going to deal with the threat posed by Knight Sorrow, he had to hurry up and recover to his best condition. Knight Sorrow and Datura moved toward the place where Bai Taisong was staying. "He's not moving. He should be looking for a place to heal," Knight Sorrow said. "Be careful. Use your killer move when you get close. Maybe you can't kill him this time, but you have to injure him severely," Datura said. Night Sorrow nodded. He also understood that the possibility of killing Bai Song in one go was not high. After burning one's blood essence, one's strength would increase greatly in all aspects. If Bai Song did not fight and just ran, it would be very difficult to kill him. After advancing for a while, Night Sorrow scouted the place where Bai Song was staying. It was a cave. Night Sorrow understood that Bai Song had been here before. This was probably one of Bai Song's strongholds. Taking a deep breath, Night Sorrow's main body and doppelganger separated. His main body directly charged toward Bai Song's cave while his doppelganger stayed behind to stop Bai Song from escaping. When Night Sorrow appeared in front of the cave, Bai Song knew. When Bai Song rushed out of the cave, Night Sorrow Samsara used Void Extreme Kill, aiming for his chest. As Bai Song dodged, he roared at Night Sorrow, "What do you want? Whatever you want, I will give it to you. We have no room for negotiation. You must die." Night Sorrow Samsara quickly attacked, leaving afterimages behind. Bai Song blocked and moved to the other side. The green light on his body appeared again. Knowing that he was no match for Night Sorrow, Bai Song did not want to fight. Night Sorrow's doppelganger was there to stop him from escaping. After Night Sorrow's doppelganger appeared, he used Death Destruction /. His main body followed behind and used Emperor Samsara /. Night Sorrow's Emperor Samsara / had already passed. The attribute fusion spacetime and soul influence was released. The weapon's attack became Void Extreme Kill, which made the attack stronger. IJ Netbiyong #Geo9X FreeXQ Fee, read S novels by Song roared, and the soul defense halo appeared on his head again. He then turned and dodged Night Sorrow's main body's attack. He knew that Night Sorrow's main body's attack was fatal. Night Sorrow's main body's attack missed, but Bai Song's body was also sent flying by Night Sorrow's doppelganger. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was the power of the time oscillation wave. At this moment, Heaven Lord Shinhu and the others had arrived. When they saw Night Sorrow's ferocious attack injuring Bai Song, they were very excited. This was because Bai Song could not withstand Night Sorrow's attack. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Bai Song's body emitted a blood-red glow. Although he was very unwilling to burn his essence blood, it was not as important as his life. He had to burn his essence blood to fight and escape. After burning his essence blood, Bai Song unsheathed his long sword. A green glow appeared, and he charged towards Night Sorrow. It was an absolute art that attacked the soul. When the green glow enveloped his body, Night Sorrow knew that Bai Song was using an absolute art. The 9 regions origins in Night Sorrow's spirit sea vibrated, blocking the soul attack. Die! Bai Song roared, and his long sword stabbed towards Night Sorrow's chest. While blocking the soul attack, Night Sorrow's Samsara sword blocked Bai Song's long sword. Then, his right leg flew towards Bai Song's waist. Chapter 1436. Bai Song, who was sent flying by Night Sorrow's kick, shook and regained control of his body. Then, his body flashed and began to escape. Night Sorrow didn't chase because it was useless. Bai Song was too fast. After attacking Bai Song twice and injuring Bai Song, Night Sorrow was already satisfied with the result of burning his essence blood. Datura, Lord Shinhu, and the others also arrived at Night Sorrow's side. This guy is like a frightened bird, he won't fight you head-on. Datura said. His speed is too terrifying. If we don't exhaust him to the point where he can't burn his essence blood, it will be very difficult to kill him. Let's continue chasing. Night Sorrow said. Then, Night Sorrow led the group and chased after him. He wanted to pressure Bai Song. If you want to run, then continue burning your essence blood. If you slow down, then we will catch up. After using his soul power to check the situation, Bai Taesung was furious. However, he could only burn his essence blood to increase his speed and avoid Night Sorrow and the other's soul power detection area. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's go back and wait. Let's see where he went. Night Sorrow said after Bai Taesung disappeared from their soul power detection area. After returning to Flaming Cloud City, Night Sorrow drank tea while trying to sense Bai Taesung's location. However, he could only sense the general area. What's the situation? Datura looked at Night Sorrow and asked. This fellow is constantly moving. He hasn't stopped. Let's wait and see. He'll eventually stop, Yi Shan said. Bai Taesung was very puzzled. How did Night Sorrow and the others track him to Flaming Cloud Canyon? Shenwu World was billions of miles wide. If they could track him to Flaming Cloud Canyon, then they must have locked onto him. Bai Taesung felt that this might be the result of the fortune-teller's divination, so he didn't dare to stop now. If he stopped, he might be tracked. Bai Taesung had lived for countless years and cultivated to the Heaven Master realm. He was very experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that if he wanted to survive now, he had to avoid being hunted down. The Shenwu Great World was no longer safe. No one chased after him. Bai Taesung ate some healing pills and entered the small city. He then took the teleportation circle and teleported to another high-level world. He then continued to teleport to another world. He wanted to find a safe and secluded place to heal and recuperate. If he couldn't fight against Night Sorrow, he definitely wouldn't appear. He wasn't stupid. He knew that if he wasn't careful and continued like this, he could easily die. The moment Bai Taesung left the Shenwu Great World, Night Sorrow stood up because he could not sense Bai Taesung's situation. He left the Shenwu Great World. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow shook his head helplessly. The soul-locking technique is no longer effective. Datura asked. Yes, it's gone. He should have left the Shenwu Great World. However, I don't know which space he went to. The last place he left should be Wujiang City, Night Sorrow said as he pointed at the map. This is the Heavenly Moon Pavilion's territory. We can still check which worlds Wujiang City is connected to, said the Three Sons Lord of Heaven. Then check. After you're done, let's go to those worlds. I can find his location in the same world, Night Sorrow said. As soon as Night Sorrow finished speaking, a golden light appeared in the sky and landed on Night Sorrow's head. The golden light of merit. Night Sorrow had forced Bai Taesung to retreat. The Shenwu Great World had stabilized. This was a boundless merit. Night Sorrow took out a futon and sat down to meditate. It stabilized. The divine martial origin thinks that the chaos has passed, said Lord of Heaven God Hu. He naturally knew that it was the golden light of merit. Lord of Heaven God Hu, Three Sons Lord of Heaven, even if we chase after him, there won't be much of an effect. Bai Taesung is not stupid. He will definitely try his best to hide. He has been the leader of a force for many years. It's impossible for him to only have the creation Immortal Pavilion spatial Dharma treasure. If he went to another spatial world and entered a spatial Dharma treasure to heal, we won't be able to find him, Datura said. Yes, we did not prepare properly. However, after being beaten up to this extent by Commander Knight, he won't dare to come out easily. He won't dare to return to the Shenwu Great World either. The Three Sons Lord of Heaven nodded. He knew that although they had not killed Bai Taesung would not dare to come out. Night Sorrow cultivated for 2 hours before standing up. Aid our network, Yong Rugio Free Watch Little E say one Night Sorrow's body of merit had reached the critical point of becoming a Merit Supreme Sage. He just needed one more step and he would become a Merit Supreme Sage. Night Sorrow also had some enlightenment. He did not have this opportunity in the Reincarnation Great World or the Shenwu Great World. The 3,000 realms were a whole. Night Sorrow did not know if there were other groups of 3,000 realms like this. However, he knew that the Reincarnation Great World, the Shinwu Great World, and the Black-Yellow Great World were part of a group of 3,000 realms. Each Great World ruled 1,000 realms. Night Sorrow had already obtained merit from the Reincarnation Great World and the Shinwu Great World. If he wanted to break through the critical point, he could only obtain merit from the Black-Yellow Great World. Night Sorrow shook his head. He knew that it was best to let nature take its course. If he wanted to become a merit supreme sage, he would be at a disadvantage. His master, the Qing Emperor, knew a lot. However, he was still not a merit supreme sage. He was not even a body of merit. Upon seeing Night Sorrow stand up, Heaven Lord Shenhu and the others cupped their fists at Night Sorrow. It is indeed very difficult for us to catch him now. However, I believe that he will not dare to come out easily. How about this? You guys should contact each other. This is my messaging crystal. If that fellow appears and attacks you, you can contact me immediately. I will rush over. Night Sorrow took out a messaging crystal and handed it to Heaven Lord Three Suns. I am very grateful to Commander Night. Let's go to the Shinwu city to rest and set up a banquet, Heaven Lord Three Suns said. Commander Night, I said last time that if you come to the Shinwu Great World after the Realm War, you will be a distinguished guest of the Zhanwu dynasty. This time, you must treat Commander Night to a drink. Don't mind what happened in the past, Heaven Lord Shenhu said. I will drink this wine. Night Sorrow nodded. He did not want to reject such an offer. Heaven Lord Shenhu brought a group of people to one of his courtyards in the Shinwu city. Three Suns, Zhangling, Nanhua, the realm war last time was my fault. I will apologize to everyone here. After instructing his servants to prepare some food and wine, Heaven Lord Shenhu bowed to the other Heaven Lords of the Shinwu Great World. You must not be impulsive in the future. However, now that the calamity is over, it is a new beginning, Heaven Lord Three Suns said. Night Sorrow, this favor does not count. I am grateful for your mercy last time. This is a small gift I have prepared for you. Heaven Lord Shenhu took out a storage ring. There is no need. There is really no need. You guys suffered a lot during the Realm War last time, Night Sorrow rejected with a smile. In that case, I will give you this mansion. You will have a place to stay in the Shinwu Great World. You cannot reject this, Heaven Lord Shenhu said. Chapter 1437. Lord God Who, this isn't very appropriate, Night Sorrow said. He didn't want it, but he didn't know how to reject it. How is it inappropriate? No one is taking care of it. You don't have to worry about it. The servants here will be taken care of, Lord God Who said. Just accept it. Actually, we have a favor to ask of you. You have a mansion in Shinwu Great World. Bai Taesong won't dare to come back even if he finds out, Lord God Who said. Night Sorrow, I didn't think of this. I'm really not plotting against you. Lord God Who felt a little awkward after hearing Lord God Who's words. It's fine. I'll accept the mansion. Just leave the servants here. Night Sorrow nodded. He understood that Lord God Who wasn't plotting against him. While drinking, the people of Shinwu Great World elected the Lord of Shinwu City. Everyone chose Lord God Who. However, Lord God Who took the initiative to make some promises. Bai Taesong's forbearance had caused Lord God Who's temperament to change. Night Sorrow and Datura just listened and didn't say anything. After drinking and expressing their gratitude again, Lord God Who and the others left, leaving Datura and Night Sorrow drinking tea and chatting. This mansion is in the best location in Shinwu City. 100,000 Saint Spirit stones wouldn't be enough to buy it. However, this mansion is a little troublesome. Only the two of us can live here. It won't be safe for other people, Datura said. Just leave it there. We'll come and take a look when we have time. Let's go to the Shinwu fighting paradise to take a look, Night Sorrow said to Datura. Datura nodded. She respected Night Sorrow's opinion. She also wanted to see it. It was the face of Shinwu Great World. It was on the same level as the Reincarnation Palace in the Reincarnation Great World and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion in the Black-Yellow Great World. Night Sorrow and Datura strolled towards the Divine Martial Fighting Paradise, located south of the Divine Martial City. As soon as Night Sorrow arrived, there was a burst of energy, and the Divine Martial Origin body wearing a simple robe appeared. Super cool 9. It was not the first time that Night Sorrow had come into contact with the world's origin, so he could tell at a glance. Night Sorrow and Datura cupped their hands towards the Divine Martial Source body. This was out of courtesy. No matter how the realm war went, there was nothing wrong with showing some respect to a world source that had grown for countless years. The Divine Martial Origin body looked at Night Sorrow for a while before nodding. The Shinwu Great World's realm war was not an unjust loss. I'm sorry. I'm a cultivator from the reincarnation world. I have to win this war for the reincarnation world, Night Sorrow said. You are from the reincarnation world. You are now, but you might not be in the future. However, it's not wrong for you to contribute to the realm war. The Divine Martial Origin body looked at Night Sorrow and said. Is it now or in the future? Night Sorrow did not understand. You are the realm lord of the supreme origin world. In the future, it will also be a great world. You are a talent from that great world, the Divine Martial Origin body explained. I understand. I still have to apologize for hurting the Shinwu Great World. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards the Divine Martial Origin body again. You don't have to apologize. On the contrary, I should be thanking you for helping me deal with the aftermath, the Divine Martial Origin body said. It's still not done well. If he escapes, he will become a hidden danger sooner or later, Night Sorrow said. I don't think so. He obtained the Origin battle armor in the battling heaven. It's the Divine Martial Origin battle armor. After he loses his virtue, I can't go back on my words and take back the armor. However, I won't be able to buff it anymore. If he keeps using it in the Shinwu Great World, it won't be a problem. However, once he leaves the Shinwu Great World, the origin power will slowly dissipate. Furthermore, after being pierced by you a few times, much of its origin power has been consumed, the Divine Martial Origin body said. It will dissipate slowly. As long as we can hold on until the origin battle armor loses its power, he will no longer be a threat. Night Sorrow nodded. 20 years. In the next 20 years, help me protect the Shinwu Great World. After 20 years, the origin battle armor will only be slightly stronger than a monarch weapon, the Divine Martial Origin body said to Night Sorrow. 20 years is not a problem. If Bai Taesung appears, I will make a move. Night Sorrow frowned. Bai Taesung's origin battle armor would lose its power. Would his reincarnation have this drawback? You don't have to worry. You are the Lord of the origin of the sovereign world. You also have the sovereign attribute. Your origin is compatible with your attribute. No one can take it away from you. The reincarnation origin will only buff and modify it. The Divine Martial Origin body saw Night Sorrow's worry. After hearing the Divine Martial Origin body's words, Night Sorrow felt at ease. He didn't like unstable factors. Reincarnation was too important to him. You will help me protect the Shinwu Great World for 20 years. I will remember this favor. You have the luck and merit in the reincarnation world. You will have the same luck and merit in the Shinwu Great World. The Divine Martial Origin body nodded to Night Sorrow. After making a promise, the Divine Martial Origin body disappeared. In front of the Divine Martial Battle Heaven, Datura and the two returned to the mansion. Before returning to the mansion, Night Sorrow noticed that the mansion's signboard had been changed. The original signboard with the words, God Tiger, had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the Yi Mansion signboard. You are quite fast. Not bad. Night Sorrow looked at the signboard and said. It is also a family property. Moreover, it is a family property that no one will covet easily. Datura said with a smile. At the very least, no one will touch this mansion when the top forces are in charge in the Shenwu Great World. Night Sorrow smiled. Lord God Tiger and the others' attitudes had changed. They respected him very much. Not only would they not touch this mansion, but they would also not allow others to touch it. In addition, the Yi Mansion was not a place that anyone could touch as they wished. To be exact, no one dared to touch it. Night Sorrow's name was not only in the reincarnation world, but also in the Shenwu Great World. Night Sorrow pulled Datura into the mansion. After drinking 2 cups of wine, Night Sorrow and Datura took the teleportation formation back to the reincarnation world. Seeing that Night Sorrow had returned, Qing Emperor was very happy and set up a banquet. Master, how is the situation now? Night Sorrow asked. Very good. He has completely recovered. His cultivation has also improved slightly. Very good. Qing Emperor said with a smile. He knew what Night Sorrow was asking about. Good. Night Sorrow nodded vigorously. Night Sorrow was most worried about Qing Emperor's health. You should be relieved now. Qing Emperor said with a smile. I am relieved. Later, I will go to Yuandao Heaven to have a look. Night Sorrow said. It's good to go and have a look. You may not know that Yuandao Heaven is in a bad situation now. There is also trouble in the Xuanhuan Great World. Demons like those in Yuandao Heaven's seal have appeared inexplicably. They seem to come from the same place and have the same origin, Qing Emperor said. Chapter 1438. What is fate? Qing Emperor looked at Night Sorrow. The fate of the deluxe merit sage is 3 groups of worlds and 3,000 worlds. Merit cannot be biased. In other words, no matter what I do in the samsara great world, I will not become the deluxe merit sage. The deluxe merit sage not only needs the approval of the world's origin, but also the approval of the heavenly way. I do not deliberately seek merit. If something happens in the Shenwu Great World, I will help if I can. If there is a demon invasion in the Xuanhuan Great World, it will be best if there is merit. Even if there is no merit, there are some things that need to be done. After all, Master and City Lord Tang are best friends, and I also have friends there, Night Sorrow said. Your path is different from ordinary cultivators, so I can't see it clearly. Just follow your heart, Qing Emperor said. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that there were some things that needed to be done naturally. There was no need to force it. When the time was right, the opportunity would come. This was fate. After the banquet, Night Sorrow and Datura left the Samsara City Lord's mansion. They took the teleportation formation back to the 9-story building. Night Sorrow arrived at the Sky Tiger Pass. He looked at the soldiers of the 9 Heavens Legion and the members of the God-slaying team. After staying in the 9-story building for a while, Night Sorrow told Datura that he planned to go to the Yuandao sky to take a look. Okay, then go. Come back early. I will go to the dark abyss to take a look. Datura said. She was very confident in Night Sorrow's safety. It was not easy for anyone to kill Night Sorrow now. Even Bai Te Song, who had the origin battle armor, could not do it, let alone others. Then go and take a look. Come back early, Night Sorrow said. Okay, I will go and take a look. I just need to tell them what to do. There is no war now. Let others do it. Datura nodded. Then, Night Sorrow packed up and set off. Yuan Dao's sky was quite far from Reincarnation City. After Night Sorrow used a few teleportation arrays, he started to fly because Yuan Dao Tian was in the Boundless Sea region. There were many islands in the Endless Sea domain, and Yuan Dao Tian was one of them. If he didn't have a map and didn't know where to go, he would never be able to find Yuan Dao Tian. Night Sorrow flew for half an hour and arrived at a small island. He then entered a special stone forest. Following the path on the map, Night Sorrow arrived at a teleportation channel. Teleporting to another small island, Night Sorrow left the teleportation array and walked for a while before entering an iron forest. Night Sorrow arrived in front of a huge three-pronged iron tree. With a flash, he leaped onto the tree. 200 feet above the tree, there was a small man-made platform with a teleportation array on it. After Night Sorrow finished teleporting, he arrived at a huge island. This was the headquarters of Yuan Dao Tian. As soon as Night Sorrow came out, he was stopped by two sovereigns. "Who are you? Why are you here?" asked one of the sovereigns. "I am here to visit Yuan Dao Tian," said Night Sorrow. "Hand over your weapons, and I will report it. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite," said the sovereign. Night Sorrow wouldn't agree to hand over his weapons, so he wouldn't let anyone else do it. "I'm standing right here." "Can't you report it?" asked Night Sorrow. "No, you must hand over your weapons," said the sovereign coldly. "All right, pretend I didn't come." Since the other party insisted on making him hand over his weapons, Night Sorrow had no choice but to leave. "Yuan Dao Tian, do you think you can come and go as you please?" The sovereign pulled out her weapons. "Stop, don't be rude." Just as Night Sorrow raised his hand to grab samsara, Yu Feng appeared. "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, Commander." The two sovereigns and Yu Feng who were guarding the teleportation array bowed respectfully. The two monarchs guarding the teleportation array bowed to Yu Feng, and Yu Feng bowed to Yishan. "You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to enter or leave." "This is really worrying," said Night Sorrow bitterly. "What's wrong with you two? Don't you know what's going on? Can't you report that this is a guest of the Heavenly Lord?" Yu Feng glared at the two sovereigns. "Commander Yu Feng, it's nothing," said Night Sorrow. He really didn't care about the two sovereigns blocking his way. "I'm sorry that this happened. I'm really sorry." At this time, Yuan Dao Tian appeared. When Night Sorrow touched samsara, his aura leaked out, and Yuan Dao Tian noticed it. "Heavenly Lord, you're too polite." "It's nothing. However, weapons are the lifeblood of us cultivators. It's really not very appropriate to hand over weapons," said Night Sorrow. "The two of you acted on your own accord. Go to the cliff of reflection and reflect on your mistakes. Weapons are what cultivators rely on to survive. You're asking for someone else's weapon. Isn't that the same as asking for someone else's life?" said Yuan Dao Tian angrily as he looked at the two sovereigns who were making things difficult for Night Sorrow. At this time, the two sovereigns bowed to Night Sorrow and apologized. "I'm here to visit Heavenly Lord because I'm happy. I feel bad that they were punished because of me," said Night Sorrow. "All right, the two of you be careful in the future. Commander Night, let's go." Yuan Dao Tian led Night Sorrow into Yuan Dao Tian. "You two bastards. That's the commander of our Samsara Worlds Alliance army. You want to hand over his weapon?" Yu Feng glared at the two sovereigns who were guarding the teleportation formation. "He's very young. Who knew that he was the commander of the Alliance army?" "Heavenly Lord, you're too polite," said the female sovereign. She was a member of Yuan Daotian's primordial hall, Huang Yu. "Young man, if you don't accept it, he can chase after a sky pillar and kill you. Killing you two is as easy as squashing ants. Don't talk nonsense and remember today's lesson." Yu Feng was somewhat dissatisfied with Huang Yu's attitude because Yi Shan was someone he respected. Night Sorrow and Yuan Dao Tian arrived at Yuan Dao Tian's primordial hole. I received news that you went to kill by Tai Song again, said Yuan Dao Tian after sitting down. It's embarrassing to say that he still managed to escape. I didn't succeed in chasing him down, said Night Sorrow. It's embarrassing. It's an awe-inspiring thing, said Yuan Dao Tian with a smile. The two of them chatted casually. Night Sorrow talked about chasing after by Tai Song. So what if he ran? He's very afraid of you. He won't dare to act recklessly in the future, said Yuan Dao Tian. Indeed, it's not much of a threat. His origin energy armor will become weaker and weaker. Once the origin energy armor loses its power, others will be able to fight against him. Night Sorrow explained what had happened when he saw the divine martial origin. Most N7 new chapters are cool X, that's good. It's really a troubled time. Xuanhuan Great World is a bit chaotic. The demons are very strong. It's really a disaster. Yuan Dao Tian sighed. Chapter 1439. It wasn't very stable before. However, after the chaos in the black-yellow Great World, Yuan Dao Heaven became relatively stable. There are some things that you might not know. I know more about them, so I'll tell you about them, Yuan Dao Lord of Heaven said. Yuan Dao Lord of Heaven then told Night Sorrow some things. Yuan Dao Heaven was the oldest force in the reincarnation Great World. Yuan Dao Lord of Heaven knew some things that others didn't know. The reincarnation Great World, the Shenwu Great World, and the Xuanhuan Great World each had 1,000 worlds. They formed the 3,000 worlds group called the Chaos Domain. Yuan Dao Lord of Heaven didn't know how many there were, but he was sure that there were many of them. Yuan Dao Heaven was guarding the passageway to the Chaos Domain from another domain. Look at Chapter 1 #NH Network. Others don't know. Night Sorrow asked. No. What's the point of telling them this? It'll only make them upset. Maybe the people from the celestial sect know, because their rank 9 corpse came from somewhere else, Yuan Dao Lord of Heaven said. Somewhere else? Night Sorrow was shocked. This world was much more complicated than he thought. It's hard to say. I'll tell you slowly. Yuan Dao Lord of Heaven exhaled. Yuan Dao Heaven wasn't created by Yuan Dao Lord of Heaven, but Yuan Qing Lord of Heaven. Yuan Qing Heaven Lord had obtained the inheritance of a level 9 cultivator. However, Yuan Qing Heaven Lord had fallen. Normally, King of Heaven was in the undying realm and had an endless lifespan. A Lord of Heaven wouldn't die so easily. Yuan Qing Lord of Heaven died in a battle with the demons. He killed his opponent, but his original body was severely injured. His doppelganger also suffered irrecoverable injuries. Later, when he was suppressing the demon's passageway, the demon's aura entered his body and he died. Yuan Qing Lord of Heaven could have survived as long as he left the demon's passageway. He didn't want the reincarnation Great World to be attacked by the demons, so he persisted until Yuan Dao Lord of Heaven entered the Heavenly Lord realm. The inheritance that Master received came from the celestial realm's Yuan Dao Celestial Sect. This is also the origin of our Yuan Dao Celestial Sect's name, said Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord. What kind of place is the celestial realm? I've read a lot of ancient books, but there's no record of it, Night Sorrow said in surprise. Other than you, I have never mentioned it to anyone else. Therefore, no one knows that the celestial realm is the core of all the realms. It surpasses all the realms. The greater realms are nothing in front of the celestial realm. In fact, many people do not know or are ignorant. They have confused some concepts. Let me explain it to you. Yuan Dao Sky Lord nodded to Night Sorrow. Many people refer to the world of reincarnation, Xianhuang, and Shenwu as sovereign worlds or greater worlds. But in fact, it is correct to call it the Great World, but not the supreme world. Also, for cultivators above the 8th step but not the 9th step, it is correct to call them Heavenly Lord, but not Tycoon. Vision determines everything. Heavenly Lords are nothing in front of a 9th step Imperial Realm cultivator. They will be easily killed. Calling them Tycoons is a joke. Of course, there is no need for us to correct them, said Yuandao Sky Lord. Yes, there is no need. Let others call them whatever they want. Lord Heavenly Lord, does the celestial realm have anything to do with us? Night Sorrow asked. Yes, the celestial realm's inheritance is a hidden danger. Everyone avoids it. Also, if you want to enter the 9th step, it will be easier in the celestial realm. Of course, this is what I read in the ancient books. Who knows the specifics? I actually want to go and take a look, but the devil's channel must be suppressed. This is the responsibility of the Yuandao celestial disciples, said Yuandao Sky Lord. Thank you, Senior. Night Sorrow stood up and bowed to Yuandao Sky Lord. It's nothing. I still gained something. Look. Yuandao Sky Lord released his aura. Body of merit. Yuandao Sky Lord was also a body of merit. Because he was suppressing the devil's channel, he was also a great benefactor to the reincarnation world. There are many things that I haven't said to anyone else. That's because I don't trust you. If someone with evil intentions comes to attack the Yuandao heaven and the Yuandao heaven is destroyed, the reincarnation great world will suffer a calamity. However, your merit is even greater than mine. That's why I trust you. Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. You are very strong now. If I can't handle it, there will be a successor. I believe you are willing to help the reincarnation world, said Yuandao Sky Lord with a smile. Of course. Later, Senior, bring Night Sorrow to the devil's channel, said Night Sorrow. Sure, but there is no rush. You are the first VIP of the Yuandao Celestial after so many years. We must treat you well. Yuandao Sky Lord was in high spirits. Night Sorrow nodded. It was hard to refuse Yuandao Sky Lord's hospitality, so he could only accept. Yuandao Sky Lord held a welcoming banquet for Night Sorrow and called all the important people of the Yuandao Celestial over. Before the banquet began, Yuandao Sky Lord stood up. Today, I have something to announce. This is Night Sorrow, my friend. In the future, his orders in the Yuandao Celestial will be the same as mine. Sky Lord, how can I accept this? Night Sorrow was a little anxious. Don't be so agitated. You must come to the Yuandao Celestial as a guest. Today's misunderstanding cannot happen again, so it is necessary to get to know you. Yuandao Sky Lord smiled. After the banquet, Yuandao Sky Lord arranged a courtyard for Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow brewed a pot of tea and pondered. Today's events had greatly affected him. As his level increased, he learned more. Night Sorrow also understood that Yuandao Sky Lord was someone who had truly contributed to the reincarnation world. He also understood why the celestial sect was so domineering. It was because they were a power that had been passed down from the celestial realm. They naturally had many trump cards. Night Sorrow definitely wanted to uproot the celestial sect. It was just that the time wasn't right, so he had to wait. It wasn't that Night Sorrow couldn't tolerate them. It was just that the celestial sect had developed a self-centered temperament. Everyone had to give them face. Furthermore, Night Sorrow wouldn't let go of the matter of him injuring the Qing Emperor. Night Sorrow had his own considerations when it came to grudges. He could tolerate some things, but there were also some things he couldn't tolerate. After resting for a while, Yuandao Sky Lord brought Night Sorrow along and began flying. These fiends are a little different from the ones in the dark abyss. They are more tyrannical, so they aren't easy to deal with. Fortunately, Master set up a sealing formation, so we can still block them. My true body has been guarding the formation this entire time. What level of fiends are they? Asked Night Sorrow. Chapter 1440. As they flew, Night Sorrow and Yuandao Heavenly Lord arrived at the center of Yuandao Heavenly Island. There were countless iron pillars on all sides, and between the iron pillars were black chains. The chains emitted light, and as the light flickered, it emitted a shocking aura. This is the primordial octagonal demon lock array. It prevents the aura of the devil's tunnel from leaking out, and it can also gather the suppressive force of the reincarnation great world. It is the last barrier of the devil's tunnel. Let's go in. Yuandao Heavenly Lord waved his arm and released energy to shake the chains, opening a tunnel. Night Sorrow and Yuandao Heavenly Lord entered the tunnel. There is a teleportation array here that can instantly reach the place. This time, you can experience it. We will not take the teleportation array. Night Sorrow can fly over and take a look. Yuandao Heavenly Lord pointed at the teleportation array beside the tunnel. Following that, he led Night Sorrow and flew diagonally underground. Half an hour later, Night Sorrow and Yuandao Heavenly Lord arrived at an underground hole. The hole was huge, with a diameter of about 3 to 4 miles. The hole was filled with dense energy beams, and Yuandao Heavenly Lord sat in the middle. That is my true body. Because guarding this place can condense my quintessential chi, my true body is here, and my avatar is handling the matters outside, Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. At that moment, Night Sorrow was looking at the defensive barrier opposite him and Yuandao Heavenly Lord on the way in. Inside the defensive barrier, there was an ink-black energy tumbling, and there were human figures. Night Sorrow felt that the human figures contained very strong energy, and one of them was at the Heavenly Lord level. Don't worry. The array formation here is quite strong. The stronger the opponent's charge, the stronger the array formation suppression will be, Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. But it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. We can't passively defend like this. Something will definitely go wrong if we keep defending. Night Sorrow was a little worried. Your thoughts are the same as mine, but there is nothing we can do now. We don't have the strength to fight back, so we can only keep reinforcing the array formation, Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. I understand. This is everyone's business. We'll discuss it later, Night Sorrow said. I've kept this matter in my heart for many years and didn't dare to tell anyone. I was afraid that there would be people with bad intentions who wanted to destroy this place. That would be a huge problem. Just like Ling Tian, he's a crazy person. Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. He was talking to Yishang as a friend, he was addressing him as I. That is indeed the case. Night Sorrow nodded his head. He could understand the pressure that Yuandao Heavenly Lord felt. I have my own selfish motives for pulling you into this whirlpool. However, it is also for the sake of the entire reincarnation world, Yuandao Heavenly Lord said apologetically. Lord of Heaven, you think too much. I want some peace and quiet, but I'm not someone who can't see the big picture, Night Sorrow said. It's my fault for disturbing your peace. I'll treat you to a drink later, Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. What's up with that tunnel? Night Sorrow asked as he pointed to a door that was sealed with origin stone chains at the side of the hall. That's the place where Yuandao Heavenly Lord's ancestors came from. However, no one has ever entered. Let alone entering, there are only 3 people in the world who have entered. Me, you, and Yufeng. I see the 2 of them as my future successors, Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. I understand. I'll have to go and take a look in the future, Night Sorrow said. You still have room for improvement. When you feel that you have reached a limit, you can send a clone in to try. I won't stop you. If you want to change, you have to have a plan, Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. All right. Night Sorrow nodded his head. Then, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord introduced Night Sorrow to the operation of the array in the whole. In other words, Night Sorrow could control everything here. After the introduction, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord brought Night Sorrow back to his side yard. I feel much more relaxed now that I've pulled you into the pit. Even if I can't handle it, you're still here, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said with a smile. The millions of living beings in the reincarnation great world should thank you, Lord Heavenly Lord, Night Sorrow said. Haha, that's nothing. As a member of Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord, we have to adhere to the teachings of our ancestors. Also, don't worry. I'm here. You don't have to worry about anything here, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said. Night Sorrow nodded his head. He could understand what Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord was thinking. He was leaving a backup plan for Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord and the reincarnation great world. Night Sorrow stayed in Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord for half a month. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord brought Night Sorrow around and all the members of Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord got to know Night Sorrow. When Night Sorrow was about to leave, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord did not ask him to stay. After all, Night Sorrow had his own things to do. Then, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord and Yufeng sent him off. Night Sorrow took the teleportation array and left. After flying across the endless ocean, Night Sorrow returned to the reincarnation great world. Then, he took the teleportation array and returned to the city in the sky. Seeing Night Sorrow return, his son and daughter ran to Night Sorrow's side. Did it go well? Datura, who was following the children, asked. Yes, but I know something. I'll tell you later, Night Sorrow said. Yes. The situation in the Xuanhuan Great World is not looking good. The entire world is fighting. The main reason is that the devil army is too strong, Datura said. Troubled times. Yishan spat out these words. Datura looked at Night Sorrow and smiled. During your growth, you never settled down. However, because of the constant challenges, you grew faster. Actually, it's strange. So many years have passed, but so many things have not happened, Datura said. Then, after returning to the mansion, Night Sorrow casually chatted with his family. After being asked by Datura, Night Sorrow thought for a while and felt that it was nothing. Then, he told them everything he had seen and heard in Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord. The Primal Chaos Realm. Our three great worlds form the Primal Chaos Realm. There are 3,000 realms like this. Datura looked at Night Sorrow in surprise. Yes, the Celestial Realm. According to Lord of Heaven Yuan Qing, the Celestial Realm is the core of all the world groups. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord's inheritance is external. The inheritance of Celestial sect is also external. So, there are many unknown things. Night Sorrow nodded. Datura was also thinking. Because things had gone beyond her prediction, there were many things she did not know. Don't think too much, Night Sorrow said. What do you think about the Xuanhuan Great World? Night Sorrow asked Datura. Cool first, 2-inch no matter what, it should happen. Let nature take its course. Besides, my path to becoming a merit great sage is also in the Xuanhuan Great World. Last time, I took the heavenly Tao flower in the heaven and earth pavilion. This is karma, Night Sorrow said. Chapter 1441. Just as the host was looking at the bald middle-aged man expectantly, hoping that he would raise the price to 550 million, the bald middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand and said something that stunned the host. New address. I give up. As soon as he said that, the whole audience went into an uproar. No one knew why he gave up. If he just wanted to set the price, he obviously didn't have to say that. That would definitely bring him revenge. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Could it be that he had encountered the same kind of high prices before? Give up. Although the host was a little disappointed, he still said in a professional manner, "It's every auction owner's right to give up." Now, 510 million going once, 510 million going twice. The host paused deliberately, but still, no one raised the price, so he had to make the final decision. 510 million, sold. The final winner is Mr. Lin, the chairman of our Jianfang real estate company. Congratulations to him. The audience applauded warmly. Although this auction item wasn't the most expensive one in the whole auction, Lin Feng deserved to be respected as the finale item. The reason was very simple. This was the rule of the auction. The winner of the finale item deserved to be applauded like this. Congratulations, Chairman Lin. But I didn't see you interested in bronze before. Bamboo Pole didn't say anything, but Secretary Li was a little curious. During this period, he had been with Lin Feng almost every day, so he knew that Lin Feng liked antiques. However, the antiques that Lin Feng had submitted before were all small ones, and he had never touched a bronze item. Lin Feng smiled. I'm just curious. I've never touched a bronze item before. If this sword is real, then it's worth this price. I even got a big bargain. Let's go sign the contract after the auction. We still haven't received 4 billion yet, haha. Because all the transactions were done backstage, Lin Feng went backstage after the auction. The person in charge of this auction was a manager of the Tianqi Auction Company. When Lin Feng signed the contract, he told him that he wanted to meet the boss of the Tianqi Auction Company to discuss cooperation. Lin Feng thought that the manager would agree. After all, if such a small auction company could cooperate with a big company, it would be a great help to their project. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that the manager would politely reject him. Lin Feng didn't insist. However, when he heard Mo Tianqing say that the boss of the Tianqi Auction Company was comparable to him, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. After all, he had cheated by using the hand of seizing. Naturally, he was much better than others. However, if there was someone who was comparable to him, what was the use of the hand of seizing? This reminded Lin Feng of Shui Qinghan at the treasure appraisal competition. She was the only person he admired. Unfortunately, Shui Qinghan wasn't an ordinary person. If he could find Shui Qinghan, Lin Feng believed that he could persuade Shui Qinghan to tell him about people like him. Chairman Lin, our boss is a little eccentric. Ever since he opened the studio, he rarely shows his face in public. I'm almost always in charge of business cooperation and negotiations. So, if there's anything that's not satisfactory, please forgive us, Chairman Lin. After the manager stamped the Tianqi Auction Company's seal on the contract, he handed the bronze sword to Lin Feng. As for this bronze sword, our boss said that no matter how much it costs, only the fated person can get it. It seems that Chairman Lin is the fated person. Congratulations, Chairman Lin. Of course, Lin Feng didn't take this to heart. This was a skill of being a businessman, especially in the antique business. The cost of an antique was just a little bit, so it wouldn't attract many people, but why could it be sold at such a high price? Wasn't it because of interest? Was it because of faith? Because of history? Therefore, in Lin Feng's eyes, this nonsense about the fated person was just a marketing tactic. If the manager didn't tell him this, how could he feel good about spending so much money to buy a sword? However, in the antique industry, one couldn't complain about the high price. After all, this kind of thing had always been a matter of willingness. After getting the bronze sword wrapped in wooden packaging, Lin Feng walked out of the backstage. At this time, Boss Liu had also signed the contract. He walked over with a smile and said apologetically, Chairman Lin, I'm sorry. I received a call from Chairman Mo at the last minute. She asked me to buy this piece of land, saying that you need it. Because the auction has already started, I didn't have time to inform you, so I bought it directly. Let's find a place to transfer the contract. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that Imo Xiaoyan was really good at messing with him. However, he had to admit that although Imo Xiaoyan had been staying at home all this time, she had helped him a lot at home. For example, this time, if Imo Xiaoyan hadn't helped him buy this piece of land, it would have taken a long time to find a suitable green ecological land, which would have delayed his project. The longer a project was delayed, the company's profits would be lost. After signing the contract with Boss Liu and transferring the ownership of the first green ecological building land, Lin Feng went to find Boss Wu, the owner of the second green ecological building land. According to the agreement between him and Boss Wu, Lin Feng would get 4 billion from the 8 billion price. When Boss Wu saw Lin Feng coming over, the smile on his face disappeared. Anyone would feel the same way. After all, he had to give away 4 billion for 8 billion. If it was Lin Feng, and it was irreversible, Lin Feng wouldn't be happy either. However, Boss Wu was a smart man. He knew that if he broke the contract, Lin Feng would be able to make the Qin family bankrupt. If he handed over 4 billion now, he might be able to get some good things in the future. Thinking of this, Boss Wu straightforwardly said, "Boss Lin, I just completed the transaction with their staff. There are 6 billion in this card, and the other 2 billion is just a small gift from me. If there is such a thing in the future, I hope Boss Lin can help me more." Lin Feng looked at Boss Wang in surprise. He didn't know what prompted Boss Wang to do such a thing. Originally, they had agreed to split the money in half, which was 4 billion. This guy was quite self-aware and gave half of his 4 billion to Lin Feng. 2 billion was not a small amount for anyone, especially for a stingy person like Boss Wang. He was actually willing to give 2 billion to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't feel embarrassed about such a gift. He accepted it as a matter of course. Secretary Li and Bamboo Pole were very surprised that Lin Feng could increase the profit of this event by so much. For a businessman, earning 8 billion before the project started was simply a legend. When Lin Feng returned to Yiqing Resort that night, Imo Xiaoyan gave him a hug as soon as he entered the door. "Someone earned a lot today. Is there a bonus?" "Humph, I don't know how long it will take for me to pay back all my shares." Lin Feng carried Imo Xiaoyan to the rocking chair outside. "How was your stock market profit today? I heard that some of the directors in the company were frowning recently. After asking them the reason, I found out that they had lost money. They said that the stock market has been turbulent recently. That's because they are stupid." Imo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. "Although it is easy to make money in the stock market, you will always be trapped. Many people can't avoid being trapped, so they often lose everything in the stock market. Have you ever seen them frowning? Have you forgotten that when the stock market was turbulent and you suffered losses?" Lin Feng pinched Imo Xiaoyan's little nose. He still remembered that when he had just moved in, Imo Xiaoyan had argued with him for a few days because of a turbulent story. At that time, Lin Feng had no idea why Imo Xiaoyan had argued with him. Imo Tianqing had told him later that if the stock market was turbulent, he shouldn't provoke Imo Xiaoyan. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. However, Lin Feng saw that Imo Xiaoyan's face was beginning to twitch. This was a sign that Imo Xiaoyan was about to get angry. Lin Feng, who had already known Imo Xiaoyan's temper, quickly said, Hey, baby, don't get agitated. What do you want to eat tonight?" "No matter what you want to eat, I will make it for you." "I want to eat you," Imo Xiaoyan said fiercely. Lin Feng smiled evilly and carried Imo Xiaoyan to the bedroom. "Hey, you want to eat me? If you want to eat me, you should have said so earlier. I will let you eat me now, okay?" Bastard, put me down, you bad guy," Imo Xiaoyan exclaimed. "You bad guy, I am on my period today. You can't do this. It's okay. It's okay to run a red light once in a while." Lin Feng smiled evilly and threw Mo Xiaoyan on the soft bed. Hey, before dinner, you are the appetizer. The next day, Lin Feng came to the company with a smile. The project manager of the Green Ecological Project team was already waiting for Lin Feng in the conference room. Lin Feng gave them the blueprint and information of the first green ecological land that he had traded with Mr. Liu the day before. He asked them to start the construction as soon as possible. Chapter 1443. Just as the host was looking at the bald middle-aged man expectantly, hoping that he would raise the price to 550 million, the bald middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand and said something that stunned the host. XNB. I give up. As soon as he said that, the whole audience went into an uproar. No one knew why he gave up. If he just wanted to set the price, he obviously didn't have to say that. That would definitely bring him revenge. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Could it be that he had encountered the same kind of high prices before? Give up. Although the host was disappointed, he still said in the spirit of professionalism, it's every auction owner's right to give up. Now, 510 million going once, 510 million going twice. The host deliberately paused for a moment, but still, no one raised the price, so he could only make the final decision. 510 million, sold. The final winner is Mr. Lin, Chairman Lin of Jianfang Real Estate Company. Congratulations to him. The audience applauded warmly. Although this auction item wasn't the most expensive one in the whole auction, Lin Feng deserved to be respected as the finale item. The reason was very simple. It was the rule of the auction. The winner of the finale item deserved to be applauded like this. Congratulations, Chairman Lin. But I didn't see you interested in bronze before. Bamboo Pole didn't say anything, but Secretary Li was a little curious. During this period, he stayed by Lin Feng's side almost every day, so he knew that Lin Feng liked antiques. However, the antiques that Lin Feng had submitted before were all small ones, and he had never touched a bronze one before. Lin Feng smiled. I'm just curious. I've never touched a bronze item before. If this sword is real, then it's worth this price. I even got a big bargain. Let's go. After the auction is over, we'll sign the contract. We still have 4 billion left, haha. Because all the transactions were done backstage, Lin Feng went backstage after the auction was over. The person in charge of this auction was a manager of the Tianqi Auction Company. When Lin Feng signed the contract, he told him that he wanted to meet the boss of the Tianqi Auction Company to discuss cooperation. Lin Feng thought that the manager would agree. After all, if a small auction company could cooperate with a big company, it would be a great help to their project. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that the manager would politely reject him. Lin Feng didn't insist, but when he heard Mo Tianqing say that the boss of the Tianqi Auction Company was comparable to him, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. After all, he had cheated by using the hand of seizing. Naturally, he was much better than others. However, if there was someone comparable to him, what was the use of the hand of seizing? This reminded Lin Feng of Shui Qinghan at the treasure appraisal competition. She was the only person he admired. Unfortunately, Shui Qinghan wasn't an ordinary person. If he could find Shui Qinghan, Lin Feng believed that he could persuade her to tell him about people like him. Chairman Lin, our boss is a little eccentric. Ever since he opened the studio, he rarely shows his face in public. I'm almost always in charge of business cooperation and negotiations. So, if there's anything that's not satisfactory, please forgive us, Chairman Lin. After the manager of the Tianqi Auction Company stamped the contract, he handed the bronze sword to Lin Feng. And this bronze sword, our boss said that no matter how much it costs, only the fated person can get it. It seems that Chairman Lin is the fated person. Congratulations, Chairman Lin. Of course, Lin Feng didn't take this to heart. This was a skill of being a businessman, especially in the antique business. The cost of an antique was just a little bit, so it wouldn't attract many people, but why could it be sold at such a high price? Wasn't it because of interest? Was it because of faith? Because of history? Therefore, in Lin Fang's eyes, this nonsense about the fated person was just a marketing tactic. If the manager didn't tell him this, how could he feel good after spending so much money to buy a sword? However, in the antique industry, one couldn't complain about the high price. After all, this kind of thing had always been a matter of willingness. After getting the bronze sword wrapped in wooden packaging, Lin Feng walked out of the backstage. At this time, Boss Lu had also signed the contract. He came over with a smile and said apologetically, "Chairman Lin, I'm sorry. I received a call from Chairman Mo at the last minute. She asked me to buy this land, saying that you need it. Because the auction has already started, I didn't have time to inform you, so I bought it directly. Let's find a place to transfer the contract." Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that Mo Xiaoyan was really good at messing with him. However, he had to admit that although Mo Xiaoyan had been staying at home all this time, she had helped him a lot at home. For example, this time, if Mo Xiaoyan hadn't helped him buy this land, it would have taken a long time to find a suitable green ecological land, which would have delayed his project. The longer a project was delayed, the company's profits would be lost. After signing the contract with Boss Lu and transferring the ownership of the first green ecological building land, Lin Feng went to find Boss Wu, the owner of the second green ecological building land. According to the agreement between him and Boss Wu, Lin Feng would get 4 billion from the 8 billion price. When Boss Wu saw Lin Feng coming over, the smile on his face disappeared. Anyone would feel the same way. After all, he had to give away 4 billion for 8 billion. If it was Lin Feng, and it was irreversible, Lin Feng wouldn't be happy either. However, Boss Wu was a smart man. He knew that if he broke the contract, Lin Feng would be able to make the Qin family bankrupt. If he handed over 4 billion now, he might be able to get some good things in the future. Thinking of this, Boss Wu straightforwardly said, "Boss Lin, I just completed the transaction with their staff. There are 6 billion in this card, and the other 2 billion is just a small gift from me. If there is such a thing in the future, I hope Boss Lin can help me more." Lin Feng looked at Boss Wang in surprise. He didn't know what prompted Boss Wang to do such a thing. Originally, they had agreed to split the money in half, which was 4 billion. This guy was quite self-aware and gave half of his 4 billion to Lin Feng. 2 billion was not a small amount for anyone, especially for a stingy person like Boss Wang. He was actually willing to give 2 billion to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng wasn't shy about such a gift. He accepted it as a matter of course. Secretary Li and Bamboo Pole were very surprised that Lin Feng could increase the profit of this event by so much. For a businessman, earning 8 billion before the project started was simply a legend. When Lin Feng returned to Yiqing Resort that night, Mo Xiaoyan gave him a hug as soon as he entered the door. "Someone earned a lot today. Is there a bonus?" "Humph, I don't know how long it will take for me to pay back all the shares." Lin Feng carried Mo Xiaoyan to the rocking chair outside. "How was your stock market profit today? I heard that some of the directors in the company were frowning recently. After asking them the reason, I found out that they had lost money. They said that the stock market has been turbulent recently. That's because they are stupid." Mo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Although it is easy to make money in the stock market, you will always be trapped. Many people can't avoid being trapped, so they often lose everything in the stock market. Have you ever seen them frowning? Have you forgotten that when the stock market was turbulent and you suffered losses? Lin Feng pinched Mo Xiaoyan's little nose. He still remembered that when he had just moved in, Mo Xiaoyan had argued with him for a few days because of a turbulent story. At that time, Lin Feng had no idea why Mo Xiaoyan had argued with him. Mo Tianqing had told him later that if the stock market was turbulent, he shouldn't provoke Mo Xiaoyan. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. However, as soon as he said that, Lin Feng saw Mo Xiaoyan's face begin to twitch. This was a sign that Mo Xiaoyan was about to get angry. Lin Feng, who had already known Mo Xiaoyan's temper, quickly said, Hey, baby, don't get agitated. What do you want to eat tonight? No matter what you want to eat, I will make it for you. I want to eat you. Mo Xiaoyan said fiercely. Lin Feng smiled evilly and carried Mo Xiaoyan to the bedroom. Hey, you want to eat me? If you want to eat me, you should have said so earlier. I will let you eat me now, okay? Bastard, put me down, you bad guy. Mo Xiaoyan exclaimed. You bad guy, I am on my period today. You can't do this. It's okay. It's okay to run a red light once in a while. Lin Feng smiled evilly and threw Mo Xiaoyan on the soft bed. Hey, before dinner, you are the appetizer. The next day, Lin Feng came to the company with a smile. The project manager of the Green Ecology project team was already waiting for Lin Feng in the conference room. Lin Feng gave them the blueprint and information of the first green ecological land that he had traded with Mr. Liu the day before. He asked them to start the construction as soon as possible. Chapter 1445. After Evil Soldier gave the order, the Evil Soldier Legion moved to the front of the battlefield. After breaking into the black-yellow Great World, Evil Soldier also wanted to use the fast tactics. He also knew that the longer the time passed, the more prepared the black-yellow Great World would be. However, the facts did not allow him to do so. He had to stabilize the rear first. The cultivators of the cuddlebugs in the Devil Blood realm still had to release the Devil Blood evil bugs. Therefore, the fast tactics could not be used. As soon as the Evil Soldier Legion moved, the Xuanhuan Great World's allied forces quickly met the enemy. The Lords of Heaven's camp also moved. Night Sorrow stood on the back of Ice Kylan and went to the front of the battlefield. At the moment, the Evil Soldier Legion also came to the edge of the dark energy and confronted the allied forces. The Evil Soldier Legion was very strong and its structure was different from that of a normal legion. It had 20 troops, which was not much weaker than the allied forces. Moreover, there were many Lords of Heaven, 12 of them. The Evil Soldier Legion was led by a Lord of Heaven and had 2 guards at the Lord of Heaven realm. In the last confrontation, Evil Soldier did not fight. Half of the legion moved forward while the other half stabilized the rear. Therefore, although the Xuanhuan Great World's legion was defeated, it did not suffer a great loss. This time, after the rear was stabilized, Evil Soldier led all his men to fight. With the arrival of Evil Soldier, the Evil Soldier Legion separated. An evil soldier riding a wolf appeared. Our numbers have increased a lot. It's meaningless to have more ants. In a word, do you surrender or not? I'll kill you until you do. If you don't, I'll kill you all. Evil Soldier pointed his saber at the ground and said. Tang Jianfang stood out and said, Evil can't win over righteousness. There is still righteousness in this vast world. You want to run amok? Not enough. Righteousness also depends on the size of the fist. Are your fists big enough? You can't even defeat the sovereigns under my command. What's the use of fists? Evil Soldier snorted. You're too arrogant. Come out and fight. Lord of Heaven Shin, who was irritated by Evil Soldier's arrogant words. You're just a garbage sky-devouring tiger. Come out and I'll skin you. Evil Soldier waved his saber and said. Before anyone could stop him, Lord of Heaven Shin Hu flew out and chopped at Evil Soldier with his saber. Evil Soldier shook his body and flew toward Lord of Heaven Shin Hu. When they were more than 100 feet away, Evil Soldier had a special aura. Everyone could feel an energy wrapped around the great way of heaven to suppress Lord of Heaven Shinhu. Then, the evil soldier rushed up and slashed at him. Being suppressed by this aura, Heaven Lord Shinhu's aura dissipated, and his strength dropped by more than 30%. As the two's battle blades clashed, there was a loud explosion. Heaven Lord Shinhu was sent flying by Xia Bing's blade and was sent flying far away. Immediately after, Xia Bing rushed up and slashed down with his battle blade. Being suppressed by Xia Bing's heavenly Tao, Heaven Lord Shinhu was in a bad state. His own strength was greatly suppressed. He was already weaker than Xia Bing to begin with, and now he was even weaker. There was no way he could fight back, not even a little bit. This won't do. The Sea Monarch's expression was solemn because everyone could see that Lord Shinhu was not capable of this. The situation was very serious. Lord of Heaven God who had an illustrious reputation in the divine martial great world. Although Bai Taiching's mishap had occurred, no one could deny his strength. He was one of the top cultivators among the Lord of Heaven. After pondering for a moment, the Sea King Manor's Lord also made his move. Together with Lord Shinhu, they fought against the evil soldiers. However, the result did not change much. As long as Xia Bing's aura was suppressed, he could easily send Heaven Lord Shinhu and the Sea King Manor's Lord flying with a casual blow. I'll go and help. You guys start fighting. We Heaven Lords have the upper hand. If we can kill, we'll kill, Tang Jianfeng shouted and joined the battle. The three of them worked together to fight against Xia Bing. You guys are not convinced today. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. Xia Bing's attack became more violent. Unable to resist, Heaven Lord Shinhu and the Sea King Manor's Lord sent out their doppelgangers to restrain Xia Bing's attack. When Tang Jianfeng shouted for everyone to start fighting, the group battle began. The evil soldier army had 12 Heaven Lords, but the allied forces were not weak either. Originally, the Black-Yellow Great World had more than 10 Heaven Lords. Now that the Shinwu Great World and the Black-Yellow Great World had come to help, they had the advantage in terms of numbers. Tang Jianfeng did not ask Night Sorrow to join the battle. Therefore, Night Sorrow could not fight against Xia Bing directly. Now that the battle had begun, Night Sorrow charged toward a Heaven Lord. It was a fierce battle. Datura and Sandalwood both attacked a Heaven Lord. Sandalwood and Datura were the top experts among the Heaven Lords in the Black-Yellow Great World. Only Heaven Lord Yuandao and Qing Emperor could compete with them. The Mandela surrounded a Heaven Monarch while the Sandalwood attacked violently, clashing fiercely with the opponent. Sandalwood had never cultivated a doppelganger before. She wanted her original body to achieve something. After entering the Heaven Lord realm, Night Sorrow and the others persuaded her to cultivate a doppelganger. However, it would take a long time for her to succeed. It was a fierce battle. People were dying all the time. After all, the Allied forces' legions were not as good as the 9 Heaven Legions in teamwork and defense. The Heaven Lords fighting Night Sorrow were attacking fiercely. However, they were useless against Night Sorrow. All the members of the Evil Soldier Legion had strong bodies and were good at close combat. Night Sorrow was also good at close combat. The battle was fierce. After a while, Night Sorrow's doppelganger left his original body and performed a unique skill with him. Night Sorrow's original body performed the Great Emperor Samsara Slash while his doppelganger performed the Great Death Slash. Together, they charged toward the armored opponent. As the Great Death Slash's colored and purple halos shrouded the armored opponent, Night Sorrow's body froze. He fell into a daze. Obviously, he was not good at soul defense. The moment the opponent fell into a daze, Night Sorrow's Samsara and Space Splitter attacked the opponent's body at the same time. The energy in the two swords exploded instantly. The special energy in the Samsara even attacked the armored man's spiritual sea. Night Sorrow's original body rushed forward. His right hand kept shaking the samsara. The void energy exploded in the opponent's body, making him lose the ability to resist. While the original body controlled and continued to damage the opponent, Night Sorrow's doppelganger pulled out the space splitter and performed the void extreme kill. It pierced through the back of the armored man's head. Penetrated through. Even though the armored man's cultivation was high and his body was strong, he could not block Night Sorrow's void extreme kill. After being penetrated by Night Sorrow's doppelganger's space splitter, his spiritual sea and infant soul were also shattered. There was no chance of survival. N3G Network Premier Night Sorrow was worried that the opponent's body was strong and had reached the undying realm. After killing him, he swung his arm and put the corpse into his storage ring. A Heaven Lord had fallen. The first Heaven Lord had fallen since the start of this realm war. Since you've come to our server, I'll kill all of you first. Yi Shang charged towards another heavenly monarch. Chapter 1446. Some of the Heaven Lords of the Black-Yellow Great World's allied army knew how to use soul attacks. However, their bodies were not strong enough, so they would be pushed back as soon as they exchanged blows. Even if they used soul attacks, the distance was not enough. After using soul attacks, they would rush forward again, and the enemy would realize it. Thus, they would not be able to kill or even seriously injure the enemy. But now, this rule was broken by Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow's body was strong, and he used two unique skills at the same time. Therefore, he killed the enemy. It's you, not a Heaven Lord. You defeated a Heaven Lord. Xia Bing knew who Night Sorrow was. Before the battle, he did not notice Night Sorrow, mainly because Night Sorrow did not release his fighting intent. Now that Night Sorrow killed one of his generals, he understood. Stop him and let Night Sorrow increase his victory. Tang Jianfeng shouted. At this time, his doppelganger was severely injured, but it was still worth it to kill a Heaven Lord from the evil soldier army. At this time, Night Sorrow took down a relatively weak Heaven Lord from the Black-Yellow Great World, and then he attacked violently. His willpower, laws, and body were not inferior. In fact, they were even stronger. These advantages were enough to make up for Night Sorrow's lack of energy. Night Sorrow was suppressing this Heaven Monarch from the evil soldier legion. The only YB, the other 9 are GT is a pirated version. In just a moment, this Heaven Lord was killed by Night Sorrow's original body and doppelganger using their unique skills at the same time. After the death of 2 Heaven Lords, Xia Bing became anxious. He was besieged by Tang Jianfeng, Heaven Lord Shenhu, and the Sea King Mansion's master. Although he could injure his opponents, he could not kill them. However, if this went on, his Heaven Lords would not be able to hold on. Retreat into the Devil Blood Qi. Xia Bing shouted. He could not afford to lose a Heaven Lord general. The army of evil soldiers retreated, and Tang Jianfeng also gave the order to stop the pursuit. After entering the Devil Blood Qi, the combat power of the cultivators of the Xianhuang Ocean World's allied army would decrease, and they would be easily killed. Just as Tang Jianfeng shouted, the evil weapon suddenly erupted. Its imposing aura rushed towards the avatar of the Sea King Prefecture. Then, its body flickered and the saber in its hand slashed continuously, blocking Tang Jianfeng and Lord of Heaven God Hu. The saber went straight for the neck of the avatar. As the saber light vibrated, the head of the avatar was shattered. Fall from grace. After killing the avatar of the Sea King Prefecture's master, Xia Bing's body flickered and left the battle. At this time, everyone in the evil soldier legion, including the Lord of Heaven, had retreated. If he did not retreat, he would be besieged. After the evil soldiers retreated, Datura came to Night Sorrow's side. Are you okay? It's all right. The result is still acceptable. I killed 2 Heaven Monarchs. Night Sorrow said. He was quite conflicted. If the avatar of the Sea King Prefecture's master had not been killed, then today's victory would have been theirs. Now, it could only be said that they had gained a slight advantage. After the army of evil soldiers retreated, the allied army of the Xianhuang Great World naturally returned to their original positions to defend. Night Sorrow and the others also returned to the command tent. Seeing Night Sorrow's arrival, all the heaven monarchs cupped their hands to greet Night Sorrow. This is not a good situation. We can't resist that guy. His combat power is too strong. The energy contained in his body surpasses ours. Coupled with the special heavenly Tao's imposing aura, we are no match for him at all, Lord of Heaven God who said. Valley Lord High, this time it's my fault for not commanding properly. I caused you to lose one of your avatars. Tang Jianfang said. He knew that there was a mistake in the allocation of personnel. If Night Sorrow had been assigned to resist the evil soldiers, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. City Lord, you think too much. This time it's our gain to kill 2 heaven monarchs. Not bad. The Sea King Prefecture's master gave Night Sorrow a thumbs up. Night Sorrow, you have seen the situation. The next time this guy appears, you will have to take action. We really can't resist it, Tang Jianfang said. There was nothing he could do. The 3 of them, including their avatars, did not gain the upper hand in the battle against the evil soldiers. One of the avatars of the Sea King Prefecture's master was even killed. Okay, everything will be arranged by the city lord. Night Sorrow nodded. He originally wanted to fight the evil soldiers today, but Tang Jianfang did not make any arrangements. After that, Night Sorrow, Datura, and Sandalwood returned to Night Sorrow's tent. This group of guys is really strong. It's hard to deal with them, Sandalwood said. She had the upper hand in the battle, but she could not kill them. These demons are completely different from the demons of the Dark Abyss. The demons of the Dark Abyss are not as evil as them, and their bodies are not as tough, Datura said. If we can hold on, it will be a war of attrition. We have to be prepared for that, Night Sorrow said. As he said this, Night Sorrow probed his divine sea to check on Shao Kong's situation. Without the space-time pagoda, he could not speed up. Some things that required time could only be put aside for Night Sorrow. For example, refining the soul cultivation liquid took a long time. After probing, Night Sorrow found that the space-time pagoda, which was the Haotian godly pagoda, was still self-repairing. The energy light at the connection between the space-time pagoda and the immortal pavilion of creation was getting weaker and weaker. When it completely disappeared, the repair was complete. After Night Sorrow killed the 2 lords of heaven, he also gained merit from the black-yellow great world. However, he was still a bit away from becoming a merit supreme saint. Night Sorrow, it's not easy to kill a Lord of Heaven opponent. Today, you completed a double kill. Now, everyone in our 3 great worlds knows about it, Datura said. What she wanted most was to see her husband become famous. Yi Shang smiled. He was very happy in his heart as well. To be able to kill a heaven monarch as a martial monarch with the cultivation of a martial monarch was an achievement that no one had ever achieved before. At this moment, Night Sorrow was happy. However, Evil Soldier was furious. This was because he had lost 2 lords of heaven in this battle. He only had 12 lords of heaven under his command. Lord, what's the situation with that guy? Isn't he just a monarch? Shattered Moon, who was wearing armor, asked. He is a monarch who has cultivated the battle intent. Most importantly, he is a supreme attribute cultivator. Therefore, you have no chance of winning against him, Evil Soldier said. Shattered Moon nodded. Evil Soldier's words made sense. He understood after thinking for a while. Besides, he had seen Night Sorrow's strength. Only by killing him can we advance smoothly, Evil Soldier said. Then, he arranged for someone to count the losses of the army. Night Sorrow also went to the 9 Heavens army to take a look. The Nine Heavens army had suffered some losses, but it was not serious. More than 20 soldiers had died, but they had killed more enemies. The next few days were very peaceful, which surprised Knight Sorrow. He wanted to fight now. As long as he killed a few more lords of heaven from the devil blood domain, his merit would increase and he would become a merit supreme saint. It was not that evil soldier did not want to fight. However, this time, the evil soldier army had suffered a great loss. They had to rest before they could continue fighting. Chapter 1447. When the doppelganger was slain and its soul was annihilated, it was a heavy blow to the soul of the main body. Knight Sorrow gave the Sea King Prefecture's governor a spirit-replenishing pill that could heal the soul to the greatest extent. The Sea King Prefecture's governor expressed his gratitude for Knight Sorrow's gift of the pill. Yi Shang, this isn't the first time I've owed you a favor. If there's a chance, I'll return it all. The blonde sea monarch picked up the wine pot in front of him and poured a cup for Yi Shang. Gee. Cool 3 songs / hair. Lord Prefecture's governor is too courteous. Everyone is working hard for the realm war. If you can contribute, we'll do our best, Knight Sorrow said. He was originally worried that the Sea King Prefecture's governor would be affected by the death of his doppelganger. Now, it seemed that there was no problem. If everyone has the same idea, we won't have to worry about winning the realm war. Perhaps such a realm war will be a good thing for our 3 world groups. We'll be able to get along more harmoniously. The Sea King Prefecture's governor smiled. Knight Sorrow nodded. With external pressure, our 3 world groups' cultivation will be more harmonious and motivated. It'll be fine as long as the crisis at hand is resolved. At this time, Tang Jianfeng and Lord Shin also came to the Sea King Prefecture's governor. Everyone was casually chatting. The main reason for my doppelganger's death was that I couldn't resist the suppression of the heavenly Tao by the evil demon commander. This is the difference between us heavenly monarch realm cultivators and half-step imperial realm cultivators. The Sea King Prefecture's governor summarized the root cause of his loss. I've heard that in order to enter the 9th rank, one must have an understanding of the force. However, we can't do it. The cultivation techniques we cultivate can only reach the heavenly monarch realm. Energy cultivation is secondary. The advancement of this realm is the most difficult problem, Tang Jianfeng said. Understanding is hard to come by. Do you have any good ideas for the next battle, City Lord Tang? Lord Shen looked at Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng turned to look at Knight Sorrow. Next time, Knight Sorrow, try to see if you can hold on. If you can, then the rest of us can fight without any worries. If you can't, then we'll continue to use today's strategy. We'll continue to send people to surround and kill the demon commander while you go kill the other generals and expand our gains. Sure. Knight Sorrow nodded. You don't have to feel pressured. It's fine even if you can't hold on. You have already eliminated 2 heaven monarchs, and your killing speed is much faster than that evil devil commander. We will take turns to besiege the evil devil commander. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will be able to wipe out all their evil devil commanders. Lord of Heaven Shen said. His words revealed his violent character. Not everyone had the courage to exchange a life for a life. Haha, that's the plan. The Wuling Mountain Master also came to the tent of the Sea King Prefecture Master. In the next battle, Knight Sorrow and I will deal with the demon commander. Killing power is not my strong suit, but I have no problem tanking it. We were too careless this time. We didn't notice that he would be ruthless at the end of the battle, so we didn't have time to help. Sea King, he will pay the price, the Wuling Mountain Master said as he entered the tent. The Sea King Prefecture Master was the Grand Elder of the Xianhuang City, and the Wuling Mountain Master was the Elder of Law Enforcement. The 2 of them had a close relationship, so the Wuling Mountain Master was very angry when the Sea King Prefecture Master's doppelganger was destroyed. Okay, it's decided. Wu Ling, you cooperate with Night Sorrow next time and try to block that guy. Shen Hu, we will ask the Dark Dominator to kill one of them together. It's better to cut off an arm than to injure 10 fingers, Tang Jianfeng said. After the tactical arrangement was decided, Night Sorrow left after chatting with everyone for a while. He just had to do his own thing. As for whether he could stop the evil soldiers, Night Sorrow didn't know. It mainly depended on whether his golden body of merits could ignore the suppression of the heavenly Tao by the evil devil commander after he activated it. If he could, then it would be no problem. He could hold on and fight. If he couldn't, then he would have to use the second tactic mentioned by Tang Jianfeng. Night Sorrow returned to his tent and talked with Datura and Sandalwood about Tang Jianfeng and the others' tactical ideas. This is the right tactic. It mainly depends on whether you can stop the evil devil commander. If you can, then the situation is very optimistic. If you can't, then you can only risk your life and fight to the death, Datura said. Junior brother, you have to be careful. This is not your battle alone. Just do your best, Sandalwood said. Night Sorrow, my original body will come as well. The situation is not very optimistic. We have to do our best, Datura looked at Night Sorrow and said. Night Sorrow was a bit reluctant. If something happened to the original body, then it would be a big problem. Seeing Night Sorrow's concern, Datura smiled and said, I am the Dark Dominator, not an ordinary weak woman. Besides, if there is a risk, let the doppelganger bear it. Since Datura said so, Night Sorrow could only nod and agree. The situation was still very stable. Evil Soldier also had to think about how to solve the current situation. When he attacked, the Heaven Monarchs of the Black-Yellow Great World would join forces to restrain him. His Heaven Monarchs could not stop Night Sorrow's attacks. Stalemate. The war had entered a stalemate. For both sides, the war was difficult. Therefore, no one rushed to attack. Datura's original body arrived. The Qing Emperor's doppelganger and Yufei also came to the battlefield. The Red Emperor and Sima Tiancheng also arrived. Tang Jianfeng and the Wuling Mountain Master also expressed their gratitude. At present, one side was facing difficulties from all sides. Tang Jianfeng also told everyone about the current situation and difficulties. The key point was whether Night Sorrow could stop the evil devil commander. Night Sorrow did not participate in the discussion. He just watched the commanders of the 9 Heaven Troop and the Demon Blood Troop cultivate the combined attack formation every day. Datura, Sandalwood, Misty Rain and the other Heaven Monarchs of the world of Samsara also cultivated the combined attack formation. This was proposed by Night Sorrow. The main reason was to increase their survivability. Night Sorrow was worried about the future. At present, the crisis had been revealed. No one knew about the unknown danger. No one knew what kind of strength the enemy would have in the future. People had to be aware of the danger. Everyone supported Night Sorrow's proposal because it was a good thing. The atmosphere of killing pervaded the battlefield. However, everyone was not as stressed as before because the Allied forces were much stronger than before. Feeling that the enemy would not make a move easily, Night Sorrow started to strengthen his body with the white tiger essence blood. The soul and the body were the two foundations of a cultivator. Night Sorrow's soul defense was almost unbreakable. The Supreme Origin bead could protect his soul from any harm. What he pursued now was to continue to strengthen his body. After using Night Sorrow's spirit refilling elixir, the Sea King Prefecture Master had almost recovered. Tang Jianfeng and Lord of Heaven Shenhu's doppelganger had also recovered. Everyone was waiting for the second battle. Chapter 1448. This is fate. Perhaps this is the only way to conform to the rules of the heavenly Tao. Only when there is pressure can there be motivation. Always having a sense of crisis is also the motivation to rise, Qing Emperor said. I envy you. The two of us rose from obscurity. Let's not talk about our own level, but when it comes to taking in disciples, I'm far behind you, Tang Jianfeng said. This is also fate. I almost died some time ago. You know that, Qing Emperor said with a smile. Tang Jianfeng nodded. Fate was the most elusive thing. Tang Jianfeng knew that the Qing Emperor had been injured by the celestial sect and had almost died. But now, he had improved his cultivation again. Inside the commander's tent in the devil blood chi, evil being could not wait any longer. The current situation was very unfavorable for him. The reinforcements from the black-yellow great world kept coming. More and more lords of heaven were coming. He knew they were the reinforcements from the other two world groups. Your Honor, we have to act as soon as possible. If this continues, their defense will become tighter and tighter. Shattered Moon was somewhat unable to remain calm. Okay, get ready and continue the battle. Also, send someone back to inform Lai Bingzun to come over as soon as he comes out of seclusion. We will crush them directly. Out of habit, Evil Soldier held his saber in his right hand and thought about it. Magic Dragon, the ruler of the demonic blood weave, had two disciples, Demonic Blade Xia Bing and Sky Blade Lai Bing. Both of them were half-step emperors. Currently, Sky Blade Lai Bing was still in seclusion, so Xia Bing was in charge of conquering the Chaos Realm. Night Sorrow was still cultivating. The blood of the White Tiger was powerful. It kept corroding Night Sorrow's flesh and bones. Even though he was a monarch, Night Sorrow was still in great pain. Night Sorrow had not sweated for many years, but now, sweat was dripping down his cheeks. Datura, who was also in the tent, was worried and distressed. She knew very well what Night Sorrow was cultivating. Night Sorrow's situation was different from Qing Emperor's. The Qing Emperor's body had the evil dragon's venomous centipede and white tiger's blood, so he could counteract the effects of the evil dragon's venomous centipede. F Yong 8 Jojo, Phi, I look at C little 3 say I however, Night Sorrow was different. He relied entirely on his physical body to resist. He absorbed the energy of the white tiger's blood essence to strengthen his half-energized physical body. Night Sorrow cultivated while Datura accompanied him inside the tent. Sandalwood sat outside the tent with her saber in her arms. At this moment, no one could disturb Night Sorrow. The process was very painful, but Night Sorrow felt that absorbing the white tiger's blood essence was very beneficial to his body. After cultivating for 4 days, Night Sorrow woke up from his meditative state. How is it? Datura asked Night Sorrow. The effect is very good. My body's strength has increased by quite a bit. I will slowly study it when I have time. I will go take a bath and change my clothes first. Night Sorrow flew out of the tent and found a water source to take a bath before returning to the tent. Let's fight. I want to see how powerful a practitioner who is half a step away from the Imperial Realm is. Night Sorrow wanted to know the gap between him and the evil demon commander. As Night Sorrow wished, on the 3rd day after Night Sorrow finished his cultivation, Xia Bing led his evil army to fight again. The evil army in the demonic blood chi was very imposing. Similarly, the killing aura between heaven and earth was also very strong. Riding on a demonic wolf, Xia Bing waved the saber in his hand, pointed at the allied army of the black-yellow great world and roared, "Didn't you fight a group battle last time? Today, I will play with you again. Get out here." Xia Bing planned to destroy the momentum of the allied army of the black-yellow great world first. He wanted to kill 1 or 2 people quickly. For this plan, he activated his protective armor. He wanted to kill 1 or 2 lords of heaven of the allied army of the black-yellow great world regardless of his defense. He believed in his defensive power. With the armor, he did not need to worry about being hit by 1 or 2 attacks. At this moment, Xia Bing's momentum was very strong because no one here was a match for him. He had the right to be arrogant. Tang Jianfeng and the others all looked at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow smiled and rode the ice Qilin out of the camp of the allied army of the Black-Yellow Great World. A practitioner who is half a step away from becoming a monarch. Let me try. Xia Bing knew that Night Sorrow was the key figure, but he still slandered him. Is there no one else in the allied army? Why did they send you here? Night Sorrow looked at Xia Bing and said, You're wrong. I said I'm a weakling because our allied army doesn't need a real master. Maybe I can do it as a monarch. Why can't you afford to play with me? At this moment, Night Sorrow was very relaxed. He had confidence in himself. Even if he could not withstand it, it was impossible for Xia Bing to kill him. At this moment, he was wearing the 9 heavy armors. In addition to his strong physical defense, ordinary injuries were ineffective. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll kill anyone who stands in my way. Xia Bing soared into the sky and pounced on Night Sorrow with the momentum of the way of the heavens. He was like an eagle soaring into the sky. Night Sorrow's feet shook and his body also soared into the sky. When Xia Bing's momentum of the way of the heavens swept over, Night Sorrow's fighting spirit burst out and resisted the pressure of the momentum of the way of the heavens. Not enough. Night Sorrow found that his fighting spirit had been fully released, but only a part of the suppression was offset. Half of it was still pressing toward him. Merit's immortal body. Night Sorrow operated the power of time in his body and activated the Merit's immortal body. A gray energy shield appeared, followed by a golden light. The pressure of the momentum of the way of the heavens was directly blocked and could not get close to him. Releasing his fighting spirit and activating the Merit's immortal body, Night Sorrow completely blocked the momentum of the way of the heavens released by Xia Bing. At this moment, Xia Bing's saber had also arrived in front of Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow's right hand shook and the samsara slashed out against Xia Bing's saber. With a loud explosion, Night Sorrow's body flew backward. Similarly, Xia Bing's body was also pushed back. With one move, although Night Sorrow was pushed back, so was Xia Bing. This showed that Night Sorrow was indeed at a disadvantage, but it was not a situation where he was crushed. Then, Night Sorrow and Xia Bing flew forward and charged at each other again. Their weapons slashed at each other. With another explosion, the two of them kept retreating. Although Xia Bing was strong and could suppress Night Sorrow, it could only suppress him. It could only send Night Sorrow flying, but it could not injure him. The two of them flipped in the air and energy sputtered in all directions. Night Sorrow did not use his doppelganger. If he had a doppelganger, he would have to consider the defense of 2 bodies, which would be a big loophole. He's stabilized, someone from the Sea King's palace said. The current situation had made everyone feel more at ease. They had been afraid that Night Sorrow would be defeated in 2 or 3 moves if he went up. Now that Night Sorrow was able to remain undefeated, that was enough. Then what are we waiting for? Kill them all. The hot-tempered Lord of Heaven Shinhu roared and rushed towards Xia Bing's army. Yes, what are we waiting for? Tang Jianfeng also moved. Retreat, all of you retreat. Xia Bing shouted. He was restrained by Night Sorrow. In the remaining battle, the Lord of Heaven of Evil army was no match for the Xuanhuan Great World's allied army. Chapter 1449. Oh, update and new F and quickest hashtag. Because of the difference in realm, the energy contained in the body was different. Every time Night Sorrow clashed with the evil soldier, he would be pushed back or even sent flying. Fortunately, Night Sorrow's body was strong. After being pushed back or sent flying, he would instantly launch a second attack. He was on par with the evil soldier. Night Sorrow didn't use any trump card because he knew that he couldn't kill the evil soldier now. The difference between the two was too big. Even if he used his trump card, it would be useless. The evil soldier army retreated into the devil blood energy. The two sides didn't fight, and the heaven monarchs of the Alliance army also retreated. In order to avoid being surrounded again, the evil soldier slashed Night Sorrow back and used the rebound force to reach the edge of the devil blood energy. Standing on the back of the devil wolf, the evil soldier stared at Night Sorrow with a pair of gloomy eyes. "What's your name? Stay if you have the guts." "Night Sorrow, you don't have to tell me if I have the guts or not. If you dare to come out, I dare to fight. Isn't this enough to prove the problem?" Night Sorrow swung samsara and said, "I will definitely kill you in the future." The evil soldier threw down a sentence and turned back into the devil blood energy. Night Sorrow flashed and landed on the back of the ice Qilin, returning to the Alliance camp. "How is it?" Datura went to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow flashed and jumped off the back of the ice Qilin. He went to Datura's side and said, "Very good. It's just that my arms are numb from the impact." After hearing Night Sorrow's words, everyone felt relieved. They had been worried that Night Sorrow might have internal injuries. They were worried that he might look fine on the surface but was injured internally. "Good. If you can withstand it, then we can hold on. There won't be any problem." Tang Jianfang was a little excited. If Night Sorrow could withstand the enemy's strongest expert, then the following battle would be easy to fight. Night Sorrow waved his arm, and samsara flew into the sheath behind him. He then stretched his arms. His condition was excellent. After fighting for a while, there were no debuffs. After Night Sorrow exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone, he returned to his tent. As for the other heaven monarchs, they went to the main tent to discuss the countermeasures. Sandalwood, Datura, and Night Sorrow returned to Night Sorrow's tent. Datura was Night Sorrow's wife, while Sandalwood was Night Sorrow's senior brother. They were also best friends. "Junior brother, you fought very steadily today. However, both of you did not use any of your ultimate moves. You have to be more careful the next time you fight," Zhan Tan said. "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. I'll be careful. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to hold him back. If I can't kill him, there's no need for me to use my ultimate skill." Night Sorrow explained the reason why he didn't use his ultimate skill. "Yes. If you can't kill him, there's no need for you to use your ultimate skill. Using your ultimate skill will consume a lot of energy. Your energy is not as abundant as his, so it's important to control and conserve your energy," Datura said. Night Sorrow nodded. As for energy consumption, he wasn't afraid. He had Leekless real body, so he could control his energy well. After this battle, everyone was very happy. This battle showed that the Xianwang Great Worlds Alliance army could withstand the Devil Blood Domain's attack. It was enough for them to fight head-on without being at a disadvantage. Tang Jianfang and the others drank tea together and discussed the next battle plan. It took 5 or 6 of our original body's clones to fight against the Devil Commander, but Night Sorrow did it all by himself. In the group of 3 great worlds, he became the #1 expert with the cultivation of a monarch. "How domineering," Heaven Monarch Shinhu said with some emotion. "Heaven Monarch Shinhu, you're exaggerating." Night Sorrow did what he should have done, Qing Emperor said. "You and your disciple cultivate the way of gentlemen and do what gentlemen should do. We understand that you're being modest, but facts are facts." Today's battle proved that his defensive skills are strong. That day, he killed 2 heaven monarchs, which proves that his attack power is fierce. "That's not enough," Heaven Monarch Shinhu said. "Ha, Qing Emperor, don't be modest on behalf of Night Sorrow." That Bai Tai Song made everyone helpless, but in the end, Night Sorrow killed him. Which one of us could do the same? 3 Sons Heaven Monarch said. "He's still young. He still has a long way to go," Qing Emperor Shinhu said. He didn't want to erase his disciple's reputation. He just wanted Night Sorrow's path to be a little smoother. This is what we're all envious of. We've all reached a bottleneck, and it's difficult for us to increase our strength. Night Sorrow, on the other hand, is a mid-level monarch. There's a lot of room for improvement, Wuling Mountain Master said. Night Sorrow, Datura, and Jean Tan drank tea and chatted casually. Aluo, my cultivation can still increase. Do you think they can start a war soon? Night Sorrow looked at Datura and asked. Just don't go into deep seclusion. It won't affect anything if you cultivate normally, Datura said. I plan to use the white tiger essence blood to cultivate and increase my body's strength. My body's strength is my biggest advantage against that demon commander, Night Sorrow said. Datura nodded. At that moment, Qing Emperor entered Night Sorrow's tent and handed a bottle of white tiger essence blood to Night Sorrow. Master, you're not using it. Night Sorrow looked at Qing Emperor and asked. You gave me 2 bottles. I used one to detoxify and combine the poisonous centipede dragon. Without the poisonous centipede dragon in my body, I can't use it. I can't afford it, Qing Emperor said with a smile. Then I'll take it. Night Sorrow nodded and took back the white tiger essence blood. After Night Sorrow used 1 bottle, he still had 4 bottles of white tiger essence blood. He was worried that it wouldn't be enough. His body could still withstand the strengthening of the white tiger essence blood. He hadn't reached his limit yet. Stay calm. As long as you can stay calm, there's nothing you can't do. Qing Emperor looked at Night Sorrow and said. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. At that moment, in the command tent in the demon blood, Evil Soldier crushed a cup. Supreme Lord, what's up with that guy? Broken Moon didn't understand. We were unlucky. We met a cultivator who cultivated both body and chi. His body was at the same level as his chi. They were both in the monarch realm. In terms of body strength, I'm not as good as him. I can only rely on my higher realm and abundant true chi to suppress him. However, I can't completely suppress him because he has the supreme attribute, Evil Soldier muttered. He wasn't explaining to Broken Moon, but actually, he was explaining to himself why he didn't win. Broken Moon didn't say anything. He knew that Night Sorrow had used his battle will and virtuous body to block Evil Soldier's suppression of heaven and earth. In other words, Evil Soldier had no advantage over Night Sorrow. I didn't use my ultimate move this time because I didn't want him to be on guard. I wanted to succeed in one strike, Evil Soldier said. Broken Moon nodded. He also knew this. Is there any news from my senior brother? Evil Soldier looked at Broken Moon. Lai Bingzuan hasn't come out of seclusion yet. He probably needs more time, Broken Moon reported. Chapter 1450. The Devil Blood Domain started the realm war because the Demon Blood World's lifespan was reaching its end. They started the realm war to plunder the origin energy and recharge the Demon Blood World's origin energy. Previously, the Devil Blood Domain had already succeeded in plundering a domain. However, they encountered a problem when attacking the Primal Chaos Domain this time. Waiting for an opportunity, Xia Bing felt that it was meaningless to continue attacking now. He had to stabilize himself before attacking and killing Night Sorrow when he least expected it. Night Sorrow started cultivating again. His true body cultivated in the tent while his clone did what he was supposed to do. Night Sorrow did not like to stay with the older generation of heaven monarchs. He often went to the god-slaying team to drink with his brothers or chat with Hai Ling, Tang Bo, Tang Xian, Tang Yi, Junhua, and the others. In the beginning, Hai Ling and the others were very restrained because Yi Shang wasn't on the same level as them. Even the heaven monarchs were very respectful to Yi Shang. They didn't even have the qualifications to talk to Yi Shang. However, Night Sorrow did not see it that way. He interacted with people not based on cultivation but on friendship and feelings. If you were a friend, it was fine even if you did not have cultivation. If you were not a friend, he would ignore you even if you were a heaven monarch. The god-slaying team became a gathering place for young people. They cultivated together and drank together. I envy them so much. Tang Jianfeng, who was standing outside the command tent, said to Qing Emperor with some emotion. The world of young people. Qing Emperor nodded. He liked Knight Soro's temperament. No matter how much he improved, his temperament remained the same. Your disciple has a wife. Why don't I betroth my daughter to him? Tang Jianfeng said with a smile. You think too much. My daughter is still unmarried. If possible, it will not be your turn. Qing Emperor glanced at Tang Jianfeng. You are also conflicted. Then let's not talk about it. Let's go for a drink. Tang Jianfeng realized that Qing Emperor was more conflicted than him and was instantly happy. At the same time, he admired Qing Emperor even more. In the world of cultivation, the master was like a father, and the disciple would naturally obey the master's orders. However, Qing Emperor had not made such a request. Knight Soro had done so out of respect. The situation was very stable. The original body of the Qing Emperor and the two heaven monarchs of the Evil Valley had also arrived at the Black-Yellow Great World. This meant that the Black-Yellow Great World was fully supporting this realm war. However, this situation also led to another incident. Ling Tian launched a war and attacked Samsara City at lightning speed. He closed the teleportation formation immediately and prevented the Qing Emperor and the others from coming back to help. Such a sudden incident caught everyone off guard. Qing Emperor and the others sat together to discuss how to solve this problem. Currently, only the original body of Lord of Heaven Lu Xiang is present in the world of Samsara. She can't stop Ling Tian and the others, the Qing Emperor said. Let's defend ourselves first. Then, we'll think of a way to reinforce them, Knight Soro said. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord was still in the reincarnation Great World. However, no one dared to go up. Yong Jiu read 5 novels for free, Knight Soro. Ling Tian has a huge grudge against us. Qing Emperor's city may not be safe, the Qing Emperor said to Knight Soro. The soldiers of the 9 Heaven Army have clones. Pass on our orders. Everyone who is hostile to the celestial sect should retreat to the 9 Heaven World Group first, Knight Soro said. Then, orders were issued one after another. Samsara City had fallen and the celestial sect had to stabilize, so they had some time to retreat. Everyone, our families and relatives are in the greatest danger now. The 9 Heaven World Group where I was born is more stable. If it's still not enough, retreat to the 9 Domain World. They can't break into the 9 Domain World no matter what. We'll think about counterattacking after we stabilize, Knight Soro said. Half a day later, Lord of Heaven Lu Xiang told Knight Soro and the others that the people who might be attacked and slaughtered by Ling Tian had been arranged. Some of them were hidden, while others retreated to the 9 Heaven World Group from the 9 Heaven building and closed the teleportation array. In addition, the hidden hand was also arranged. Even if the teleportation array of the 9 Heaven building was destroyed, the Celestial Master Array Master could set it up at any time. As long as the good people are safe, Knight Soro nodded. He valued people the most. As long as there were people alive, everything was easy to deal with. This bastard, he really deserves to die. Sima Tianqing opened his mouth and cursed. They are very strong. In addition, the bloodthirsty legion of the Dark Abyss is also fighting with them. They are led by the Dark Ruler, Lord of Heaven Lu Xiang said with a bitter smile. Knight Soro and Datura looked at each other. They thought of something. We all know that the Lord Ruler's original body and clone are here, but now the Dark Ruler has appeared. He should be the one who captured Knight Soro last time. The Dark Abyss doesn't understand the situation, so they naturally listen to orders, Lord of Heaven Lu Xiang said. At this time, the Fiend Blood Legion also came to report. He had just learned about this from his subordinates. The Fiend Blood Legion's original body and clone were separated. They knew that Datura was here, so they raised their doubts. But as long as they had different opinions, they were all killed. It's Datura Chainensis. Datura's face was filled with killing intent. Datura Chainensis's move not only ruined the reputation of the Dark Abyss, but also killed some of her loyal followers. That's not the most important thing. Ling Tian closed some teleportation arrays. In other words, if we want to use the teleportation arrays between low-level and high-level worlds, we won't be able to go back. He wants to lock us outside and then unify the reincarnation world, said Lord of Heaven Lu Xiang. His intentions are hateful. Qing Emperor was a bit annoyed. Brother Qing, let's go look for a map and see the route our ancestors used to set up the teleportation arrays. Once we find the route, it'll be easy. If our ancestors can pass through the void to set up teleportation arrays, so can we, said Tang Jianfeng. Lord of Heaven Shenhu, you guys should also look for the route to set up teleportation arrays. Wuling Mountain Master said. The reincarnation world was in trouble because they wanted to help the Black-Yellow Great World. He felt that everyone should help. The reincarnation world is in internal strife, but it's not in danger of being destroyed. The realm war of the Black-Yellow Great World is more important. Everyone, continue to fight here. I'll go look for the route. Once we know the route and a suitable opportunity, we'll launch a counterattack. Qing Emperor said. He was a Lord of Heaven with the spatial attribute. Setting up teleportation arrays required traveling through the void turbulence. He was more suitable. Night Sorrow and the others nodded. This was the best solution for now. Mandala Shura, how dare you try to take over my place? I must kill her. Datura was very angry. Let's study the route first. As for the counterattack, we need to think carefully. This time, we and the Celestial Sect have reached a point of life and death. When we fight, they may activate the 9th rank corpse, said Sima Tiancheng. The Celestial Sect had always been a hidden danger. Everyone didn't take action because of the threat of the 9th rank corpse. But now, the Celestial Sect had shed all pretense of cordiality and wanted to dominate the world. Not to mention the 9th rank corpse, even if it was the 18th rank corpse, everyone had to find a way to deal with it. Chapter 1451. Unsealed. Sheng Wanhong's original body sent news that Ling Tian had destroyed the 9-story tower and captured Jun Xuanji's clone. However, Jun Xuanji's clone had self-destructed. Night Sorrow was furious when he heard the news. However, he could only endure it now because he couldn't go back even if he wanted to. Besides, he didn't have enough resources. After drinking a cup of heart-cleansing tea, Night Sorrow calmed down. It was useless to think about it now. He couldn't go back. Even if he could go back, it would be difficult to avenge Jun Xuanji. No one knew the hidden strength of the Celestial Sect. Night Sorrow's original body continued to cultivate while his clone studied battle techniques every day and waited for news. Qing Emperor's original body stayed in the Alliance camp to cultivate. He still needed to improve after his recovery. His clone had already gone to set up a teleportation array. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem that could be solved in a short time. Night Sorrow returned to the tent from the God-slaying team's camp. Above 6-inch Night Sorrow, don't think too much. So what if Ling Tian took down the reincarnation great world? As long as our people are safe, we can kill whenever we go back. Jun Xuanji's clone has fallen. It's actually not a big deal. With her current level, it's difficult for her to condense another clone, Datura said. It's not a big problem. The key is that she chose to follow me to explore the world. However, I can't protect her. It's my fault. So, whoever hurts her, I'll kill back, Night Sorrow said. From the perspective of the big picture, the battle here is more important, Datura said. She was calmer than Night Sorrow now. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. Then, Qing Emperor came over. Night Sorrow, it's a little troublesome. Ling Tian probably had a plan. I went to 2 small worlds. Although the teleportation arrays weren't destroyed, the teleportation arrays in specific directions were closed. In other words, the teleportation crystals were taken away. Destroying the teleportation arrays would make one a public enemy. However, the teleportation crystals were taken away, so it wasn't considered destruction. Ling Tian had many sovereigns under him. Some small worlds couldn't resist and could only accept it. What should we do? Night Sorrow looked at Qing Emperor and asked. I can only find the nearest spatial turbulence between worlds to set up a new teleportation array, said the Qing Emperor. Night Sorrow nodded. In such a situation, no one could do anything about it. They could only slowly set it up, which was a very troublesome matter. The distance between high-level worlds was very far, and there was no way to directly travel between them. One had to first go to a small world, then travel from small world to small world, and then to a high-level world. This required time and a lot of effort. Night Sorrow would walk around the front lines every day to feel the devil blood chi and its characteristics. Seeing Night Sorrow loitering in front of the camp every day, Evil Soldier was very angry. But there was no point in fighting now because he had no confidence in defeating Night Sorrow. It would be humiliating if a practitioner of the half-step Imperial realm couldn't take down a monarch, which would hurt the morale of the Evil Soldier's legion. Therefore, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to wait for the arrival of fierce soldiers of Heavenly Blade to crush them and then attack directly. Night Sorrow's original body had been cultivating. After his body was strengthened, he continued to comprehend the will. The situation was stable for half a year. The Space-Time Pagoda and Immortal Creation Pavilion had finished fusing, forming the Haotian Divine Pagoda. It should be said that the Haotian Divine Pagoda had been completely restored. Lil Kong had become the weapon spirit of the Haotian Divine Pagoda. The Haotian Divine Pagoda was much stronger than the Space-Time Pagoda. The completely restored Haotian Divine Pagoda had 90 levels, and the time acceleration had more than doubled. The last level had reached 50 times. 1 year in the outside world could be cultivated for 50 years inside. This was the time acceleration, and the other level was the time deceleration. 50 years outside was 1 year inside. This effect was useless for cultivation, but if someone was seriously injured or needed time to solve the problem, the time deceleration would be effective. The Immortal Creation Pavilion's effect was also in the Haotian Divine Pagoda, which was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and change the aptitude of the cultivator. In addition, the Haotian Divine Pagoda's ability to absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth was stronger. Originally, the Spirit Gathering Array in the Space-Time Pagoda could gather the energy of heaven and earth. After this fusion, the power of the Spirit Gathering Array was even stronger. The body protection function was also stronger. Bai Taesong's origin battle armor had a power that was almost unbreakable under the Heaven Monarch realm. The defense of the Haotian Divine Pagoda was the same. Night Sorrow activated the Haotian Divine Pagoda, and Datura used the Hollow Blade to break through Night Sorrow's defense. Currently, there were 2 defensive heavenly artifacts. One was Night Sorrow's Haotian Divine Pagoda, and the other was Lord of Heaven God Tiger's Heart Protection Mirror. There was a big difference between the 2. Lord of Heaven God Tiger's Heart Protection Mirror could only protect his internal organs. At most, it could only protect his upper body. In terms of effect, it couldn't be compared to the Haotian Divine Pagoda. Night Sorrow's Haotian Divine Pagoda could transform and directly transform into energy to protect Night Sorrow's body. The success of the Haotian Divine Pagoda's recovery made Night Sorrow very happy, because it had increased a lot of combat ability. For the sake of concealment, Night Sorrow let his clone carry the Haotian Divine Pagoda, while his original body would cultivate 50 times faster inside to comprehend the will of heaven and earth. Night Sorrow's increase in strength made Datura and Sandalwood very happy. Only the two of them knew about this matter, because Night Sorrow didn't like to be flamboyant. Qing Emperor was still setting up the teleportation array. As for the current situation, Tang Jianfeng and the others didn't have a good way to solve it. They could only wait. Fortunately, the area occupied by the evil soldier army wasn't big. Even if it hurt the origin, the problem wasn't too serious. Night Sorrow had analyzed the situation. He felt that the potential danger was very big. If the other party didn't have confidence, then they would retreat. If they didn't retreat, then it meant that they still had the intention to fight. If they didn't fight now, then they were either preparing or waiting for an opportunity. Night Sorrow was happy to stall for time. He was now in the period of increasing his strength. If he could stall for a year, then he would cultivate for 50 years. Night Sorrow's comprehension of the will was still very fast. Although the Haoqian Divine Pagoda didn't display its will, he could still deduce it. In addition, the Haoqian Divine Pagoda could let Night Sorrow's soul remain light and agile. Not long after entering the Haoqian Divine Pagoda, Night Sorrow's will of nothingness entered 95%. He had been improving a while ago, but he didn't level up. The situation was very stable, but everyone knew that this was the eve of a storm. In addition, Night Sorrow also did something that others couldn't think of. He sat at the front of the battlefield, felt the invasion of the devil blood chi, and cultivated his own battle intent. Sandalwood and Datura protected him from the back, because Night Sorrow couldn't be ambushed. In the camp in the devil blood chi, the evil soldier was very angry when he found out about the situation. However, he didn't lose his mind. He still had to wait. There was no point in fighting now. He had to wait for the opportunity to kill in one strike. The Azure Supreme the Arch had been setting up the teleportation formation. This was a long-term project. Of course, the teleportation formation this time was more secretive. It was used for the war and served the war. After the war ended, the teleportation formation between the two worlds would be opened again. There would be no need to set up the teleportation formation now. Speak. The third watch has arrived. Happy birthday to Brother Fatty. Chapter 1452. Unsealed. Time slowly slipped away. SHXS/a year had passed. Night Sorrow had cultivated in the Haoqian Godly Pagoda for 50 years. His willpower had increased to 96%, which meant that he was at the peak of the mid-level monarch rank. Qing Emperor had also built 2/3 of the teleportation array and was not far from completion. During this year, Ling Tian had made the reincarnation world a mess. Now that the main forces of the various forces had retreated, the celestial sect led by Ling Tian did not face much resistance. Therefore, it was very troublesome. Evil Soldier was very irritated. When Night Sorrow was cultivating his battle intent, he could not suppress the anger in his heart and attacked. Since Evil Soldier came out, Night Sorrow naturally followed to fight. Night Sorrow was fighting with his clone. Normally speaking, a doppelganger was not as strong as the main body. Yishang's doppelganger had 90% of the main body's combat strength. After a year of cultivation, the White Tiger's blood essence had strengthened his body and strengthened his will. Now, his doppelganger's combat strength was even stronger than the main body's from a year ago. Night Sorrow did not use his ultimate move. He just fought Evil Soldier head-on. There was no army battle, but the army's cheers rose and fell. Especially the Nine Heavens Army and the Demon Blood Army. Night Sorrow was their soul and idol. Evil Soldier's vital energy was strong, but he could not take down Night Sorrow's tyrannical body. He even used his ultimate move, the Evil Star 7 consecutive slashes with a soul attack. If a cultivator did not have a soul defense, it would be good if they could block 2 or 3 slashes, let alone 7 consecutive slashes. Evil Soldier used his ultimate move with a soul attack. Purple and gold light appeared on Night Sorrow's head. The purple halo was the energy of the void origin bead activated by the soul power. The gold halo was the light of virtue. With the defense of the two, Evil Soldier's soul attack was ineffective. After blocking the soul attack, Night Sorrow swung the air and blocked Evil Soldier's battle blade. While the main body was cultivating, the clone was outside. Night Sorrow placed the void origin bead on the clone to protect it. After the ultimate move was blocked, Night Sorrow was not injured at all. Evil Soldier's body flashed and left the battlefield, returning to the demon blood chi. If the ultimate move was ineffective, then what was the point of fighting? It would be shameful to continue fighting. In the battle between Evil Soldier and Night Sorrow, as long as Night Sorrow did not lose, it would be an honor for Evil Soldier, because they were at different levels. In the world of cultivators, having a high cultivation level but low combat strength was a sign of incompetence. He was a half-step Imperial Realm cultivator, but he couldn't take down Night Sorrow, who was a Monarch Realm cultivator. That was a sign of incompetence. No one would understand how difficult it was for Night Sorrow just because he was strong. With a flick of his right hand, breaking space flew back into the pouch on his back. Then, Night Sorrow continued to meditate and cultivate, continuing to research how to deal with the demonic blood chi. Steady. The air of a great general. Night Sorrow was calm and magnanimous, because from beginning to end, Night Sorrow hadn't said a single word. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. He used his actions to express his intentions. Their morale was boosted. The evil soldiers returned without achieving anything again, which boosted the morale of the allied forces of the Black-Yellow Great World. In the past year, Night Sorrow's strength has increased a lot. Even his avatar has such combat strength, Lord of Heaven Shenhu exclaimed. It's still the time for cultivation improvement. It's good for us to maintain the situation, the master of Wuling Mountain said. So, we'd better wait. Don't give him any pressure, Lord of Heaven Shenhu said. Night Sorrow was an avatar. Everyone found this out as soon as they checked. So did Xia Bing. Xia Bing was annoyed. He knew Night Sorrow was not as good as him in terms of realm and cultivation, but he just couldn't take him down. He couldn't accept this feeling. After drinking a jar of wine, Xia Bing calmed down. He felt he had to wait. If he was restrained by Night Sorrow, the Lords of Heaven under his command wouldn't be able to deal with the allied forces of the Black-Yellow Great World. Broken Moon, go back and call the Sky Killer's troop over, Xia Bing said to Broken Moon. The Sky Killer's troop was the best defensive troop in the Devil Blood region. Even the troop was at a disadvantage. Xia Bing had to find a way to turn the situation around. After dealing with Xia Bing, Night Sorrow continued to cultivate his fighting will. Releasing the fighting will had a strong effect on the battle. Releasing the fighting will had no effect on Xia Bing, but Xia Bing's suppression of the Heaven Way would be weakened. This was what Night Sorrow wanted. When he was tired from cultivating, Night Sorrow went to the tent to chat and drink tea with Datura. 2 years had passed. The Qing Emperor finished setting up the teleportation formation. It was completely connected. After it was connected, the higher-ups of the allied forces all went to the command tent. This time, Night Sorrow was there as well. This was closely related to him. In the tent, everyone was discussing how to deal with it. The reincarnation world is still stable. Ling Tian led his men to rule all the regions. The eastern region of the reincarnation world is now under the control of the Dark Abyss. That Datura Chinensis is ruthless. She killed many people. She also killed some people from the Dark Abyss, the Qing Emperor said. After the teleportation formation was set up, the Qing Emperor went back to the reincarnation world to check on the situation. He reported what he found. Damn it. I'll go back and kill her now. Datura was a little angry. Ah Luo, don't be anxious. It's useless for 1 or 2 people to go back. It's not suitable for all of us to go back. The situation here is very important. If we retreat, the enemy may charge directly, Night Sorrow said. Datura sighed and sat down. She knew that Night Sorrow was right. Even if he was wrong, she would respect Night Sorrow's opinion. The Red Emperor and the Qing Emperor looked at each other. They knew Datura. Once she was angry, there was no way to calm her down. Fortunately, Night Sorrow's persuasion was effective. Datura was still able to calm down. Night Sorrow, tell us your opinion. The Qing Emperor looked at Night Sorrow. If we want to take back control, we need a decisive battle. In terms of strength, the celestial sect only has 2 Lord of Heaven realm combat power. If we go back with 2 or 3 people, we can crush them. But in fact, we can't. If we want to fight, we have to kill them all at once. We have to face the rank 9 skeleton. In addition, we can kill Datura Chinensis. But if we kill her before the decisive battle, we will be exposed in advance and the celestial sect will be prepared in advance. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said, if there was anyone who wanted to kill Datura Chinensis the most, it was naturally Night Sorrow because she was a threat to Datura. However, if they killed Datura Chinensis before the decisive battle, the celestial sect would have a radical reaction. It was unwise to anger the celestial sect because it would bring about a massacre. Then we'll listen to you. Datura said. Others didn't know, but Datura knew that Night Sorrow's original body was cultivating under a time acceleration of 50 times. If he endured for a while, Night Sorrow's strength would be greatly improved. In the end, the result of their discussion was to endure the realm war in the black-yellow great world to solve the crisis here. Then, all the allied forces could be transferred to the Samsara great world to solve the war caused by the celestial sect's ambition. We still have to hurry. The celestial sect is vigorously collecting resources, which is a big blow to the major forces. I don't know what they are going to do. The Qing Emperor said. Resources were the foundation. The celestial sect was now scraping the land for resources. These resources were the development resources of the major forces. If these resources were gone, even if they took back control, the damage would be immeasurable. Speak. The 4th update is here. Today's update is complete. Thank you for the help, brothers and sisters.
Chapter 908. Gadatsi and Matthew whispered to each other about Wu Ming's unconsciousness. Regarding the Uruk Hyunryong's lack of awareness of his own power, I've recorded this as well as the previous incident where his servant was killed by his own skill. Although Roman was stunned when they were talking about Okita Soki, he still recorded everything that should be recorded. Not to mention that this news was a miracle to the magic world, all the actions in the singularity had to be recorded in the database. I'm just telling the truth. However, the fact that I was able to eliminate a major monster commander so easily is probably because the other party underestimated me. Being able to withstand Wu Ming's multiple spells was indeed a testament to the strength of the major monster commander. Although Yulidim was dying after receiving Wu Ming's attack, it was not to be assumed that the major monster commander was not as powerful as imagined. First of all, Yulidim was tricked by Wu Ming. He did not even know that Wu Ming had activated his multiple spells. If Yulidim had been prepared, the outcome would have been uncertain. Second, the multiple spells that Wu Ming used on Yulidim could only be used in the wilderness. If it were in a city or a place with a lot of people, Wu Ming would definitely not dare to use this trick. Although the impact of multiple spells was not as great as the nuclear bombs in human society in the later period, it could still cause a certain amount of damage. The originally peaceful plateau had now been turned into a plateau basin by Wu Ming's attack. The range of this spell was too large. Not to mention the impact of earthquakes, if it was released in a city, it would be almost impossible for any human to survive. In short, this trick could not be used so easily in the future. Even if it did not affect humans, if there were earthquakes or something like that every day, humans would be scared half to death. How would they be able to fight major monsters then? For war, individual bravery was not the key. The easiest way was to rely on the soldiers at the bottom. Only when they had enough momentum and vigor could they fight a tough battle. However, once Wu Ming had too many concerns, the difficulty of dealing with major monster commanders would definitely increase. Especially after listening to some of the details of the major monster commanders provided by Merlin, Wu Ming had a deeper understanding of them. If it was a one-on-one battle, Wu Ming would not be afraid of any of the major monster commanders at the moment. However, if it was Wu Ming alone, it would be a little difficult for him to fight all the major monster commanders. Besides, he did not know the specific situation of Gorgon, who had been staying in the house all this time. Wu Ming's plan might fail. However, he couldn't put too much pressure on the magical beast. He had to learn to grasp the principle that going too far was as bad as falling short. He could not underestimate the enemy, nor could he pay too much attention to the enemy. This way he could pay attention to the enemy without too much pressure and achieve the best results. One thing is clear now. Merlin, you deliberately exaggerated the current situation. It's obviously not to that extent yet. There should be a limit to your jokes. Gadotsi and Matthew, who agreed with Wu Ming's words, nodded, and then looked at Merlin with indifferent eyes. I'm just trying to make everyone feel more threatened. Why are you treating me like a bad guy? Alas, it's hard to be a good person. Gadotsi and Matthew were a little moved by Merlin's words. Moreover, if Wu Ming did not know Merlin well, Wu Ming might have been deceived too. In short, although the major monsters are very powerful, our forces are not weak either. You don't need to worry about Anna. After all, that is the territory of the Quetzalcoatl. Thinking of the Quetzalcoatl who once showed him great respect, Wu Ming had to admit that as a god, that guy was completely qualified. Don't underestimate the Quetzalcoatl. With the Quetzalcoatl, unless Tiamat appears in person, the southern jungle will be a very safe place. Yes, we understand. Gadotsi and Matthew stood up and saluted Wu Ming, like primary school students who listen to their teacher. Then, let's go and head to the temple of Abiff Mountain. Then the four of them set off to climb Abiff Mountain. As they walked all the way up the mountain road, Matthew took the lead and asked, "By the way, is the goddess of Venus in the temple on this mountain?" Although Wu Ming did not make it clear who it was, just the word, goddess of Venus, basically exposed who they would meet next. Speaking of the goddess of Venus in Mesopotamia, I'm afraid only Ishtar is the goddess of Venus. Is she the mistress of the heavens? In Chaldea's control room, Roman sat in front of his seat, his hands constantly tapping on the keyboard. The screen in front of Roman also showed images that ordinary people could not understand. But Chaldea's instruments have detected that there are only 4 gods in Mesopotamia. What's going on? 4? Gudazi stopped. He didn't understand what was going on. The doctor is referring to the 4 gods, the goddess of warcraft, the Quetzalcoatl, the goddess of the underworld, and Senior Villo. The first 3 were the goddesses of the 3 Goddesses Alliance. Although Wu Ming did not say much, his spiritual base also belonged to the Uruk Hyunryong. But Assassin said that there is a goddess on this mountain. So, shouldn't there be 5 gods? Gadotsi subconsciously looked at the top of the mountain, where she could vaguely see the shadow of the temple. I'm also wondering about this. On the big screen in front of Roman, 5 dialogue boxes appeared. The goddess of warcraft, the Quetzalcoatl, the goddess of the underworld, and the Uruk Hyunryong each occupied a box, but the last box was a series of question marks. Is it possible that the divinity is not strong enough so it can't be detected? Matthew asked. The leopard man they encountered before was also a god, but if they didn't encounter him, Chaldea's instruments couldn't detect his existence at all. Only gods with strong divinity like the goddess of warcraft and the Quetzalcoatl could be detected by Chaldea's instruments without contact. That's impossible. Ishtar is the mistress of the sky. Even if she is a pseudo-servant at the moment, her divinity can't be that weak. Wu Ming saw Ishtar the last time he came here. Although she came as a pseudo-servant in the form of a girl, her divinity didn't decrease much. She was still a very powerful divine servant. Oh, another pseudo-servant. Gadotsi nodded. She always felt that she always encountered pseudo-servants. Although Ishtar is a pseudo-servant, she is much more powerful than the leopard man, Wu Ming added. At that moment, the almighty Leonardo da Vinci spoke. Is it related to the goddess of the underworld? Chapter 909. What does this have to do with the goddess of the underworld? Gadotsi expressed that she really didn't know anything about the myths of the Mesopotamia region. The goddess of the underworld that Leonardo da Vinci refers to is an existence named Ereshkigal. She is known as the mistress of the underworld. In a sense, she is the half-body of the mistress of the heavens, Ishtar. Wu Ming explained to Gadotsi. He was also a Uruk Hyunryong. As a local, at least he knew more than Roman and the others. Since there is a legend of half-body, it naturally means that the two are different sides of the same pillar god. In this case, the goddess of the underworld and the loser goddess on this mountain should be considered the same pillar god. If they share the same divinity, it's normal that they can't be detected. If the goddess of the underworld is Ereshkigal, then this situation is true. Roman, who was sitting in Chaldea's seat, was constantly tapping on the keyboard, modifying the data of the singularity of Mesopotamia registered in Chaldea's database. It's very likely that, as Hyunryong said, Chaldea only detected the existence of 4 gods. Roman made the final confirmation. Although I don't have a good impression of that girl, even if she is a loser, she is still a goddess. If she joins us and signs a temporary contract with Tachika, it will be a big boost to our combat power. Wu Ming had this idea, which was why he dragged Gadatsi and Matthew to Mount Abiff. And in this way, even Gil won't say anything about you leaving the southern jungle without permission. After all, compared to getting the loser goddess to join us, it's unwise to let the loser goddess be a lone follower. After all, it was more reassuring to have an unstable element in one's hands than to let it go. How dare you say that? You bastard. The voice of a young girl filled with resentment entered the ears of everyone who had climbed halfway up the mountain. Master, it's a servant's reaction, please stand behind me. Matthew instantly opened his hand and conjured a shield. He stood in front of Gadatsi, protecting her behind him. In the face of unknown servants, the first thing to do was to protect their master. What's this reaction? Is it a god? Roman, who was in Chaldea, was shocked when he saw the results of the instrument. Ishtar, he said. Wu Ming looked up at the charming person sitting on the bow like heavenly ship Anna in the sky. I didn't expect you to have the guts to look for me here, Hyunryong. Ishtar's resentment towards Wu Ming seemed to be particularly big, and Ishtar didn't seem to pay attention to anyone else. She only paid attention to Wu Ming. Vilo-senpai, what's going on? Matthew couldn't help but ask. From Ishtar's reaction, it was obvious that Wu Ming had provoked him, and it was not a light one. Don't ask me, even if you ask me, I don't have the impression of provoking this troublesome guy. Don't ignore me whispering there. Along with Ishtar's furious voice, a piercing sound came into everyone's ears. Whoosh! A golden flash of light shot straight towards Wu Ming. Vilo-senpai. Assassin? Matthew and Gadatsi couldn't help but shout. Clack. And Zurgen's staff appeared from the side, and Wu Ming held it directly in his hand, and the golden flash hit it directly. This is... The twisted golden staff attracted everyone's attention, and the 7 snake heads inlaid with different colored gems were full of noble and strange colors. Even Ishtar froze in midair with her hands in a shooting position. Oh, I know. Roman, who thought he had completely figured it out, was the first to speak and break the silence. As we all know, the fight for power is extremely common in myths. Even the virtuous Uruk Hyunryong also has a desire for power. According to the Gilgamesh epic records, the Uruk Hyunryong once seized Ishtar's position as the Uruk city god, and drove Ishtar out of the Uruk. There are also many small stories that have been investigated by many scholars and experts. Although various experts and professors have different opinions, there are many parts that are worth referencing. For example, Uruk Hyunryong seized other things from Ishtar. When Roman said this, Wu Ming more or less understood what he was trying to say. The staff in Hyunryong's hand is obviously consistent with the 7-headed warhammer staff that belonged to Ishtar in the myths. So, it's probably because the Uruk Hyunryong seized a lot of things from Ishtar that caused Ishtar to hate the Uruk Hyunryong. Roman explained with confidence. Gadatsi and Matthew nodded as if they had suddenly seen the light. Only Merlin watched the scene unfold with a smile and did not say anything. If Wu Ming didn't know whether he had done it or not, he might have believed it too. When he thought about it carefully, Roman's analysis was indeed quite reasonable. In this way, it was understandable that Ishtar was full of resentment and anger towards Wu Ming. What the hell is this? Wu Ming sighed helplessly. Reasonable? 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 Facts were facts. This was something that couldn't be said carelessly. Wu Ming didn't steal anything from Ishtar at all. Well, the idea of stealing the Uruk city guardian was also nonsense. However, Wu Ming could more or less understand why all of this turned out like this. Wu Ming, who didn't like Ishtar, did drive Ishtar away in the past, but that was only because Ishtar had done something that he couldn't do, so Wu Ming did that. And Ishtar would come back soon because she couldn't do without the tributes from the citizens, such as gems, and so on. Perhaps it was because he had driven her away too many times, coupled with the fact that the records of later generations weren't perfect. The story was gradually changed into that Uruk Hyunryong stole the position of the Uruk city guardian from Ishtar. Wuming also understood. After all, the various myths in modern times were the result of people's exaggerations in history. As for the so-called seven-headed warhammer staff, it was purely because it was similar. It wasn't Ishtar's staff at all. But did Ishtar really think so? Yes, that's right. I'm talking to you, Hyunryong. Give me back my seven-headed warhammer staff. At this moment, Ishtar didn't care whether what Roman said was true or not. She was going to make the best of it. She had her eyes on the gorgeous staff. Chapter 9-10. At that moment, Gadotsi and Matthew didn't know what to say. Roman and Leonardo da Vinci, who were in the Chaldea control room, naturally didn't speak again. It was obvious that the matter was both complicated and simple. But all in all, Wuming seemed to be in the right. Even Gadotsi and Matthew could see that Ishtar was obviously panicking. Ishtar was obviously the kind of person who couldn't refute after her lie was exposed in front of her elders. Only Merlin, who knew what was going on, half squatted on the ground with his back facing everyone. He seemed to be laughing so hard that he was twitching. You stupid goddess, are you blinded by money? You don't even know how to lie. Ishtar was even more embarrassed by Wuming's words. After all, this was indeed the truth. Ishtar could speak casually in front of others, but in front of Wuming, it was a little difficult. Although I also know that you want to take advantage of Roman's words and take my Ains Uar Gong staff for yourself, I still have to say that your IQ matches the number of gems you have. Finally, Wuming shouted a sentence. You shameless loser and stupid goddess. Reflect on yourself. The roar like a dragon resounded through the sky, and Gadotsi and Matthew couldn't help but cover their ears. The magic contained in Wuming's voice even interfered with the communication between Chaldea and Gadotsi. In short, although Wuming's voice couldn't spread to the Uruk, it was not a problem for it to spread to the entire Abif mountain. However, no matter who was right or wrong in this matter, Wuming's voice was a disaster not much worse than social death for Ishtar. Damn Hyunryong. As if she had lost her mind, Ishtar hugged her head with both hands, and her eyes lost their focus. She sat on horse Anna and swayed as if she was about to fall off. Seeing this scene, the innocent little angel Mashu quickly reminded Ishtar. After all, Ishtar really looked like a daughter who couldn't do anything if no one took care of her. Miss Ishtar, please be careful. It's dangerous. Matthew's words made Ishtar stunned, but then she also recovered from the torture given by Wuming. Don't worry, I won't fall off horse Anna. Ishtar flipped her hair as she spoke. Her whole person was full of charm, which was very much in line with her image as the mistress of the heavens, if the terrible scene from before was ignored. Speaking of which, where were we just now? With one hand on her chin, Ishtar was quite distressed as she recalled the conversation between her and Wuming. This made Wuming blush with shame. He always felt that this goddess who descended by relying on the body of a human girl had become quite unreliable. Don't even think about my staff of Anzavulgan, loser goddess. Also, quickly go back to Uruk and be a city god. The demonic beasts have caused serious damage to this land, and the Uruk needs your strength. 3 times. Ishtar's face darkened. You actually called me loser goddess 3 times. You're dead. Ishtar roared and aimed the simulated scope in Wuming's direction. Horse Anna began to gather magic. Master, be careful. Matthew approached Gadotsi and raised his shield again. Senior Villo, please be careful. However, Wuming did not pay attention to Matthew's words. His attention was on something else. Wuming had said loser goddess more than 3 times, but Ishtar had only heard it 3 times. In other words, Ishtar had just arrived. So it was at that time. Wuming whispered to himself. I heard it all before. You completely disliked my wanton behavior and wanted to detain me. I won't listen to you and sign a temporary contract with the human master over there. Wuming's heart sank. Sure enough, Ishtar had heard what he said at that time. Can you be considered the mistress of the heavens like this? Ishtar. When your father and the others disappeared, you only know how to run away. I prefer the stubborn and mischievous goddess of the past who can be straightforward and stupid, and not the current loser goddess. You're a disgrace to the title of mistress of the heavens. I think you might as well stay in the border area of the Mesopotamia until we save this world. Loser goddess. Gadotsi and Matthew both looked at Wuming in shock. They were shocked that Wuming could say such harsh and mocking words. Even Merlin, who had been released from his stomach ache from laughing state, became slightly more serious. At the same time, the atmosphere at the scene became very oppressive. It was like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. However, since it was called a precursor, it meant that there was no danger at the moment. Tianzhou horse Anna's magic cannon muzzle also stopped condensing magic. What did you say? Ishtar was provoked by Wu Ming's words. At this moment her face was even gloomier than before. The magic emitted from her body made Gadotsi and Matthew tremble. Senior Villo? Why don't you stop talking for now? Matthew and Gadotsi tried to persuade Wu Ming. After all, it was not a wise thing to unilaterally anger the other party, was it not? However, this was the effect Wu Ming wanted. As the mistress of the heavens, Ishtar also had a very strong self-esteem, except when it came to gems. Through this aspect he could well control the angry Ishtar. Of course, there was also a chance that it would make the other party even more furious. Next, it was time to see how Wu Ming would turn the situation around. I'm telling the truth. If you were Father God and the others, you would definitely take the initiative to clean up the magic beasts raging on the earth and protect the humans who believe in the gods. And you, if I'm not wrong, in addition to driving Tianzhou horse Anna around, you would definitely only go to a sparsely populated place like the ranch to kill a few magic beasts and then sweep away the ranch owner's money. Ishtar. Wu Ming's words made Ishtar's face turn red instead of exploding. The magic stagnant at Ma Anna's muzzle also dissipated. You, what are you talking about? How could I do that? I'm just taking the offerings from the ranch owner? In other words, you did do that. This time, it was Wu Ming's turn to be gloomy. How thick-skinned must she be to do such a thing? Squeak. Seeing Wu Ming like this, Ishtar seemed to be frightened and let out a strange cry. Gadotsi, Matthew, and Roman and Leonardo da Vinci, who were in Chaldea's control room, looked like they had seen a ghost. At this moment they felt like Wu Ming was the perfect counter to Ishtar. You just wait. I'm not done with you. Ishtar said fiercely as she rode Tianzhou horse Anna to the top of the mountain. However, not knowing if it was an illusion, Gadotsi and the others felt that Ishtar was crying when she said this. Was the mistress of the heavens being bullied by the Uruk Hyunryong and crying? That's impossible, probably. Chapter 9:11. While everyone else was entangled by these messy matters, only Merlin was paying attention to Wu Ming with a clear mind. He felt that Wu Ming's expression at the moment was a bit similar to how he felt when he faced Artoria. Although the target was different, Wu Ming did give Merlin such a feeling at the moment. A worried old father. That's right, Wu Ming at the moment seemed to be worried about his disobedient daughter. Wu Ming was indeed worried. Everyone in Mesopotamia knew that Ishtar was spoiled by the gods. Although she was a good god, she always did evil things. Back then, the reason why Wu Ming came to the Uruk was mainly because Wu Ming was tricked by Morgan Le Fay. By chance, he forcibly unlocked the bloodline of the origin of dragon, allowing Wu Ming to use the body of the origin of dragon, when he was still a minor. However, at that time, Wu Ming was too accustomed to the body of the origin of dragon, and the awakening of the bloodline was not perfect. He could not control the body almost perfectly like Wu Ming now. In any case, Wu Ming awakened the origin of dragon by accident. In addition, Wu Ming was indeed injured at that time. Otherwise, Wu Ming would not have hidden to recuperate and used the statue that people made for him as his eyes to observe the Uruk. After that, Wu Ming used this eye to observe Ishtar's series of evil deeds. Wu Ming did not hate Ishtar, or rather Wu Ming did not hate anyone, provided that no one provoked him. As long as no one provoked him, everything was fine. Wu Ming's attitude towards Ishtar was the same. As long as Ishtar did not provoke him, he would not pay attention to Ishtar. However, things did not go as planned. Ishtar would do some troublesome things from time to time. Not only did she easily provoke Wu Ming, but the Uruk citizens also always prayed to Wu Ming. The content of the prayers was not excessive like getting rid of Ishtar, but they were basically complaints about Ishtar and begging Ishtar to stop her evil deeds. Wu Ming was respected and worshipped by the citizens of the Uruk and even Mesopotamia. When Ishtar really crossed the line and provoked him, Wu Ming would teach her a lesson. For example, he would beat Ishtar up and chase her out of the Uruk. At that time, Wu Ming was completely unfamiliar with his dragon body. He did not have a certain degree of understanding and development. Naturally, he was not that strong, but he was not so weak that he could not even defeat Ishtar. Logically speaking, Wu Ming's dragon body would only be completely restored after reaching adulthood. By chance, Wu Ming's dragon body was unlocked in advance, and it could be regarded as a considerable increase in strength. However, even if Wu Ming defeated Ishtar, the Sumer gods were still around at that time. Even if it was a lesson, Wu Ming could not go too far. Even if the Sumer gods were afraid of Wu Ming's identity, if he did not give them face and taught Ishtar a lesson, who knew what the Sumer gods would do in the end? Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a group of gods. Therefore, Wu Ming, who was not invincible, had to learn to be moderate. Besides, it did not mean that he had to use force to teach. Most of the time, wisdom was better than force. Especially when facing Ishtar, the spoiled mistress of the heavens, Wuming found that it was particularly easy for him to use his brain to deal with her. However, it was as if she had forgotten the pain after the scar healed. After a few days, she would naturally return as if nothing had happened. God-en, who was also Ishtar's father, once came to look for Wuming, and the two had a short conversation about Ishtar. It was nothing more than taking care of Ishtar, saying that she was still young and immature and so on. God-en was like a parent meeting the class teacher. However, every time Wuming talked about Ishtar's mistakes, the other party would always smile and change the topic, constantly asking Wuming to help take care of Ishtar. This made Wuming very helpless. After all, even if you asked Wuming to take care of Ishtar, he could not do so. After all, Ishtar did not have the slightest respect for Wuming. To put it simply, Ishtar would not listen to Wuming at all. It was like a naughty student being reprimanded by the class teacher. On the surface they would say that they would change, but afterward they would forget everything they promised. Ishtar was obviously such a student, and whether it was in the open or in the dark, she did not show the slightest willingness to be obedient. She still did things her own way, and in the end she became even worse. The Bowl of Heaven incident was the embodiment of Ishtar's worsening behavior. However, it was not only bad. Ever since the Bowl of Heaven incident, Ishtar had a trace of fear for Wuming. Although Ishtar herself was not aware of it, Wuming obviously noticed it. Wuming also had a big prejudice against Ishtar because she indirectly released the Bowl of Heaven. Therefore, after that incident, Wuming became stricter with Ishtar. Ishtar, who had a trace of fear, was also frightened by Wuming's strictness. Gradually she did not return to Uruk. This was probably the origin of the legend that Uruk Hyunryong was the Uruk city god who stole Ishtar. Not long after that, the gods gradually separated from humans, and gradually left the human world. Wuming also left Uruk with Enkidu, who was opportunistically avoided death by himself. However, after the Bowl of Heaven incident, the nature of the relationship between Wuming and Ishtar did indeed change. Especially now that Ishtar appeared as a pseudo-servant, the special relationship between the two became even more obvious. If one had to describe it, it was like the relationship between a melancholy homeroom teacher and a naughty student had changed to an old father and a spoiled daughter. Because there was still kindness in Ishtar's bones, and Wuming's previous actions were also good intentions. After the gods disappeared, Ishtar, who appeared as a pseudo-servant in this world, had a feeling of dependence on Hyunryong, who used to be very strict with her. It was like a naughty student whose father was in trouble would subconsciously ask for help from their neighbor who used to take care of them and teach them a lesson. However, neither of them noticed this, otherwise things wouldn't have turned out this way. Merlin, as a bystander, saw through everything. This was probably the so-called, the onlooker sees the game more clearly. Oh. Villo-senpai, what should we do next? Anyway, Matthew thought that her brain couldn't think anymore. This series of events made Matthew at a loss, and she didn't know what to do next. Continue to climb the mountain. Wuming pointed at the faintly visible palace on the mountain, and then immediately moved. Since we're already here, if we don't bring Ishtar back, I'll feel bad no matter how I think about it. However, as soon as Wuming finished his sentence, the entire Abif mountain shook violently. Chapter 9:12. What's going on? Gadatsi, who lost her balance and almost fell, could not help but look at Wuming. Oh, it seems to be an Abifu spirit. Merlin looked thoughtfully in a certain direction on the mountain and said in surprise, Abifu spirit? Gadatsi and Matthew were full of doubts about the so-called Abifu spirit. What is that? A monster? A ghost? However, at the next moment, as if responding to Gadatsi and Matthew's doubts, a super-huge magical pig rushed down from the mountain. From the looks of it, it seemed like it wanted to destroy Gadatsi and the others in one blow. That's an Abifu spirit? Gadatsi was shocked. It was clearly a large magical beast. After Mount Abifu was killed by the former Ishtar, a magical beast was naturally formed in the mountain. The magical beast represents the anger of Mount Abifu, so it's called the Abifu spirit. However, everyone had no time to listen to Wuming's explanation. At this moment, whether it was the current speed of the magical pig or the position of everyone, it clearly pointed out the situation they were in at the moment. It's a big crisis. Although his words were full of panic, Matthew immediately put up his shield in front of everyone. Master. Matthew glanced at Gadatsi and Gadatsi nodded knowingly. At this time, it was obviously unrealistic to escape, so Matthew was ready to activate his noble phantasm to resist the impact of the magical pig. Gadatsi was also ready to support him with her command spell just in case. At this time, Wu Ming suddenly walked to Matthew, who had already put up his shield, put his hand on Matthew's shoulder and said, "Let me do it." "Senior Villo?" Matthew could not make up his mind for a while and turned to look at his senior. Gadatsi nodded. Since Wu Ming said so, she believed in him. "Senior Villo, please be careful." Matthew did not withdraw his shield. After talking to Wu Ming, he returned to Gadatsi's side. Even with the protection of Senior Villo, he can't relax. He still has to protect his senior. "Assassin, how are you going to deal with it?" Gadatsi looked at the magical pig that was getting closer and closer, and looked at Wu Ming with a little panic. "Tachika, do you know that I'm partly responsible for the reason why Mount Abifu was killed by Ishtar?" As if reflecting this sentence, when a bifling saw Wu Ming standing at the front, it became even angrier and even sped up a little. "You're also partly responsible?" Gadatsi was stunned. "You can say that I didn't save him." Without further explanation, Wu Ming looked at a bifling who was getting angrier and stretched out his hand. Wu Ming has long known that Mount Abifu will be killed by Ishtar through his understanding of the mysterious world. Therefore, Wu Ming did not intervene too much in this matter. When he came to the land of Mesopotamia, he had several conversations with the mountain spirit of Mount Abifu. When he brought Gil to Mount Abifu also gave Wu Ming a lot of convenience. It was precisely because of his good impression that Wu Ming helped Mount Abifu and sent Ishtar away to avoid Mount Abifu's death. However, when the Ishtar in the parallel world learned about Gilgamesh's gender, her anger affected Mount Abifu, and Wu Ming's inaction was also a factor. Although that happened in the parallel world, it will be similar in this world. What happened in the parallel world where Wu Ming is in, other parallel worlds will definitely be affected to a certain extent. Wu Ming knows in his heart that the suppression force of the M-shaped moon world will definitely do this. Therefore, when facing the angry Abifu in this parallel world, Wu Ming had a strange feeling. He and the mountain spirit of Mount Abifu are not very close friends, but they are still friends. Wu Ming still has a trace of regret for his inaction in the beginning. This is also one of the few regrets of Wu Ming in the continuous travel that continues to this day. The appearance of the Abifu spirit is probably related to my voice just now. Since I'm the one who lured it out, then I'll clean it up. Wu Ming doesn't know whether the killing of Ishtar in this parallel world by the Abifu mountain has direct or indirect relationship with him, but Wu Ming can be sure of one thing. At this moment, the Abifu spirit in front of Wu Ming has become an existence like a violent spirit, and the only thing Wu Ming can do is to give it relief. Thinking of this, Wu Ming condensed a large amount of magic power in his hand. The powerful magic power caused the air to flow rapidly, thus creating wind. Moreover, the extremely dense magic power source in Wu Ming's hand also produced some gravitational force, slowly attracting the surrounding stones and soil. Seeing this, Merlin's expression changed. Merlin is not interested in anything else, but the move Wu Ming is about to use. This magic power. Roman and Chaldea also saw the data results from the detection instrument and made a shocked sound. Could it be? Immediately afterward, the magic power source in Wu Ming's hand that had reached the limit of density suddenly compressed. In an instant, a high-intensity hurricane spread from Wu Ming's palm to the surroundings, blowing Merlin's clothes. Gadatsi and Matthew were also unable to open their eyes because of the strong wind pressure. In the next second, a beam of light full of magic power and the size of a huge wild boar that was the incarnation of the Abifu spirit instantly shot towards the Abifu spirit that rushed in front of Wu Ming. The Abifu spirit was swallowed by the beam of light without any preparation and without any sound. Then the beam of light burst into the sky with the movement of Wu Ming's arm. The beam of light disappeared, the wind pressure disappeared, and Gadatsi and Matthew also opened their eyes. The Abifu spirit had already disappeared, leaving only a charred trace that rushed along the ground to the mountain. Walala, extremely fine sand, stones and soil fell from the sky, which was the debris attracted by the gravity generated by the magic power source. Wait a minute. Was that just a simple magic cannon? Roman's shocked voice came out from Gadatsi's wrist again. Magic cannon? Gadatsi asked in confusion. It's a magic trick where pure magic is processed, transformed, and strengthened to shoot at the enemy in the form of bullets or cannonballs. It's called magic bullet, and magic cannon can be understood as a luxurious upgraded version of magic bullet. Whether its strength or range, it's improved by more than a little. Merlin kindly explained. The upgraded version of magic bullets, assassin, is really powerful. I've only just learned how to release ordinary magic bullets after a long time of practice. Gadatsi scratched the back of her head embarrassedly. You can't compare with him. Magic cannon has high requirements in fine operation and magic power. The former is fine, but almost no human can meet the latter. Chapter 9:13. Magicians were magicians because they were a group of people who studied magic. It was naturally possible to achieve the former, but the latter was really difficult for magicians. For example, the magic power of the magic cannon that Wu Ming had just released was almost comparable to the magic power of a large spiritual vein. If ordinary magicians wanted to release such a magic cannon, they would not be able to do it without using some extremely special methods. Senior Villow's magic power is indeed quite sufficient. Matthew remembered that when they were at the American Singularity, Wu Ming created a fake Holy Grail that simply provided magic power for Wu Ming. Wu Ming's magic power was not infinite, but he did not lack magic power. There was no other reason. His magic power capacity was really beyond imagination. If Wu Ming's body was used as the source of the world, Wu Ming, who had sufficient magic power, would not have the slightest pressure to support the magic operation of a world. Not only was the amount great, but Wu Ming's magic power recovery was also extraordinary. However, at this time Roman shouted, "Wait a minute. You're focusing on the wrong thing." The shout was as if he had seen something incredible. My equipment here shows that Hyunryong did not use a magic cannon, but a pure magic blast that looks like a magic cannon. Roman's words focused everyone's attention on Gadatzi's communication bracelet. "Doctor, what do you mean?" It did not go through the processing, deformation, and strengthening of the general magic bullet process. He directly compressed the magic power to the extreme and simply released it. Gadatzi and Matthew looked at each other, and then at Wu Ming at the same time. The three of them looked at each other without saying a word, but Wu Ming could clearly see that Gadatzi and Matthew's mouths were slowly opening wide. Hey. Merlin, who had already expected this, covered his ears in advance to prevent his ears from suffering. Although I have never seen Villow's magic power before. Merlin smiled rather relaxedly. But, to be able to burn the ground like this, how much magic power must be compressed and released? Matthew had some experience in magic, unlike Gadatzi, who was a newcomer. Anyway, in Matthew's eyes, it was simply compressed magic power and released it. Without magic modification, it would not be able to create such a scene. Although many servants had the skill mana release, they could not create such a scene that looked like it was bombarded by a supergiant electromagnetic cannon. Mana release was a skill that allowed the user to release the mana stored in their body for a split second. It was a good choice for both damage and movement speed. Moreover, some servants also had obvious magic attributes. In that case, mana release could achieve different effects. For example, take Karna as an example. As a servant, the attribute of his skill mana release was flame. By releasing a large amount of magic power from the soles of his feet in an instant, the flame produced by the magic power could promote Karna to rise, thus achieving the effect of flight. By controlling the magic power intermittently, it could achieve the effect of hovering in the air. That was the advantage of mana release with obvious attributes. Although the ordinary mana release could also achieve this point, the ordinary mana release was indeed not as good as the mana release with the flame attribute. And Wu Ming's magic power did not have any attributes, it was just pure magic power. However, whether it was magic power with or without attributes, it was extremely difficult to create such a scene in front of Gadatzi and others. Mana release, with such a large range, required magic power that not everyone could have. In short, ordinary people and even servants did not have enough magic power. Almost no servant had as much magic power as Wu Ming, and even the energy in the god's body could not catch up with Wu Ming. And what was the advantage of having more magic power? It was the unlimited use of magic power, from quantitative change to qualitative change. Only quantitative change can lead to qualitative change, which was understood by everyone, but not everyone could do it. After all, no one could squander their magic power like Wu Ming. The magic power compressed by Wu Ming even produced a trace of gravity, which was enough to imagine how huge the base of the magic power compressed by Wu Ming was. It can be said that if Villo didn't artificially raise the magic power after the compression, I'm afraid half of Ibif Mountain would have been impacted and exploded. Roman made the final statement. I'm going to drink some coffee to relieve my shocked heart. See you later. However, Wu Ming did not think that drinking coffee would have an effect on relieving heart fatigue. After that, Roman closed the communication channel. Matthew saw that Roman's voice no longer came out of the communication bracelet, so he raised his head and looked at Wu Ming. Matthew swallowed his saliva to show that he still hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Gadatzi was not affected much. By the way, assassin, what will happen if you blow yourself up? Gadotsi suddenly asked a question, which also attracted Matthew's attention. The explosion will probably affect the range between here and the Uruk. Ibif Mountain was still some distance away from the Uruk, which was indeed terrifying. At this moment Wuming's bad taste broke out. Why do you want me to try? Wuming looked at Gadotsi with a smile on his face. If it's your request, Tachika, it's not that I can't do it. I'll be happy to try it for you. Let's not. Let's go up the mountain. Goddess Ishtar is probably tired of waiting for us. Gadotsi immediately waved her hand, but the trace of sweat on her forehead still showed a trace of panic in the girl's heart. You're right. We pretended to think for a moment, then turned around and continued climbing the mountain. When we passed by the scorch marks on the mountain, Gadotsi and Matthew couldn't help but take a few more glances. If they were hit by this cannon, it would indeed be terrifying. The two thought of the angry Ibif spirit. It was really pitiful, then the two rejoiced. Fortunately, when they fired the magic cannon just now, they didn't aim it at the mountain otherwise. I'm sorry, Tachika. Matthew, the mountain path opposite us is broken in half and we can't use it, Wuming, who was walking in front, suddenly said. Maybe it was affected by the magic cannon. Anyway, we can't use it for a while. Okay, let's pretend that they didn't say anything. Wuming looked at Gadotsi and Matthew, then looked at Merlin, and made a decision in his heart that made Merlin feel a little uneasy. A moment later, Wuming carried Gadotsi and Matthew to the top of the mountain. Is this Goddess Ishtar's palace? The first thing that came into Matthew's sight was a building that was different from the surrounding barren land, and it flashed with a hint of gold. But it's just a little. Gadotsi smiled awkwardly. What was Gadotsi laughing about? It was none other than Gadotsi laughing at the two large manekiniko in front of the entrance of Ishtar's palace. Chapter 9:14. Wuming naturally also noticed the large manekiniko in front of Ishtar's palace. Although it looked funny, it was not as simple as it looked. However, Wuming did not think that it was from Ishtar's memory. After all, there was no such thing as a manekiniko in Mesopotamia before BC. It was probably the knowledge brought by the girl that Ishtar relied on. After all, the girl lived in the 21st century. By the way, Merlin hasn't come up yet? Wuming did not see Merlin for a long time and could not help but ask. This. Gadotsi and Matthew looked at each other, they did not know what to say. At this time, a weak voice came into Wuming's ears. Damn it, Vero, you bastard. How dare you make me climb up the cliff by myself? At a certain cliff, a hand so white that it didn't look like a human suddenly reached out and grabbed the ground. Then, a staff was stretched out by the person's other hand and pierced into the ground to complete the fixation. Finally, the white-haired big brother dream demon appeared in front of Wu Ming and the others, looking exhausted. I can't bring 3 people with me, so I have to trouble you. You are also a servant, Merlin. You can't let Tachika and the others climb up here. Wu Ming comforted Merlin with both reason and emotion. But Matthew is also a servant. However, as soon as Merlin finished the sentence, Wu Ming stared at him. It was as if he was saying, I'm a girl, are you? Let's go, maybe Ishtar will escape if we stay here for a long time. After Wu Ming finished, he did not care about Merlin. Gadotsi and Matthew, who wanted to say a few good words for Merlin, went straight to the gate of the temple. It's really unfair. Merlin shrugged his shoulders and complained. He immediately followed Wu Ming. In fact, Merlin was not as weak as he had imagined. Previously, Merlin had leaped and sprinted through the mountains to find Wu Ming. This was enough to show how good Merlin's stamina was. Moreover, part of Artoria's swordsmanship was taught by Merlin. Even if such a person claimed to be a magician, who would believe it? By the way, Wu Ming also learned swordsmanship from Merlin with Artoria, but because the effect was not obvious, it was better to use the spear skills taught by his master, Skahar, so he did not learn much. Walking past the manekiniko, Wu Ming thought that the manekiniko could move, but it kept its manekiniko posture and did not move at all. This dispelled Wu Ming's idea that the 2 manekiniko were gatekeepers. The 4 continued to go deeper. Because Ishtar's palace was built on the mountain, some parts of the interior were full of darkness. Not only that, the internal structure and the external appearance looked very different, there was no gorgeous look at all. Is this really the palace of the goddess Ishtar? Gadotsi could not help but ask. Obviously, the palace looked so gorgeous from the outside, but the inside was quite disappointing. Because Ishtar has no money. Wu Ming simply said the truth. This is simple and easy to understand, Tachika. You just need to remember that Ishtar is a loser goddess who loves money and gems, but has no fate with these things. Okay. Gadotsi nodded a little at a loss. After walking for a little while, Matthew saw flashing lights in front of them. Are those torches? It was the light of burning torches. The walls on both sides of the road were inlaid with burning torches, which made the passage look a little more majestic. However, it was only a sliver of, it's almost there. Although Wuming had not been here before, Wuming could feel the divinity of Ishtar. So, their destination was almost there, the main palace where Ishtar lived. Sure enough, after walking through the corridor inlaid with burning torches, the four of them entered a room that looked like a hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a stone pedestal that looked like a throne. Under the stone pedestal were stones that had been trimmed. The stones increased the height of the stone pedestal, which seemed to be deliberately designed. If one wanted to look at the person sitting on the stone pedestal, one had to look up and let the person on the stone pedestal look down on them. It had to be said that this was the work of the gods to make the visitors worship them. Directly above the stone pedestal, there was a big hole in the middle of the ceiling of the main hall. Although it was artificially repaired, it could still be seen that it was violently damaged. Sunlight shone through the big hole like a skylight into the palace, making the originally rather shabby palace look high-end and classy. And the stone pedestal happened to be completely illuminated by the sunlight. Whether it was morning or evening, as long as there was sunlight, the stone pedestal would be illuminated. This design was quite satisfactory. It seems that Ishtar's brain is not as bad as I thought. Wuming looked at the scene and nodded in praise. Of course, who do you think I am? A charming voice came from the shadow of the palace. Then, a beautiful goddess slowly walked out of the shadow and came into everyone's sight. This person was Ishtar, who ran away after being angered by Wuming. I am Ishtar, the mistress of the heavens. This is my palace, Ishtar, so of course I have to be more careful. As Ishtar said, she gently jumped directly onto the stone pedestal, and crossed her legs, looking down at Wuming and others below. Goddess Ishtar, your posture is really good. The innocent Matthew couldn't help but complain. He had to admit that this posture was indeed very annoying. Ishtar adhered to her usual style. Even in the state of pseudo-servant, the material on her clothes was still very little. And Ishtar, who was sitting on the raised throne with her legs crossed, in front of Wuming and others, was already in a state of naked state in the future. However, among the four people present, Gadotsi was a woman, and Merlin was a nightmare who didn't understand human feelings. Neither of them would be moved by Ishtar. Only Matthew was too innocent to remind Ishtar. As for Wuming, he was completely used to it. Don't worry about this girl, she didn't care about her clothes at all since a long time ago. It was precisely because the previous Ishtar was extremely thin every day, coupled with Ishtar's bad character, that caused Wuming to have no interest in Ishtar at all. After all, he would get tired of seeing too much. The original Ishtar didn't have the slightest interest in Wuming, let alone the human girl Ishtar. The pseudo-servant state of Ishtar was really far from the original Ishtar in terms of beauty. More importantly, the human girl that Ishtar relied on was someone that Wuming knew. Chapter 9:15. The mentor, who once accidentally led Ilya onto the path of a magical girl, Rin and Osaka. Ishtar's face was exactly the same as Rin and Osaka's face, and similarly, Ishtar also retained Rin and Osaka's slightly regrettable breasts, just slightly. But to Wuming's surprise, after Mashu reminded him, Ishtar showed a hint of shyness and embarrassment. He didn't know if it was because of the existence in Ishtar's body, but after Mashu reminded him, Ishtar showed a shy and embarrassed look. Shocked. Ishtar actually blushed out of shyness? But seemingly noticing Wuming's surprise, Ishtar's face suddenly changed, and her slightly red cheeks instantly became normal. In the next second, Chinjo's horse Anna flew in through the big hole in the ceiling. Ishtar jumped slightly and sat directly on horse Anna, and let horse Anna rise into the air and stay away from Wuming. It could be considered as indirectly preventing her from being exposed. However, Wuming didn't give Ishtar any face. When Ishtar sat on horse Anna and moved, Wuming directly said the truth of his guess. By the way, were you hiding over there just now? Wait, no, why would I hide over there? Although Ishtar seemed a little flustered, she immediately pretended to be calm. I thought you didn't dare to see me. In that case, let's get straight to the point. Wuming no longer held back with Ishtar. Come back to Uruk with us, mistress of the heavens Ishtar. The Uruk needs the power of your goddess. Wuming stretched out his right hand to Ishtar, who was flying high in the sky and bathed in the sun, and very simply and violently pulled her to his side. This made Gadotsi, Matthew, and even Merlin dumbfounded. Even Roman and Leonardo da Vinci, who were monitoring in Chaldea, were taken aback by Wuming's sudden invitation. Vilo Senpai, goddess Ishtar wouldn't agree. In the end, Matthew raised a question. Both sides were clearly standing on opposite sides, So why did Wu Ming still ask such a question that would definitely be rejected? Not only Matthew but Gadotsi also didn't understand. Why wouldn't she agree? Ishtar never said that she wouldn't return to Uruk with us. Everyone was stunned. Carefully recalling Ishtar's words, it seemed that it was indeed as Wu Ming said. Ishtar never said that she wouldn't return to Uruk. She only said that she wouldn't sign a temporary contract with Gadotsi. Ishtar, who was also stunned by Wu Ming's sudden invitation, also recovered at this moment. Ishtar was also surprised by Wu Ming's approach, but after carefully recalling, she really didn't say that she wouldn't return to Uruk. In other words, there was still a chance for things to turn around. Yes, Ishtar was a little happy, but she couldn't help it because Wu Ming was here. Ishtar was indeed hiding just now. She knew that if there were only a few people in Chaldea, Ishtar wouldn't have to care about their expressions at all and could do whatever she wanted. However, Wu Ming just had to come with her. When she returned to her palace, she heard a loud noise and felt a strong magic power. It was undoubtedly Wu Ming's magic power, and Ishtar always felt that Wu Ming was stronger than before. Ishtar knew that she couldn't beat Wu Ming. Without her father's protection, Ishtar would definitely be hung up and beaten by Wu Ming. In the end, she would be shipped back to Uruk and forced to sign a contract with that human girl. Even worse, Ishtar would be forced to become Gold Twinkle's subordinate and act according to his orders. This was something she didn't want to encounter in any case. However, she couldn't compromise just like that. Sign a contract with a human master and then go back to work for Gold Twinkle? What a joke. And for some reason, Ishtar felt like she couldn't raise her head in front of Wu Ming. Just like most human beings, like a child meeting their parents or a student meeting their teacher, Ishtar realized that she had a natural fear of Wu Ming for some reason. That was why when she faced Wu Ming before, no matter how angry she was, Wu Ming lectured her, or when she saw Wu Ming get angry, she was like a deflated balloon. She could only blame it on the aftereffects of being bullied by Wu Ming in the past. That was why Ishtar was thinking when she hid. If she couldn't do it, she would just run away. It had to be said that Wu Ming guessed Ishtar's thoughts. It felt like, the person who knows you best is not your friend but your enemy. Wu Ming was afraid that if they spent too much time on the road, Ishtar would run away after letting her imagination run wild, so Wu Ming directly flew up with Gadotsi and the others. Anyway, it wasn't like Ishtar hadn't done this kind of thing before, and for her, it wasn't something to be embarrassed about. From the looks of it, it was also because Wu Ming and the others came a little too quickly that Ishtar didn't have time to run away. She had no choice but to face them with force. Ishtar, I can take a step back. You don't have to sign a contract with our master, and you don't have to be Gil's servant. You only have to cooperate with us to deal with the monsters. This is already the greatest respect we can give to you as a goddess. Since Ishtar refused to sign a temporary contract, Wu Ming would just cancel this condition. As for the content of the second condition, it was even easier to understand. We have already made a big concession. I hope you can consider it. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. This made Ishtar a little surprised that Wu Ming would actually give in. According to Ishtar's understanding of Wu Ming, in this kind of situation where the gods disappeared and she did something slightly out of line, Wu Ming should directly attack her. She really couldn't beat Wu Ming, and there was no other way except to run away. However, according to Ishtar's understanding, before Wu Ming and the others came, she could still run away. But now she probably couldn't run away. It was because she couldn't run away that Ishtar forced herself to meet Wu Ming and the others. However, Ishtar didn't expect that Wu Ming would actually choose to take a step back and discuss with her. This made Ishtar, who was originally a little nervous, feel a little proud. It was really just, a little and a little. I didn't expect that one day Hyunryong-sama would also bow to mean very good, very good. As Ishtar spoke, her face revealed a smile that she thought was perfect. However, this smile in front of Gadotsi and the others was like a blooming flower. Then what do you think? Wu Ming's entire face darkened, only his red eyes emitting a deeper red light. He had indeed taken a step back, but when he saw Ishtar's complacent look, he was still displeased. Ishtar was shocked by Wu Ming's expression, but at the same time she understood one thing. Wu Ming's concession wasn't a compromise. It was just giving her face or giving her a choice. It wasn't giving her a chance to take a yard after taking an inch. Chapter 9:16. Well, since you are begging me, I can consider it. Although Ishtar's tone was quite weak when she said this. I originally wanted to use force against you, but for some reason I gave up on this idea. Then Wu Ming looked back at Merlin. That one is here. As soon as Wu Ming spoke, Merlin knew what Wu Ming was talking about. Indeed, they have arrived. Merlin nodded. Then Merlin turned and walked toward the passage behind him. I will go and block them for a while, you guys discuss as soon as possible. As Merlin spoke, his figure disappeared. Assassin, where did Merlin go? After watching Merlin leave, Gadotzi immediately looked at Wuming. I will keep you in suspense. Wuming smiled at Gadotzi, then looked back at Ishtar flying in the sky. One last thing, I will fight for 1/10 of the treasures in Gil's treasure vault for you as a reward. 1/10. Ishtar was surprised, but the corners of her mouth subconsciously curled up. It was a surprise that came from the bottom of her heart. King Gilgamesh's treasure? Matthew couldn't help but repeat. Gilgamesh is the great king who collected all the treasures in the world. Even 1/10 of the treasures in the treasure vault is priceless. The goddess of beauty, harvest, and battle, mistress of the heavens Ishtar. You don't have to listen to the orders of Chaldea's master Tachika or the Uruk king Gilgamesh. You only need to listen to my instructions and fight the monsters with us. I will also fight for 1/10 of the treasures in King Gilgamesh's treasure vault for you as a reward. How about it, can you accept it? Wuming's voice was like magic as it entered Ishtar's ears like a bell. No problem. I accept. Ishtar looked proud as if she had earned a lot. In fact, when Wuming proposed to work together, Ishtar was hesitant to agree. Who would have thought that Wuming would ask for 1/10 of the treasures in Gilgamesh's treasure vault as a reward? This was something that Ishtar didn't expect. If she didn't agree now, what if Wuming went back on his word later? That was 1/10 of the treasures. It was more than enough to renovate this dilapidated temple. Hee. Ishtar, who was flying in the air, giggled as she fantasized about the treasures in her hands. She didn't notice the parchment in Wuming's hand, nor did she notice that there were 3 red marks on the back of Wuming's hand that looked like a bow and wings. 1 left wing, 1 right wing, and 1 arrow sandwiched between the left wing and the right wing. This was the pattern on the back of Wuming's hand. Then the contract has been established. Looking at the contents of the parchment, Wuming showed a triumphant smile. Ishtar. Yes. However, Ishtar, who subconsciously answered Wuming, was stunned. What's going on? Ishtar found that she couldn't control herself and answered Wuming's words, and her body seemed to be affected as well. She couldn't move like a machine waiting for orders. No matter how stupid Ishtar was, she realized that something was wrong at this moment. Coincidentally, Ishtar saw the command seal, flashing with scarlet light on the back of Wuming's hand. That's command seal? How is that possible? Let's not talk about how she became his servant, she clearly had an A-level magic pair. Ishtar's mind was in a mess. Ishtar's A-level magic pair didn't have any effect on Ishtar's magic, and it didn't help her resist the command at all. Ishtar helped Merlin destroy the attacking demonic beasts. Remember, even if you let the demonic beasts escape, you can't let the demonic beast commander escape. You are allowed to use your noble phantoms, go. The left wing of the command seal on Wuming's hand glowed, and at the same time, Ishtar felt that there was an unimaginable amount of magic in her body. Yes. Ishtar was forced to answer, and she flew out of the big hole in the ceiling with Sky Boat Horse Anna. Damn Hyunryong. Just you wait. Ishtar was obviously crying in the end. In the end, Ishtar was bullied by Wuming and cried, "That stupid goddess is still so easy to deal with." Wuming looked at the command seal on the back of his hand, and he was in a good mood. But Villo Sr., Matthew was at a loss and Gadotzi was even more serious. She was shocked. Assassin, what the hell is going on? This sentence contained a lot of questions. For example, why did Wuming have a command seal? Why did Ishtar suddenly sign a master-slave contract with Wuming? Why didn't Ishtar have the slightest ability to resist? One of my powers is to sign a contract with others. I used a word game to successfully make Ishtar sign a contract with me. Wuming's power was one of the 12 incarnations, the dependent incarnation, which had the ability to sign a contract with others and make them his dependent. Although the parchment was similar to the organizer's authority, it was only similar. It was not the organizer's authority, but the proof of Wuming's dependent contract. The organizer's authority could only be used in the world of the box court, and it would lose its effectiveness after leaving the box court. And if it could be used outside the box court, wouldn't it be invincible? As for this, Wuming raised his hand and showed the remaining 2 command seals to Gadotzi and Matthew. This is just a simple magic crystal, not a command seal. Wuming's command and restraint on Ishtar were the influence of the dependent incarnation, not the contract between the master and the servant. The dependent contract was deeply ingrained in one's bones, so Ishtar's magic power would not work at all, even if her magic power was X. The magic crystal was like the house's anti-theft system, and the command seal was like the thief's theft method. The anti-theft system could naturally play a certain role in the thief's theft method. However, the contract between Wu Ming and Ishtar was the product of Ishtar's consent. It was like Wu Ming got the key to the house from Ishtar. With the key, Wu Ming could naturally bypass the anti-theft system and enter Ishtar's house. Ishtar, who signed a word game contract with Wu Ming, would be directly under Wu Ming's control and would not have any effect on magic at all. And these 3 command seal marks were just the magic crystals that Wu Ming used to support Ishtar. It could be said that they had nothing to do with the command seal. And Wu Ming used such a magic crystal only because Wu Ming wanted Ishtar to directly use the noble phantasm when her magic was saturated. Boom. Chapter 9:17. The violent explosion shook the entire Abif mountain. Bits of stone fell from Ishtar's palace onto Wu Ming, Gadotsi, and Matthew. What was that sound? Gadotsi and Matthew both looked in the direction of the explosion. It's probably Ishtar releasing her noble phantasm. Through the contract, Wu Ming could feel the rapid depletion of the mana in Ishtar's body. He guessed that Ishtar had most likely released her noble phantasm. By the way, Senior Villo, how did you know that the demonic beasts would appear here? Matthew was quite puzzled. This was an area with continuous mountains. The demonic beasts would not be able to advance from here. I captured one of the demonic beasts' commanders, Ulidim. Merlin used an illusion to obtain information from Ulidim's mind. We learned that the demonic beasts would advance from the mountainous areas in the southwest, near the Persian Gulf, and the mountainous areas in the northeast. Then Wu Ming told the 2 of them his plan. The reason why Wu Ming brought Gadotsi and Matthew here to look for Ishtar was not only to recruit Ishtar, but also one of the reasons why Wu Ming came here. He had already killed the demonic beast's commander, Ulidim, who was preparing to attack from the mountainous areas in the southwest. In addition, there was the Quetzalcoatl in the south. As for the southwest, Wu Ming could relax, but there was no one in the mountainous areas in the northeast. So Wu Ming thought of Ishtar, who was still a lone follower. Not only could he get Ishtar to join them, but he could also deal with the demonic beasts that were advancing from here. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The reason why Wu Ming changed his mind about using force against Ishtar was entirely because Wu Ming's mental strength had detected a large number of demonic beasts approaching. The reason why Merlin gave Wu Ming the confirmation of the demonic beast's arrival was that Merlin had already set up a magic spell nearby to detect the demonic beast's attack. When did he set it up? Of course, it was when Wu Ming brought Gadotsi and Matthew straight to Ishtar's palace. The reason why he did not bring Merlin was partly because Wu Ming could not bring 3 people with him. Another reason was to let Merlin set up a detection spell. Although Merlin often complained that he would bite his tongue while chanting spells, he was still a magician after all. Naturally, he could do that. Due to the unexpected arrival of the magical beasts and the fact that Ishtar's matter had not been settled yet, Merlin decided to use his hallucinating spell to stop the magical beasts for now. Therefore, after Wu Ming tricked Ishtar into signing the contract, Wu Ming immediately sent Ishtar to support Merlin. The reason why he used a magical crystal on Ishtar was so that Ishtar could use her noble phantasm directly. Because Ishtar had killed Abif Mountain, there was no sign of life at all. There was no need to consider whether it would affect the innocent. Ishtar could use her noble phantasm without any worries. Moreover, even if she could not kill the demonic beast commander, the other mass-produced demonic beasts would definitely be killed. At this time, if they went to support the demonic beast commander, it would most likely be the death anniversary of the demonic beast commander next year. Let's go to Chica and Matthew. It's time to deal with the demonic beast commander. Although the entire northeastern region of Mesopotamia was full of mountains, it was rare that there was a small barren plain between the mountains and the northern wall. There were no obstacles in the south of this small plain, and it could directly connect to the Uruk. However, because there were mountains in the east, north, and west of this plain, it was not included in the range of the northern wall. The northern wall was close to the mountains in the west of this plain. Logically speaking, there was no need to worry about the mountains. After all, demonic beasts could not cross the mountains. However, since the demonic beast commander's raid on the Uruk, Gilgamesh set up a defensive barrier nearby. After all, no one knew if the demonic beast commander had more methods that humans had not seen before. Although the strength of the temporarily designed barrier could not be compared to the northern wall, it was only used to delay time after all. This was a plain. If demonic beasts really crossed the mountains and came here, the soldiers on the defensive wall would be able to see it at a glance. Then, the barrier here would temporarily block the demonic beasts while the soldiers lined up to report to the Uruk. Because this place was not far from the Uruk, it was convenient for them to inform the soldiers or send more soldiers. However, there had never been any traces of demonic beasts here. Perhaps the demonic beasts were really blocked by the mountains. But even so, Gilgamesh would not be careless. It was because of his carelessness against the demonic beast commander that the Uruk was ambushed from the underground that night, and 1/3 of the population was killed or injured. Once a large number of demonic beasts appeared here, the situation would definitely be terrible. After all, this place was very close to the Uruk. If the demonic beasts broke through here, the entire Mesopotamia might be doomed. After all, the demonic beasts that gathered together were not terrible. The terrible thing was that the demonic beasts that broke in would spread out and slaughter the human beings on the land behind the northern wall. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Gilgamesh also sent 2 servants who survived the last beheading operation to this place. On the temporary wall of the defensive wall, a girl wearing a rather revealing ancient Japanese-style armor walked up. A katana was hanging horizontally on her waist, and her long hair was tied into a knot on the left side to form a bun hairstyle. After that, her left ponytail fell to her waist. She looked quite handsome. This person was one of the 2 surviving servants, Ryder. Her real name was Nuwakamaru. As usual, she needed to check the situation of the soldiers and see if there were any demonic beasts attacking. Nuwakamaru-sama, you came to inspect again. The soldiers were accustomed to it. They were quite respectful to the strong person who was summoned by King Gilgamesh. The young girl was agile and strong in martial arts. She was also kind and treated the soldiers equally. Thus, she was deeply respected by the soldiers. Demonic beasts won't come to the mountains, and we are here. You can rest assured. A soldier patted his chest and vowed. Several soldiers next to him also nodded in agreement. In this regard, Nuwakamaru smiled and shook her head. The defeated general only wants to complete the king's order to make up for his mistakes. Naturally, he should take it seriously. Nuwakamaru-sama's words are very true. However, everything is this poor monk's fault. Everything is this poor monk's fault. This poor monk should be punished twice. A monk with a large number of weapons on his back and a katana in his hand followed behind Nuwakamaru. This person was one of the 2 surviving servants, Lancer. His real name was Musasobo Benkei. Chapter 9:18. Don't say that, Bianqing. No matter what, you saved my life. Nyo Ruowan closed his eyes. It was as if he was recalling the last moment of the operation to decapitate the commander-in-chief. At that time, 10 servants carried out the beheading operation. The reason why Nuwakamaru and Musasobo Benkei survived was entirely because Musasobo Benkei, who was Nuwakamaru's minister, saved Nuwakamaru from being killed by the beasts. Musasobo Benkei pulled Nuwakamaru into the Euphrates River. However, there were also mass-produced beasts in the river, the winged mermaid Kururu. Musasobo Benkei and Nuwakamaru were almost killed by the winged mermaids. Fortunately, Musasobo Benkei activated his noble phantasm in time and temporarily affected the spirit of the winged mermaids. Musasobo Benkei and Nuwakamaru were able to escape, but both of them were seriously injured. It could only be said that it was fate. Although both of them were seriously injured, they were lucky not to die. By coincidence, both of them drifted to the north wall. Both the Euphrates River and the Tigris River flowed through the north wall. In the past, the Uruk did not defend these 2 rivers, causing a large number of winged mermaids to appear from the river and cause damage to the surrounding area. After that, according to Gilgamesh's plan, people set up a similar gate at the position of the 2 rivers passing through the north wall. The effect of the gate was simple. Beasts couldn't swim through and the river flowed normally. Since demonic beasts couldn't swim past the barrier, the servants naturally couldn't swim past it. Nyo Ruowaru and Musashi Benkei were blocked outside the barrier. They happened to be discovered by the daily maintenance inspection personnel and were rescued. They were the only 2 servants who returned to Uruk alive. If Musasobo Benkei didn't pull Nuwakamaru into the river at that time, perhaps both of them would be buried in different groups of beasts like the other 8 servants who participated in the beheading operation. No, Lord Nyo Ruowaru. Chia-Ching of Musashigeru seemed to have something else he wanted to hide as he stammered. However, before Musasobo Benkei finished hesitating, on the wall of the stronghold, a soldier with sharp eyes suddenly saw a large cloud of dust on the plain in front of them. What's that? Many of the soldiers climbed to the top of the stronghold's walls to take a look. Even Nyo Ruowaru did not listen to the hesitant words of Takashige. Instead, he jumped onto the battlements of the tower and squatted down. Because of his clothes, Nyo Ruowaru's seductive figure looked in the direction where the soldiers were looking. Nuwakamaru, whose eyesight was much better than many soldiers, instantly saw what was coming toward them along with the dust. A beast. Thousands or even more red-furred lion-like magical beasts were mixed in the smoke and dust, charging towards them like a flash flood. It was a rather impactful sight. It's the mass-produced Yugur. Nuwakamaru's eyes sharpened, and he instantly felt that something was wrong. He could only say that it was all thanks to King Gilgamesh and military advisor Zhuge's foresight. They had predicted that there would be beasts coming from here and set up the stronghold in advance. Otherwise, with so many beasts rushing over without any defensive facilities, this place would definitely become the beasts' attack point, and they would destroy the entire Mesopotamia. Di Qing. Immediately return to the Uruk and report the situation here to King Gilgamesh and ask for backup. Nuwakamaru immediately jumped down from the high platform and went to Musasobo Benkei. Yes, Sir Nuwakamaru. Although Musasobo Benkei was a little hesitant, he immediately agreed. As for the reason why Nuwakamaru did not let the soldiers report to the Uruk but let Musasobo Benkei do it, it was entirely because the strength of the servants was much stronger than the human soldiers. This was indeed the gods' era, and the humans here were indeed much stronger than the modern humans. Their physical fitness was obviously different, but the servants were still stronger than the humans here. Therefore, it was the best choice to let one servant go to the Uruk to report, and the other servant to command the soldiers to resist the beasts. Gilgamesh let Nuwakamaru and Musasobo Benkei come together to guard this place. Although one less servant may lead to a decrease in combat power, it was better to be able to bring reinforcements faster than anything else. This was a war between humans and beasts, and the overall situation must be taken into account. Musasobo Benkei immediately set off. He did not need anything like a mount. The legs of a servant were the best means of transportation. Although Musasobo Benkei's dexterity was only C rank, but even AC rank's dexterity was much better than a human's. In addition, his durability had reached B+ rank. Musasobo Benkei could run all the way to the Uruk at high speed. Watching Musasobo Benkei leave, Nuwakamaru also pulled out the famed sword on his waist. Everyone prepare to defend. Let these beasts see how powerful we are. Nuwakamaru was her nickname. Her real name was Minamoto Yashitsugu. She was a general of the Minamoto family. Since she was a general, it was easy for her to command the soldiers. Oh. Although there were only a few of them, the soldiers still made a deafening sound. The soldiers began to defend themselves. Some soldiers set up spears in the gaps of the walls, while others set up bows and arrows in the concave battlements on the walls. Everyone was waiting for the magic beasts to approach, ready to attack at any time. Nuwakamaru held the famed sword bow LV and was ready to attack. She was ready to jump down when the beasts approached and use the Uruk as a springboard to cast her noble phantasm. Since the beasts can cross the mountain, there must be a commander commanding them from the back. Nuwakamaru gathered magic in her eyes and tried to look at the back of the army of beasts that was covered by the smoke. A lion-headed man was walking upright on the plain under the cover of the smoke. Just one. Nuwakamaru's mouth curved, and her face was a little twisted. Since she had found the commander of the beasts, what Nuwakamaru needed to do was to take the head of the commander. Moreover, she was not afraid of just one commander. With so many beasts around her as a springboard, even if she could not kill the commander of the beasts, the original Uruk, she was confident that she would not be forced to retreat here. However, things were not as simple as Nuwakamaru thought. Amidst this horde of magical beasts, red three-headed snakes that were as thick as small pythons appeared one after another on Wudjil's body. They were brought along by Wudjil as he charged towards the stronghold. Gradually, the entire horde of magical beasts became a horde of magical beasts mixed with lions and snakes. Chapter 9:19. Is that a Musu Mafu? There are so many of them? Damn it. Because the group of demonic beasts was approaching, many soldiers saw the red three-headed snake wrapped around each Yugur. As early as 3 months ago, Gilgamesh released a notice about the types of demonic beasts, including the name, physical characteristics, degree of difficulty, number of appearance and other information, so everyone knew the names of these demonic beasts. In an instant it could be said that it caused a commotion. This kind of mass-produced Musu Mafu was extremely difficult to deal with, especially in this kind of offensive and defensive battle. These three-headed snakes could easily break through the human defense, through the gaps of the guns, and cause damage to the human, and disrupt the human formation. Because the number of Musu Mafu was very small before, its impact was not as big as other demonic beasts. Therefore, so far the Uruk side had not made effective defensive measures against it. They could only shrink the gap of the guns to the extent that it would not affect the guns. However, these mass-produced Musu Mafu could still get through, as if they were constantly evolving, their size was also shrinking. The gap of the guns could not be too small, or it would affect the performance of the guns, and these Musumafu's size at the moment just happened to be able to get through such a gap, and there were so many of them. More than one demonic beast commander. Nawakamaru could not help but sigh. Because every demonic beast had a prototype, every mass-produced demonic beast would only listen to the orders of the prototype demonic beast commander, unless the prototype demonic beast, that is, the demonic beast commander, died. Since so many mass-produced Musumafu appeared here, that is to say, the prototype Musumafu, one of the demonic beast commanders, also came here. If it was only Yugur, Nawakamaru could deal with it and even have the opportunity to kill it. During the beheading operation, she, Musasobo Benkei, and another servant were responsible for the demonic beast commander was the prototype Yugur. Unfortunately, the strength of the prototype Yugur was beyond their expectations, and the other servant died directly. If it were not for Musasobo Benkei risking his life to save her, Nawakamaru would definitely die under the claws and fangs of the Yugur. Nawakamaru's mission failed. Before Nawakamaru said in front of the soldiers to make up for the mistakes, referring to the mistakes of the mission failure. Moreover, escaping death was not without any benefits. At least after the last test, Nawakamaru had figured out the strength of the demonic beast commander, prototype Yugur. Even if Yugur was a mythical beast, it was not out of the category of living creatures. So, as long as the head of the prototype Yugur was cut off, the prototype Yugur would definitely die. Nawakamaru, who was holding Bo Lu, was sure that the mass-produced Yugur demonic beasts were used as a springboard to cast his noble phantasm. After being strengthened by the noble phantasm, if Bo Lu's attack hit the neck of the prototype Yugur, it would definitely be cut off. Therefore, when Nawakamaru saw that the opponent's demonic beast commander was only Yugur, he was so happy that he almost became evil. However, this time the opponent did not have one demonic beast commander, but two. Although the prototype Musumafu was nowhere to be seen, the other party must be lying in ambush somewhere. Sure enough, the beheading operation made the demonic beast commanders have a sense of crisis. As a result, two demonic beast commanders are now acting together. Nawakamaru was rather melancholy as he pondered. At present they could not retreat and they could not block the attack. Looking at the soldiers around him who had lost their morale, Nawakamaru made a decision. Since they could not advance or retreat, they might as well cut off all means of retreat. Even if there's another demonic beast commander hiding in the dark, I'll still chop off Yugur's lion head. Nawakamaru shouted angrily and jumped down from the stronghold. She had decided to take the initiative. Master Nawakamaru? The soldiers looked at Nawakamaru's figure and could not help but worry. Retreat immediately. It's useless to stay here. Return to Uruk as soon as possible to get reinforcements. I'll hold the opponent back. Nawakamaru did not even turn his head as he finished speaking and directly rushed towards the demonic beasts. The soldiers on the stronghold looked at each other. Although Nawakamaru said so, they still could not make up their minds. If it was only Yugur, they could still hold on for a while. However, Yugur was entangled with Musumafu. Once Yugur brought Musumafu close to the stronghold, those Musumafu would definitely squeeze through the gaps between the weapons. There was no need to think about it. They definitely could not stop them. However, he couldn't just become a deserter and abandon Yoruwan. For a moment, the soldiers did not know what to do. However, the attentive soldiers discovered a problem. Something's not right. Based on the time it took for us to see the demonic beasts should have already rushed over at this distance. The attentive soldiers raised their doubts. The soldiers began to look around and discovered that the demonic beasts had not rushed over even after a long time. There was no change in the distance at all. Ever since they discovered Musumafu, the soldiers lost their morale and did not observe the enemy's situation. That was why they did not discover anything. Now that they observed again, the soldiers really did discover something different. In the middle of the plains, a white-haired man holding a magic staff appeared out of nowhere and stood there. Is that the court magician Lord Merlin? Some of the soldiers had seen Merlin before and immediately recognized the strange-looking Merlin. Could it be that Lord Merlin is helping us? That must be it. Otherwise, why would the demonic beast seem to be walking on the spot? It had to be said that when humans faced a crisis, there would be a moment when their minds would become emotional. However, when humans escaped from a crisis and calmed down, their minds would also become clear in an instant. Indeed, Merlin had cast an illusion spell and successfully stopped the demonic beasts. However, it could only last for a while. Nawakamaru, who had rushed out, also saw Merlin's figure. However, since she had already rushed out, there was no reason for her to return. Therefore Nuwakamaru rushed to Merlin's side in one breath. "Lord Merlin? Why are you here?" Nuwakamaru was a little excited. It seemed that the Uruk's reinforcements had arrived. "I just happened to pass by." The Uruk side still doesn't know the situation here. Merlin, who saw Nuwakamaru's expectation, gave her a merciless blow. "Are you the only one who came here? Is this too dangerous?" Nuwakamaru was startled. If Merlin's illusion spell was broken, then including Merlin, Nuwakamaru, and many soldiers would become food for the demonic beasts. For example, now. Bang! The sound of glass breaking was heard. The demonic beasts began their official charge as the light purple fog dispersed. "I took the initiative to break the illusion spell," Merlin explained the situation without waiting for Nuwakamaru to ask. "Lord Merlin?" However, while Nuwakamaru was surprised, Merlin immediately spoke again. "Don't worry, I didn't say that I came alone." Merlin smiled and then pointed to the sky. Nuwakamaru looked up subconsciously and found that a star was rising. Angal ta kaigal he, mountain shakes the star's salary. Chapter 920. The rising golden star was like a falling meteor, crashing straight into the center of the horde of monsters. Boom! The impact of the golden star directly penetrated the ground, as if it had been blasted by countless TNT. The rocks and soil were instantly burned into black powder by the flames, and then evaporated by the high temperature of the explosion. At the same time, countless monsters were also affected. If someone could see from the center of the explosion, they would see that the monsters were instantly vaporized by the flames and high temperature. The mass-produced Yujul was still fine. At least some of its limbs were left, such as its teeth and skull with a trace of magic power. The mass-produced Musu Mafu, which was much smaller than Yujul, suffered. Its entire body was engulfed by the high temperature of the explosion, and the flames had completely melted the slender bones of the mass-produced Musu Mafu. The huge explosion caused the ground to collapse. Although it was not as strong as Wuming's beam of light that affected the entire Mesopotamia, the entire northeastern region was still affected. The defensive barrier that was set up here shook because of the huge explosion. As it was only temporary, its quality was not very good. At this moment, it was in a state of near collapse. The soldiers had all evacuated from the barrier. If he didn't die in the process of fighting with the magical beasts but was crushed to death by the building, it would be really embarrassing. But even if they were far away from the barrier, the soldiers still found out who had released such a terrifying golden star. In Mesopotamia, when the golden star was mentioned, Ishtar would definitely be thought of. As expected, it's Lady Ishtar. Lady Ishtar, the mistress of the heavens? As expected of the goddess. She's still on our side. Long live Lady Ishtar. Oh! Ishtar, who was flying in the sky beside Ma'ana, heard the soldiers' cheers and praises for her. Her originally rather angry mood was now relieved. Ishtar was dissatisfied and even angry that Wuming had used his authority in word games to force a contract with her. After following Wuming's orders to come here, Ishtar's anger, along with the huge amount of magic power that Wuming had transferred to her, and most of the magic power in her body, were channeled into her noble artifact. She released it with resentment towards the monsters. This made Ishtar's noble artifact even more terrifying. At the same time, Ishtar was relieving her anger from falling into Wuming's trap. However, the soldiers thought that Ishtar came to help them because she saw the monsters attacking, and they all praised Ishtar. After hearing these praises, Ishtar felt a little ashamed, but her mood completely changed into pride and joy. Although it was not his intention, Ishtar had indeed helped the humans to eliminate the demon beasts. The humans praised and cheered for Ishtar from the bottom of their hearts, which made Ishtar feel happy, which was rare for Ishtar. Even if she had been spoiled since she was young, Ishtar's nature was still good. Helping the humans, being praised, thanked, and cheered by them, naturally made Ishtar's mood very comfortable. Seems like the situation after the contract is not as bad as I thought. Ishtar was obviously referring to the contract that Wuming had tricked her with his word games. Ishtar lifted the ponytail that was fluttering in front of her chest, and then crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her face showed a hint of sadness. It's just that the magic consumption is a little high. Because she was too upset, in a fit of rage, Ishtar used up almost all the magic in her body. It could be said that the current Ishtar was an empty shell. She really did not have a single bit of magic left. If there were enemies now, other than her advantage of being able to fly, she was completely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Looking at the end of the explosion, the ground was completely under the tower, and the ground was filled with smoke and dust. Ishtar nodded. Anyway, there's basically no such possibility. What's wrong? Are you lacking magic? Wu Ming, who had suddenly appeared beside Ishtar, suddenly spoke. Frightened, Ishtar hurriedly controlled the heavenly ship's horse, Anna, to retreat a distance away. When did you come over? Just now. Wu Ming replied very calmly, and then raised his hand again. The magic crystal on the right wing suddenly disappeared, and a large amount of magic was instantly replenished in Ishtar's body. Looking at Ishtar's dazed face, Wu Ming smiled. By the way, how does it feel to help a human? It feels pretty good. Although Ishtar still had a lot of resentment towards Wu Ming, she was already unable to be unyielding towards him. Because of Wu Ming, she was praised by the soldiers and received Wu Ming's magic. At this moment, Ishtar was even weaker than before. You can easily receive the praise of a human, and most importantly, you're very happy yourself. Why do you have to be a high and mighty and lawless goddess? Probably because of the fusion with Rin and Osaka. Compared to the original Ishtar, the current Ishtar was more reasonable, so Wu Ming began to reason with Ishtar. I don't want that. What I need is to be high and mighty. Humans only need to give me gems, I don't need their praise. However, these words were full of arrogance. Not only that, but Ishtar's actions were also full of arrogance. Ishtar once again crossed her arms and turned her head to the side to hide her blushing cheeks. Although the previous Ishtar was a little arrogant, now she was more influenced by Rin and Osaka's arrogance. In this regard, Wu Ming did not say anything more. Instead, he looked at her quietly. Ishtar was indeed used to being arrogant, but even the most mischievous child would want to be a good child one day. However, after being labeled as a mischievous child in the eyes of others, Ishtar couldn't be more obedient even if she wanted to. Since that was the case, she might as well continue to be a mischievous child. This was why Ishtar became more and more unruly. And today, Wu Ming forced Ishtar to be a good child for once, and he even let Ishtar taste the sweetness of it. This to Ishtar indeed was not a bad feeling. Looking at the human soldiers who were cheering for Ishtar in the distance, Ishtar extended her hand to Wu Ming. Okay, today I, Ishtar, will temporarily recognize you, Hyunryong. You will serve me as my temporary master. Chapter 9:21. I'm glad that you're willing to turn over a new leaf, Ishtar. Your father will be happy if he knows about this. Wu Ming reached out his hand to grab Ishtar's soft hand, but Ishtar immediately broke free and slapped Wu Ming's hand in the face. I regret it. Can I cancel the contract? Ishtar was dissatisfied with Wu Ming's tone as if he was talking to a child. Wu Ming just smiled. It was obvious that Ishtar was being arrogant again. Come to think of it, Ishtar, your noble phantasm is really terrifying. Wu Ming said as he looked at the ground that was still collapsing. Smoke and dust rose from the ground that was penetrated. However, the food in the pot was from demonic beasts. After all, I used almost all of my mana except for the mana to maintain the current realm. It's natural for me to be able to create such an effect. Ishtar flipped her hair and looked quite proud. After Ishtar used the mana that Wu Ming gave her and almost all of the mana in her body, as well as the resentment in her heart, Ishtar's mood became extraordinarily good. In addition to the cheers of the soldiers and Wu Ming's kind words, Ishtar became even more arrogant. Of course, it didn't mean that Ishtar couldn't do it without Wu Ming's mana. Ishtar's noble phantasm Mountain Shocking Star's salary, Angalta Kaigelshi, was classified as a mountain noble phantasm. It was sublimated from the deed of killing Abifshin. Although this was a plain, it was still a part of the mountain range. Therefore, the effect of the mountain noble artifact could still be used. Therefore, even without Wu Ming's mana, Ishtar only needed to supply all of her mana to the noble artifact to easily blow up half of the plain. However, with such a large amount of mana provided by Silent Cry, Ishtar's noble phantasm was able to display an extraordinary effect. Half of the plain between the mountains was directly blown up by Ishtar's noble artifact. Countless demonic beasts were either burned to death by the flames or evaporated by the high temperature. Even if there were a few demonic beasts that were lucky enough to survive, they directly fell into the hole in the ground that was blown up by the explosion. Such a large number of demonic beasts were gone just like that. This could be considered a great victory for the humans. However, the demonic beast commanders definitely wouldn't die. Previously, even Ulidim didn't die under Wu Ming's multiple spells. Therefore, the two demonic beast commanders who were lucky to survive and fall into the collapsed plain definitely included the two demonic beast commanders who were still alive. After looking at Gadatsi and Matthew who had already met up with Merlin, Wu Ming then looked at Ishtar. Ishtar, do you dare to gamble with me? Wu Ming's words piqued Ishtar's interest. Whoa, what is there that this goddess doesn't dare to do? Ishtar proudly puffed out her rather embarrassing chest, looking as if she wasn't afraid of anything. If that's the case, let's go to the underworld. No problem. However, after Ishtar agreed without hesitation, she was immediately dumbfounded. Wait, what did you say? On the ground, Gadotsi and Matthew, who were brought here by Wuming, stood together with Merlin and Nuwakamaru as they looked at the severely collapsed ground in front of them. They were both shocked by Ishtar and the large number of demonic beasts that died. Sure enough, Miss Ishtar is a true goddess. Matthew couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Right? Merlin, is the demonic beast commander destroyed? Gadotsi, who recovered first, started to talk to Merlin. If it was just an attack like this, the demonic beast commander must still be alive. It probably fell into the underworld below. Walking to the edge of the collapsed ground, Merlin playfully put his head on his forehead and pretended to look down. What entered his eyes was a bottomless darkness. As far as Merlin was concerned, he couldn't see what was at the bottom of the darkness at all. Underworld? Gadotsi and Matthew were shocked when they heard this. An existence related to death was indeed a little uncomfortable for humans. The underworld of Kanzai is connected to the earth. Blowing up a big hole in the ground is the simplest and most violent way to enter the underworld. Gadotsi was shocked by Merlin's words about, the underworld of Kanzai is connected to the earth. However, Matthew was quite concerned about another matter. Mr. Merlin, this should be the end of the Kanzai when the gods disappeared. Does the underworld still exist? Logically speaking, as the Kanzai faded away and the gods gradually disappeared, the underworld should have also dissipated and become non-existent. Therefore, Matthew was puzzled by Merlin's words about the demonic beast commander falling into the underworld. Matthew, don't forget about the three goddesses alliance. Merlin's tone was flirtatious as he smiled at Matthew. This made Matthew's cheeks turn red with shame. Then Gadotsi stood in front of Matthew and glared at Merlin. So that's how it is. Because the goddess of the underworld of Mesopotamia has returned to this era, the underworld was also brought over. Gadotsi's bracelet emitted Roman's voice. Roman, who was in Chaldea, spoke again while recording the information. But is it really so easy to enter the underworld? And the entire underground of Mesopotamia is the underworld? In the face of Roman's question, Merlin chuckled and laughed. Well, actually, I don't know much about it. Merlin smiled and scratched his head. However, whether it is the underworld or not, Hyunryong will definitely go down. Speak of the devil. As soon as Merlin finished speaking, Gadotsi and Matthew saw Wuming and Ishtar rushing down from the sky. If only they could ignore the strange posture of Wuming and Ishtar. They saw Wuming pulling one of Ishtar's feet and flying down. Ishtar's face was dull, and it was obvious that she didn't understand what was going on. Is that His Excellency Hyunryong? I heard that His Excellency Hyunryong has returned. It's been a long time since we last met. Nuwakamaru was deeply touched by the meeting between his peers and followers after half a year. Half a year ago, Wuming appeared in Uruk one step ahead of them. However, before they could get along and communicate, Wuming left. But in the past 6 months, only Musasobo Benkei Leonidas I and himself were left. However, Nuwakamaru's question was not answered by Wuming, because Wuming pulled Ishtar and flew straight into the bottomless plain in front of everyone. Chapter 922. Is it really okay for Ms. Ishtar to go to the underworld? Matthew, who had read Mesopotamia's mythology, knew very well that Ishtar arrogantly entered the underworld and was killed by the goddess of the underworld. As a servant, the inheritance of being killed by the goddess of the underworld may cause the underworld to impose some restrictions on Ishtar. However, before anyone could answer Matthew's question, Ishtar's miserable scream came from the collapsed crater. No. Everyone looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. It turned out that Ishtar was forced by Wuming. At this moment, Gadotsi suddenly realized a problem. By the way, how do we go down? The way to go down. Whether it's me or Nuwakamaru, we don't have the means to safely enter the underworld. If you want to enter the underworld, you have to jump down. Merlin nodded proudly. Jump down? Roman, who was in Chaldea, couldn't help but exclaim. The instruments in Chaldea were interfered with, and they couldn't detect how deep the crater was. How could they jump down directly in this situation? Ms. Nuwakamaru, let's not talk about this for now. Matthew sighed helplessly. Merlin, what are you so proud of? Gadotsi looked at Merlin with contempt. Nuwakamaru put her thin green into the scabbard and also sighed. Right now, we can only wait for the Uruk's reinforcements to arrive before making a decision. There are only a few of us and we can't enter the underworld. Nyo Ruowan was, after all, a former general. Before he could determine whether Wuming, Ishtar, and the others needed reinforcements, he could not act on impulse. But, Mr. Merlin, if we take this opportunity to support the senior Villo, can we take down the goddess of the underworld in one fell swoop? Matthew had a bold idea. Yes, if we support Assassin, maybe we can take down the goddess of the underworld in one fell swoop, and then we can focus on the goddess of warcraft. Thinking of this, Gadotsi excitedly pulled Matthew's hand and prepared to go to the underworld with Matthew. Wasn't it just jumping down? Previously, when they came to this singularity, they had also experienced the experience of falling from a high altitude. It was a new experience after all. However, Merlin blocked their way with his staff. It's not that easy. You two listen to me first. Merlin denied Gadotsi's suggestion. The underworld is full of death energy, and ordinary people can't stay there for a long time. Even if you wear a special magic dress, you can only stay there for a short period of time. Besides, Nawakamaru and I can't help. At most, we'll be a burden to the Villo. He already has Ishtar, and we don't need to send a few more burdens to burden him. Merlin became serious. Legend has it that in the underworld of the Mesopotamia, the goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal, is the ruler of everything in the underworld. Any god in the underworld will be restricted by the underworld, and their divinity will be suppressed, making them powerless. Without divinity, they probably won't be weakened or suppressed, but if they aren't alive, I'm afraid they won't be able to exert their power. This was the opinion of Roman, who had urgently obtained information about the goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal. That was why Merlin said that he couldn't help. Wait a minute? Won't Ishtar and Assassin be in danger? Gadotsi was a little panicked. Ishtar was killed by the goddess of the underworld, and Wuming was a god in the Mesopotamia, Uruk Hyunryong. His divinity must be high, and Wuming's current identity was a servant, not a living being. In that case, after entering the underworld, wouldn't they become the lambs to be slaughtered by Ereshkigal? But even if they are alive, there are still risks. Although the goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal, can't leave the underworld as long as she is in the underworld, she can enjoy the authority of the underworld. This is the most powerful ability of the goddess of the underworld. Even if she faces a living being who can ignore the restrictions of the underworld, Ereshkigal won't be at a disadvantage. In short, if it's as recorded in the myths, the goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal, is an invincible existence in the underworld. In the end, Roman added. In other words, only the living and I can ignore the suppression of the underworld's authority and cause harm to Ereshkigal. Matthew nodded. If that's the case, can't we enter the underworld to support them? Gadotsi suggested. However, Merlin shook his head again. Tachika, how can you be sure that you and Matthew will encounter the Villo first and not Ereshkigal? If it's just Matthew and Ereshkigal fighting alone, although the chances of winning are not zero, it's not high either. Also, don't forget that the two demonic beast commanders also fell into the underworld together. Merlin's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gadotsi didn't know what to say. At this time, Nawakamaru, who had been quiet for a while, spoke. If it's only you and Matthew, if you encounter any one of them, even if Sir Matthew's shield can defend against the opponent's attack, it's only a matter of time before you lose. After all, the demonic beast commanders don't just have pure strength. And if you encounter both of them at the same time. Although Nawakamaru didn't continue to speak, the result was inevitable death. As a surviving servant of the beheading operation, it can be said that I have a deeper understanding of the demonic beast commanders than you. Let's not talk about the lion-headed Wugger. The other demonic beast commander, Musamafu, is not an ordinary person. It's not an existence that a servant can face alone. After Nawakamaru finished speaking, he walked directly toward the almost collapsed defensive barrier. I'm going to organize the soldiers and wait for the arrival of the Uruk's people before making a decision, and I believe that Sir Hyunryong will be fine. After Nawakamaru finished speaking and left, whether it was Gadotsi, Matthew, Roman, or Merlin, they didn't speak anymore, as if they were giving Gadotsi time to think. After a moment, Merlin opened his mouth. I'm also very worried about the Villo. After all, he is my close friend. However, worrying about him is useless. For now, we can only believe in the Villo. You must know that the Villo took the initiative to enter the underworld. Since he took the initiative to enter the underworld, then the Villo certainly won't make such a low-level mistake. Indeed, in the case of knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, only those who had a card up their sleeves would do something like going to the tiger's mountain, otherwise it would be a waste. Wuming was certainly not a person who would do something for free. He must have his own considerations. I know, I'm just a little bit worried about Assassin. At that moment, Gadotsi also recovered. Since it was already like this at this stage, then they should believe and wait. Chapter 923. Deep underground in the underworld. After Ishtar's noble phantasm caused the earth to shake, the entrance to the underworld was opened. Wuming brought Ishtar into the underworld. When they arrived at a path that looked like a stone bridge, Wuming let go of Ishtar's ankle and took a deep breath. As expected, the place is filled with the aura of death. Not only that, it was dark everywhere. Along the way there were one or two cages that looked like spears with a floating blue flame. The entire underworld was filled with darkness and faint blue light. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ishtar was lying there in pain. She struggled to get up and held her head as if she was having a headache. After Ishtar was brought into the underworld by Wuming in a rather rough way, she had bumped into many things along the way. Ishtar's head was the most injured. When Wuming let go of Ishtar, Ishtar's head hit the ground first. As expected, I shouldn't have trusted your perverted character. Ishtar rubbed her head as she stared at Wuming fiercely. As Wuming used to deal with Ishtar, he knew her very well. Not only that, Ishtar also had to deal with Wuming. Indirectly, Ishtar also had a good understanding of Wuming. Ishtar already knew that this guy was a perverted person. Now, Ishtar had a deeper impression of Wuming's perverted interests. Ah, you despicable guy. You know that the underworld has a natural suppressive effect on the gods. Why did you bring me in? Ishtar walked up to Wuming in a threatening manner, his eyes ferocious as he vented his grievances. Because we need to chase after the magical beast commander. Wuming naturally turned his head, spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look. But why did you drag me in? Why don't you just come in yourself? Ishtar hugged her head with both hands. Her eyes were empty as if she was in the depths of hell. Although the underworld was hell to Ishtar in a way, cough cough, I'm not feeling too well. Maybe it's because of the death aura in the underworld. That's all. I'm leaving now. You can deal with the matter of the beast commander yourself. To put it bluntly, Ishtar wanted to escape. However, Wuming would not let Ishtar escape. Ishtar, help me kill the commander of the magical beasts and investigate the situation of the goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal. Buzz, Ishtar's body glowed with a red light as if she was under a command spell. That was the embodiment of the coercive power of the dependent contract. Yes. Yes. Ishtar, who was about to turn around and leave, turned around and answered with difficulty. Ah. Damn you, Hyunryong. After that, Ishtar knelt on the ground with her hands on the ground and let out a sorrowful cry that moved even the underworld. Wuming's command from the dependent incarnation was different from the command spell. The command spell's command would be resisted to varying degrees depending on the details, the magic power of the servant, and other factors. The longer the command spell was delayed, the effect of the command spell would gradually weaken. Although the effect of the command spell could not completely disappear, in the end, the servant would be able to control the command spell to the extent that it would not affect them. However, Wuming's command came from the dependent incarnation. Wuming's ability to control his dependent was absolute. However, because Wuming and Ishtar signed a contract related to the magical beasts, Wuming could only use the magical beasts as the main command to forcibly control Ishtar. Under the influence of Wuming's command, the current Ishtar had no way to leave the underworld. Only by completing the command issued by Wuming, Ishtar could leave the underworld. Although it was somewhat inconvenient to use the command related to the magical beasts to control Ishtar, there was no other way. The existence of Wuming's dependent was basically voluntary. Only Ishtar was tricked by Wuming to sign a temporary contract. That was to say, the contract between the two would be completely lifted after the magical beasts were eliminated and the goddess of magical beasts was defeated. It was basically impossible to make Ishtar sign a contract with Wuming from the bottom of her heart. If it was really possible to make Ishtar obediently sign a dependent contract from the bottom of her heart, then Ishtar would not be so naughty before. Although Wuming also considered setting a word trap to make Ishtar his dependent permanently, Wuming considered that the disadvantages of making Ishtar his dependent outweighed the advantages, so Wuming gave up on the idea. Although Ishtar was the mistress of the sky in Mesopotamia and was a rather powerful goddess, she was also a willful fool. If Wuming really used a word game to trick Ishtar and make her his dependent, it would certainly solve the problem of Ishtar's willfulness once and for all. However, if Wuming really did that, it would probably be enough for Wuming to suffer. In the end, Wuming would definitely end up tricking himself. Just the attributes of being a fool and a loser could make Wuming suffer. Through the past, Wuming was very sure of this. Let's go, Ishtar. We came to the underworld for business. After knocking Ishtar's head, Wuming took the lead and walked along the road. Damn it, I didn't want to come to the underworld. You were the one who dragged me here? Ishtar was now feeling very wronged. Why am I so unlucky to meet this guy, Hyunryong? Godfather God, where are you? Your daughter is now suffering under Hyunryong. Come and save your daughter. Ishtar, who was clearly a goddess, prayed to God. It was enough to see that Wuming was driving Ishtar crazy. Your father once asked me to take good care of you, and now, I have a way to make you obedient. The way was of course referring to the dependent contract. Wuming turned around and looked at Ishtar, who was praying with her hands clasped together but was stunned by Wuming's words. I will teach you well during this time, stupid goddess Ishtar. In the end, Wuming gave Ishtar a rather pleasant smile, but this smile was like the smile of the devil in Ishtar's eyes. At this moment, before Ishtar could look forward to the cruel future, the roar of a magical beast came into their ears. Wuming and Ishtar looked at each other, both of their eyes were full of solemnity. Immediately, Wuming ran directly in the direction of the roar of the magical beast, and Ishtar had no time to look forward to the cruel future, and directly followed Wuming's footsteps. No matter what, dealing with the magical beast was the most important thing at the moment. Chapter 9:24. The one that roared must be the commander of the demonic beasts. There was no doubt about that. Not to mention that the mass-produced demonic beasts wouldn't be able to make such a loud roar. Even if there were some demonic beasts that weren't killed by Ishtar's noble phantasm and fell directly from the ground to the underworld, at such a height, even if it was a strengthened mass-produced demonic beast, it would still be severely injured. Moreover, it would only be a serious injury and not a light one. Perhaps only the demonic beast commanders with extremely strong physiques could fall to the underworld unscathed. Then, what did the uninjured magical beast commander encounter that caused him to let out such a bluffing roar filled with shock and panic? The answer was that the demonic beast commanders were attacked by the garrula spirits. The roads in the underworld went from the top to the bottom. They were all stone bridges that were naturally formed in the underworld. The stone bridges intersected with each other and extended downwards like a maze. But apart from that, there were also places where a few stone bridges converged to form a platform in the underworld. At this moment, Wuming and the rather reluctant Ishtar stood at the edge of a stone bridge and looked down at the platform that was formed by the stone bridges. There was a gigantic humanoid creature that was covered in red fur but had the head of a ferocious lion. It was one of the 11 demonic beast commanders, the lion-headed Wugger. Surrounding the tall Wugger was a group of skeletons with huge claws that didn't have legs. Their claws were as big as the heads of these skeletons. These skeletons were the garrula spirits. The garrula spirits emerged from all over the place and swarmed towards Wugger as if they had seen their enemy. Since these garrula spirits had no legs and were in the underworld, they all floated in the air of the underworld. Because of this, these garrula spirits were all over Wujul's body. His head, back, legs, claws, and even the mane on his neck were all firmly grasped by the garrula spirits with their giant claws. No matter how hard Wujul struggled, he couldn't shake off the garrula spirits. His physical attacks were basically useless against the garrula spirits because they were spirits. Every time the garrula spirit was torn apart by a claw, it would recover in less than a second. The garrula spirit's claws, on the other hand, were firmly fixed on Ujar's body while constantly dealing damage to him. Claw marks appeared on Mount Wujul, and traces of blood appeared on Wujul's body, attracting even more garrula spirits to swarm him. It had to be said that the demon commander's physique was truly tyrannical. If it were a servant, perhaps their spirit base would have already been forced to retreat after withstanding so many garrula spirits' attacks. However, Wujur was still as lively as ever. Even the angry roar produced by the garrula spirits was particularly powerful. The demon commander's physique is extremely strong, but it is precisely because of this that they appear to be in a predicament when facing spirits without a physical body. Like a commentator, Wuming said lightly, and Ishtar heard it clearly. However, Ishtar didn't care about it. But this is a demon commander that is comparable to the Father God. The implication was that only those ordinary mass-produced demons lacked the means to deal with spirits. For a demon commander that was not on the same level as a mass-produced demon commander, how could it only have an advantage in terms of physique? Wujul is the lion of the sun. It certainly can't be that its physique is far beyond imagination. After Ishtar finished speaking, as if to reflect Ishtar's words, Wujul finally stopped using its claws to deal with the garrula spirits. Wujul opened its mouth wide, and a sun-like radiance appeared in the underworld. In an instant, the garrula spirits that were attacking Wujul were stimulated and retreated. Some of the garrula spirits that were particularly close to Wujul even died from the intense radiance. In the next second, the radiance hidden in Wujul's mouth turned into flames. The instant Wujul swung its head to the surroundings, The flames were like rays that shot out in all directions. The fire of the sun engulfed a large number of garrulous spirits, and a large number of garrulous spirits perished in an instant in agony. Although the garrulous spirits didn't let out any screams due to the fact that they were spirits, it didn't affect Wudjil's mood at this moment. Roar? Wudjil let out a victorious roar, and its roar echoed throughout the underworld. Why aren't you going to attack? Now is a good opportunity to get rid of Wudjil, isn't it? Ishtar looked at Wuming. Although a sneak attack wasn't a good thing, this was war. In a war between humans and demons, the true essence of war was to win by any means necessary. Besides, demons didn't have human rights. A sneak attack would be over. However, Wuming still chose to wait and see. Don't worry, someone will come and take care of this guy. Just by killing a few garrulous spirits, it let out a triumphant roar that resounded throughout the underworld. Who did it think it was? It could only be said that this prototype Wudjil's brain wasn't as good as the prototype Ulidim that Wuming killed. It didn't understand whose territory it was. This was the territory of the underworld goddess, one of the three goddesses' alliance. The underworld goddess was an existence that was on par with the goddess of magical beasts. Demons of the goddess of magical beasts, why are you behaving so atrociously in my underworld? Why are you provoking me? The voice of a creator resounded throughout the underworld, and Wudjil subconsciously shut its mouth. Ishtar was so frightened that she trembled. At the same time, Ishtar also understood who Wuming was referring to when he said, "Someone will come and take care of Wudjil." It sounds a little like your voice. Wuming glanced at Ishtar. However, Ishtar rolled her eyes at Wuming. What nonsense are you talking about? This voice clearly belongs to Ereshkigal. Ishtar didn't want to talk about Ereshkigal. It could be said that other than Wuming, only Ereshkigal could give Ishtar a headache. After all, Ereshkigal had once stripped, pierced and killed Ishtar when she was in the underworld. Before Ishtar could recall the past, Ereshkigal spoke again. Since you dare to behave atrociously in my underworld, prepare to die. Chapter 925. However, the words that sounded like a death sentence did not strike fear in Yukar. Although Wudjil had subconsciously shut its mouth, it did not mean that it was afraid. Perhaps this was what the saying, "the ignorant are fearless," meant. Roar? Perhaps Yukar's brain was really not working well. It actually roared at the majestic voice in the void as if it was provoking it. Is it crazy? Wuming, who could understand the language of the monsters, naturally knew what Yukar was doing. After translating and subtracting the profanities, it was more or less, bring it on. But Amir Yukar actually dared to challenge the goddess of the underworld alone? Both Wuming and Ishtar knew that Yukar would die without a doubt. As expected, after Wudjil let out a roar, black and gray stone pillars rose from the ground at irregular angles, as if they were dead. They firmly restrained Wudjil's limbs. Although the sudden restriction gave Wudjir a fright, he did not show any signs of panic or any other emotions. Wudjir actually used brute force to break the rock pillar into pieces. Roar? Yukar stomped on the rock pillars until they were crushed under its feet. Then it let out another roar of victory. This guy is definitely done for. Ishtar could not bear to look at the scene in front of him. To provoke Ereshkigal in such a manner, if the original Yukar was supposed to die, then perhaps even its soul would be shattered by Ereshkigal. As the other half of Ereshkigal and Ishtar's trip to the underworld, Ishtar understood Ereshkigal quite well. After Wugal let out what he thought was a victorious roar, but it was actually a declaration before his death. More rock pillars rose from the ground and restrained Wugal's body and limbs. However, after being restrained once again, Wudjil was still about to use his brute force to break free. At that moment, the rock pillars instantly exploded and were replaced by spears of light. At the same time, they replaced the rock pillars to restrain Wudjil's body even more. That's Ereshkigal's spear. Ishtar frowned at the scene as if she recalled something bad. However, the light spears were no different from the rock pillars to Yukar. It was just a matter of whether they looked good or not. However, just as Wudjir was about to use the brute strength his mother had bestowed upon him to break free from the spears of light, a large number of new spears of light instantly appeared on the spears of light. They pierced into Wudjir's flesh, causing him to cry out in pain. Roar, roar, roar. The light spears didn't miss a single part of Yukar's body. From top to bottom, head, neck, shoulders, chest, back, waist, abdomen, legs, knees, arms and joints, they didn't miss a single spot. And because they pierced into Yukar's limbs, waist and abdomen, Yukar's brute force was sealed and he couldn't use it anymore. I didn't expect Yukar to be able to withstand this attack. From Ishtar's point of view, being pierced by these light spears in the underworld was basically equivalent to death. But Yukar relied on the strength of his body to prevent all the light spears from piercing into his body. I have to say, I really can't underestimate a magical beast commander. Ishtar's expression turned grave. She finally understood how powerful a magical beast commander was. If she were in Wujul's shoes, her spirit base wouldn't be able to withstand these spears of light without any defenses. She would have been pierced in an instant. It could only be said that one of the magical beast commanders, the original Wugal, was not very smart. Otherwise, with such a powerful physique, it would have been able to escape from the underworld before Eleshki Galil made his move. But this Yukar was like a stubborn donkey. He didn't have the slightest intention to beg for mercy or repent. Instead, he opened his mouth and condensed the light of the sun again. Yukar's eyes were filled with the desire to kill and take revenge. How could this guy still want revenge in such a situation? Did he become arrogant because he didn't die time and time again? Or was Yukar really that confident in himself? Wuming felt that it was the former. No, this wasn't a problem of arrogance or confidence. To be more precise, it should be a problem with Yukar's brain. In the legends, it was described that Tiamat's son, Kingu, led the magical beast to fight against the gods. The reason why Kingu led the magical beast was probably because the magical beasts sired by Tiamat weren't intelligent enough. Wu Ming guessed that the reason why the demonic beast lost was probably because there was a problem with their IQ. This might be the price to pay for obtaining great power. Tiamat's 11 sons are probably lacking in intelligence. Wu Ming shook his head regretfully. But then, for some reason, Wu Ming's nose suddenly itched and he looked like he was about to sneeze. This gave Ishtar a fright. She hurriedly slapped Wu Ming's mouth. Wu Ming stared at Ishtar. His eyes conveyed the meaning of "you've got guts." But Ishtar stared back at Wu Ming. "Don't drop the ball at this time." Ishtar looked at Wu Ming with a dissatisfied expression. Just as Wu Ming was about to have a problem, Wu Jier also had a problem. In the next second, a Garrula spirit that was several times larger than the other Garrula spirits and about the same size as Yukar appeared above Yukar. This Garrula spirit held a huge, slender spear of light and slowly raised it high. The Garrula spirit, who issued the majestic voice of Ereshki Gal, was like the grim reaper who granted equal death to the people of the world. It raised its spear of light high up in the air and thrust it at Yukar. At this moment, Yukar finally sensed danger. If the spear of light pierced him from above, he would not be able to survive. As for whether he could pierce through its skull, Wujul didn't have the slightest confidence this time, because Wujul recognized that the huge Garrula spirit above its head was actually the goddess of the underworld herself. The spear of light in her hand was a genuine artifact that far surpassed the toughness of a magical beast's body. Roar! A beastly howl came from Yukar's mouth. It seemed that Yukar had sensed that true death was approaching. Puchi. Chapter 926. Blood splattered all over the rock platform and Ujar stopped moving. Wu Ming, who had witnessed such a cruel scene, did not do anything. Ishtar, who did move, only felt pity for Ujar's intelligence. No wonder these demonic beast commanders have not taken down the humans even after 3 months. It's because of their intelligence. Ishtar had to admit that King Gilgamesh was indeed a virtuous king, but the intelligence of the demonic beast commanders was also a major factor that affected the demonic beast battle front. Alright, the demonic beast commanders have been eliminated. Let's go. Ishtar said and wanted to leave quietly without alerting Ereshkigal. But, haven't you noticed? We've been discovered long ago. Wu Ming looked at Ishtar in disdain. Wu Ming felt that Ishtar's intelligence was on par with the demonic beast commanders. As expected of an idiotic goddess. Is that so? But, at this point, Ishtar also noticed the problem. After Ereshkigal's giant Garrula spirit killed Ujar and absorbed his soul into the spear of light in her hand, she stood still and looked at Wu Ming and Ishtar. Although there were a lot of rocks covering the two of them, there was no doubt that Eleshki Gal had discovered them. Ereshkigal is the mistress of the underworld. You can say that when we entered the underworld, Ereshkigal already knew. As the only god in the underworld, Ereshki Gal's authority was beyond imagination. But that was all. That's true. Ishtar's shoulders drooped helplessly and she looked powerless. Ereshkigal only spoke after Ishtar showed a powerless look, as if she was waiting to see Ishtar make a fool of herself. Uruk Hyunryong, mistress of the sky Ishtar, I already know why you are here. The demonic beast Ujar has been killed by me, and the other demonic beast Musamafu has escaped from the underworld. There is nothing you want here, leave quickly. Wu Ming could not help but have a trace of doubt. Wu Ming also guessed that Ereshkigal might not attack him and Ishtar, but Wu Ming did not expect Ereshkigal to let him and Ishtar leave just like that. Obviously, the other party was a member of the Three Goddesses Alliance. Obviously, the other party was a goddess who was hostile to humans. How could she let them go so easily? Obviously, they were on the side of humans. How could she let them go so easily? Damn it. Just listening to Ereshkigal's arrogant tone made Ishtar quite angry. However, Ishtar's brain was not as bad as Ujar's. At that moment, Ishtar pulled Wuming's arm. You see, Ereshkigal also let us leave, let's go. However, Wuming was not moved because Wuming came to the underworld not only to eliminate the demonic beast commander. Wuming's order to Ishtar was also very clear. Eliminate the demonic beast and investigate the underworld goddess. It's not easy to have the opportunity to get in touch with Ereshkigal, you can leave first. Wuming's order to Ishtar to eliminate the demonic beast commander had been completed, so the power from the dependence that restricted Ishtar from leaving the underworld had disappeared, and Ishtar could leave the underworld now. You want to face Ereshkigal alone? The original whisper was also raised a few decibels because of surprise. Although I don't want to admit it, you are the strongest on our side, right? How can you face one of the Three Goddesses Alliance alone? What if something happens? Ishtar lowered her voice as much as possible and leaned over Wuming's ear and nagged. However, the response to Ishtar was Wuming's palm. I actually let an idiot like you worry about me, how embarrassing. Wuming's palm pressed onto Ishtar's beautiful face, which could be considered as a response to Ishtar's previous slap on his face. Damn. I'm not worried about you. I'm just worried. If you die, my reward will go down the drain. Ishtar struggled to pull Wuming's hand up from her face while looking for an excuse for herself like a proud textbook. Helplessly smiling, Wuming finally persuaded Ishtar to leave. You should go back to the surface first. I'm a little worried about the escaped Musu Mafu. Ereshkigal would not lie about this kind of thing, so the other demonic beast commander Musu Mafu must have escaped. Looks like the demonic beast commander is not completely brainless like Wugger. At least the demonic beast commander Musu Mafu would escape, unlike the stubborn Wugger. In the end, Ishtar also compromised. I know, you be careful. After Ishtar finished speaking, she summoned the heavenly ship's horse Anna, placed her hand on the horse Anna, and Ishtar slowly rose. No matter what, since Ereshkigal is willing to let us leave, it probably means that she doesn't have any ill intentions towards us. However, when she said this, Ishtar felt awkward. How could Ereshkigal not have any ill intentions towards her? In short, you should be careful with your words, there shouldn't be any danger. You are the god that Enkidu once believed in, even if it's because of Enkidu who treated Ereshkigal with respect, she will still let you go. I know you should leave quickly, I am your senior in terms of seniority, how can a junior instruct a senior? You, on the other hand, don't be ambushed by another demonic beast commander when you pass through the exit that connects the underworld to the surface. Musu Mafu must have escaped from the entrance to the underworld, which was the collapsed ground that Ishtar blasted open. It was impossible for it to escape from other places. I know? What a hateful guy, nagging like an old man. So what if you are my senior? Ishtar turned her head and left angrily. Old man. Wuming subconsciously touched his chin. Although he looked young and was definitely much younger than Ishtar, he was someone who was on the same level as Ishtar's father, the main god of Sumer, and in short, he would definitely take advantage of Ishtar. What else do you want, Uruk Hyunryong? The conversation between Wuming and Ishtar was actually being monitored by Ereshkigal. Although she was still speechless towards Ishtar, Ereshkigal was more concerned about why Wuming was looking for her. Ereshkigal knew that the reason Wuming was looking for her was definitely not as simple as the reason that Wuming used to brush off Ishtar. Ereshkigal, Enkidu's tomb is still there, right? Chapter 927. That's right. Wuming cared about nothing else but Enkidu's tomb. According to Gilgamesh of this world, after Enkidu of this world died, because Enkidu treated Ereshkigal with respect when he was alive, his corpse was buried in the underworld by Ereshkigal. In the Mesopotamia of the parallel world that Wuming experienced, Enkidu's soul was preserved by Wuming, and his corpse was given to Gilgamesh to deal with. It was probably buried in the underworld as well. After all, regardless of which world Enkidu was in, he respected Ereshkigal. Enkidu's tomb? The huge garrulous spirit that Ereshkigal transformed into shook its body and rejected Wuming in the end. Why should I tell thee? As it spoke, the huge garrulous spirit skeleton emitted a scarlet and terrifying light as if it was angry. I allowed you to leave because you only entered the underworld to hunt down magical beasts and didn't behave atrociously. I haven't even punished you for the crime of exploding the sky of my underworld. However, Wuming was not flustered at all. After the gods disappeared, the underworld should have disappeared as well. It's only because of your reappearance that the underworld returned with you. However, the underworld that returned with you should only be a part of it. Hearing this, the huge garrulous spirit maintained its fierce posture, but it did not continue with its next move. Wuming was right. If it was the underworld of the past, it would have spread throughout the entire Mesopotamia. However, after the gods disappeared, the mysterious existence of the underworld also disappeared. However, because Ereshkigal descended as a servant, as a goddess who could not leave the underworld naturally appeared with Ereshkigal. However, because it was an accessory of Ereshkigal, the underworld didn't appear as widely as before. You've guessed correctly. The underworld is indeed limited to Khazar city and the surrounding areas. Ereshkigal admitted to it. Coincidentally, Khazar city was located in the northwest of Uruk. It was near the place where Ishtar had blown up half of the plains with her relic. That was why the underground of that place was connected to the underworld. And seeing Ereshkigal admit it, Wuming also gave an answer to this problem. If that's the case, you can move the underworld. That way the entrance that was blasted open will no longer be an entrance. It will just be an ordinary hole. If it was only a part of the underworld, Ereshkigal could move it with her authority. Although the process might be slow and long, Ereshkigal could do it. Why should I choose to give in? The gigantic garrulous spirit that represented Ereshkigal was a little annoyed. Wasn't it the same as asking Ereshkigal to move a part of the underworld that came with her? Wasn't it the same as asking Ereshkigal to show that she couldn't defeat it? I'm doing this for your sake, Ereshkigal. Don't forget about the monster that escaped. It will definitely report the general location of the underworld to the goddess of magical beasts. It's a terrible thing for the base camp to be discovered, isn't it? This made Ereshkigal fall into deep thought. Indeed, because of its body, Musu Maf didn't fall directly into the depths of the underworld like usual. Instead, it fell very close to the ground. Moreover, it had a snake body, so it quickly climbed up the cliff and escaped from the underworld. If it really returned to the northern fir forest, it would definitely know about the situation in the underworld. In a situation where he was unable to leave the underworld, and the opponent still had several magical beast commanders with extremely strong physiques, Ereshkigal would indeed be at a disadvantage. Although Ereshkigal knew that the goddess of magical beasts base camp was in the fir forest, she couldn't leave the underworld. It was only a few nights ago that she could use Ishtar's body, which represented her, to walk on the ground. Now that Ishtar was with Wuming and the others, the idea of using Ishtar's body to walk on the ground had become unrealistic. After saying so much, aren't you still thinking for the sake of humans? Although she didn't know why Wuming would suggest that Ereshkigal move the underworld, Wuming's actions were definitely not harmful to humans. Even if it wasn't for the sake of humans, it definitely wouldn't affect humans. Today I will tell you that my underworld has already begun to expand and move. Once it succeeds, I will capture all the souls of humans and bring them to my underworld. I will build a kingdom of the dead filled with souls. In other words, you are protecting humans in disguise. Wuming's words stunned Ereshkigal and she didn't know what to say. If it were any other gods other than the few Sumer gods who truly love humans who say that they want to protect humans, I might be suspicious. However, if it's you, Ereshkigal, I'm willing to believe it. Ereshkigal had been in the underworld since she was born until the gods retreated and the gods disappeared. It could be said that she didn't have much contact with the outside world. Moreover, because of her fixed position, Ereshkigal didn't have any thoughts of fighting for a god's position. She had been diligently taking care of the underworld. How could a god like her, who was destined to be restricted for her entire life, have any desire? Humans were born with good natures. It was the same for gods. A god who was set up after birth and didn't have much contact with the outside world didn't seem like a god who would harm humans. Although Wuming had never met Ereshkigal before, Wuming believed that Ereshkigal, who had been diligently taking care of the underworld for her entire life, wouldn't become an existence that opposed Mesopotamia. Most importantly, Ereshkigal buried Enkidu's body in the underworld because Enkidu treated her with respect. A god who could make Enkidu treat her with respect couldn't possibly be an evil god, right? What are you saying? The huge garrulous spirit's tone suddenly changed. This made Wuming jump and he froze on the spot. This voice was almost exactly the same as Ishtar's. However, there was a shyness in this voice that Ishtar didn't have. Ereshkigal, who realized that something was wrong, immediately adjusted herself. Anyway, my underworld will be decided by me. I will send the garrulous spirit and thou to guide the way. Once you're done inspecting Enkidu's tomb, leave immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, the huge garrula spirit turned into a blood-red liquid and melted into the rocks of the underworld, disappearing.